game for more than a decade. Simple on the surface, but deeply complicated mind twister if you get it on a good level. The game never gets old, and always delivers the emotions and challenges for the players. For the most part, because of the young guns like these guys. Creative, deadly skilled, ready to achieve greatness at all costs. Watch out for the 3rd season of the WePlay Academy League in January.
If you want to see the future of the CSGO scene and you want to witness some epic production, then you're in the right place. Hello and welcome to the WePlay Academy League Season 3, Day 5. My name is Heko. As always, I'll be your host. But when it comes to our analysts, there are MOUZ, Nick, and Pimp. Guys, it's already Day 5, so we're almost in the middle of the group stage.
Almost. Not quite there, but almost. It's a long tournament, you know, it's a lot of days of quality action every single day, but almost halfway through, huh?
Yeah, we're almost there. Hopefully we get some new maps. I mean, we're 4 days through and completed, and I still think we are missing maybe 2-3 maps. We haven't even seen them yet. You know, that's been the storyline of Academy League Season 1 and 2, everybody liking the same maps. I want to see some more diversity, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, for those who maybe missed yesterday, we had 4 Mirages. That's the reason why our analysts are really looking forward to see some other maps. But maybe let's just make a recap of what actually happened yesterday, because we started with 2 teams from the CIS region, VP.Prodigy against Spirit Academy, and the favorites, when it comes from like a viewer perspective, was Spirit Academy.
That was this was a game that I wasn't really sure what to expect with Spirit Academy. They swapped out their best player in Donk. I mean, he was supposed to play, but because he's 14, things got a little bit awkward for them, but we still saw some other talent coming to fruition. Art Frost in game number 1 was definitely the man to watch for Spirit Academy. His opping prowess was something that I think we all marveled at there. And for VP.Prodigy, they had a pretty good first half in this game, but they just couldn't get things going on the T side. A few too many rounds where they gave up picks or just couldn't trade out. It was not the VP.Prodigy we maybe wanted, because in the first time we saw them around in Season 3, they put forward a better foot.
It was a little bit disappointing to see VP.Prodigy play, especially on the first time around here on Mirage. You are just going to see a highlight reel from Mirage, you know, 4 times in a row, so don't worry. We got plenty of time to talk about it. But VP.Prodigy, I expected more from them yesterday. They kind of lost control over the game. It felt like in the beginning that it was a messy game that could have gone both ways, and you thought to yourself that VP.Prodigy would be able to take control and regain control over the game. But as we saw, Spirit Academy and Art Frost in particular with the AWP did a fantastic job, and they ended up losing Mirage the first time around. Then moving on to the second map between these 2 teams, surprise, surprise, we have Mirage again. VP.Prodigy this time around, though, much better on the T side. Got a total of 10 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, and the control they didn't have in the first game, they really took upon themselves here on map number 2, and that was, I guess, the VP.Prodigy we expected to see from start to finish.
Yeah, it kind of felt that maybe in the beginning VP.Prodigy was a little bit too relaxed. On the first map, in the first half, they were just laughing, having fun, and then they end up losing. We even saw that Result even changed his little like mood octopus or whatever it is, like from the smiling one to the sad one, and somehow that worked out. It helped him out.
Yeah, it's for people that maybe didn't see the webcams. I mean, Result has a hat. He has actually a multitude of hats that you'll notice when you watch him play, and he just cycles through them between maps, between rounds. He even, for the interview, put on a mask. I mean, this guy is all over the place with his accessory game. But, you know, one guy who was a great accessory to VP.Prodigy, that's Delusion. That guy is seriously one of the strongest oppers in this league right now. I would probably put still a couple of the top oppers in the league, like MHL and FURIA, ahead of him, but he's definitely one that I'm going to keep my eye on moving forward, and I really do think that Delusion might be the missing piece to make VP.Prodigy a team that could maybe hope for a playoff berth.
Yeah, but on our second battle of the day was MOUZ and XT against FURIA Academy, the winners of Season 1, Season 2, against the Brazilian roster that went through some changes.
They went through some changes for sure. FURIA Academy again coming into Season 3, hoping to do better than they did in Season 1 and Season 2, where they, unfortunately for their sake, finished last. it hasn't been too pretty for FURIA Academy so far. This game, though, I will give them the credit. They put on a lot of pressure towards MOUZ NXT. I believe MOUZ ended up winning, but they also won 4 of these legal rounds you see right here. So it really took a lot for MOUZ NXT to get it done. This guy we see on the screen right here with this ace, this deagle kills, it was just quality. You see it right here, goes into market, gets one, gets a second one as well, and we even get it in slow-mo because it's so crisp and so clean. Jeez. This dude was absolutely unheard of yesterday. Big part of the reason as to why FURIA Academy were, in moments of the game leading. That being said, though, it's more of the same old story for FURIA Academy. They get so close, and then they still end up with the loss, and that's a problem for them. They just haven't found a way to win Counter-Strike games yet.
Getting over the finish line for FURIA has been a consistent problem throughout every single season, so they might have to go back to the drawing board in some respects, but the fact that they put up such a good fight against MOUZ speaks to just kind of how skilled they are and how the style that JDC in the post-game interview outlined. He was talking about how, you just don't really know what you're going to get when you play against FURIA, but in game number 2, MOUZ did know what they were going to get. It was the 4th Mirage of the day that we watched. It was the 2nd Mirage of the day between these two teams. And really, MOUZ NXT, they tighten up their defense incredibly well, which is to be expected from a team of their caliber. One that, has been knocking at the door of, say, Tier 2 Counter-Strike for a while now. They're a legitimate team, and despite the fact that Cyclone, their coach, Torzi, their star opper, all were promoted to the main MOUZ roster, they were able to still just show levels of adaptation that you sometimes don't find in teams at this level. So props to MOUZ NXT for showing us for the first time this season a back-to-back where the team that won actually just does better.
Yeah, usually during the season, whenever the team would play the same map again, they would either win or would improve their results. But unfortunately, when it comes to FURIA Academy, they managed to get only 5 rounds in total, because on map 1 it was 12. So it kind of went down. Maybe they got tired, or maybe it's just what you said, MOUZ NXT just understood what's happening, what is going to happen, so they had no problems playing against them.
Nah, it was easy for MOUZ NXT. That was what we expected, right? We already see it on the standings in Group B. There's a clear path right now where FURIA Academy and Internal Fire, they most likely will be the two teams fighting not to be relegated or not to be out of the tournament, because the format suggests that if you finish 5th, well, you're out of the tournament. If you're 4th, you go into the gauntlet. So those two are pretty much set for that one. MOUZ NXT, the heavy favorites to win the group. I think after their performance yesterday against FURIA Academy, we got to a point where we kind of know that if anyone in this group should be able to beat them, it's probably going to be VP.Prodigy. But do we really believe they can take 2 maps away from MOUZ NXT? I highly doubt it, and that's probably what's required at this point. So it's looking good for the favorites, and it's looking bad for, I guess, the favorites to finish last as well.
Yeah, MOUZ NXT is in the top. FURIA Academy right now is in the bottom. But when it comes to Group A, it's not the same. We can see so many people just being in the middle with it. 1 win, 1 loss. We saw many series of Group A just ending with 1 win and 1 loss. And I'm really afraid that this will keep on happening, and just before the gauntlet, we'll just have so much chaos.
There's going to be a lot of tiebreakers potentially. There's a lot of parity in Group A. You don't really know who's going to be winning game to game. I still feel like we don't have a great beat on a couple of the teams here. NAVI Junior, one map they can look excellent. The next map, you don't even know if they're communicating with each other. It's kind of a weird situation for them. Astralis talent too. I mean, they've only shown that they can play 1 single map thus far, and we've seen glimpses of some of their players doing well. I thought on day 1 that Breezer was going to be a force to look out for, but then the second time we watched them play, he really didn't show up in the server whatsoever. So I mean, I feel like there's a lot of inconsistencies with some of the players that aren't named Young Ninjas with the team that's not named MOUZ NXT. Everyone else, especially in the Group A side of things, it's really a grab bag day to day, and you don't know what level of form or prep you're going to get.
Yeah, but our opening series of the day will be between Astralis Talent and Big Omen Academy. And I'm really hoping we are not going to get Vertigo and Astralis Talent again, because so far that is the only map that they played. They played 4 Vertigos already during this 1 season.
I hope so too. I hope so too. I hope we get to see Astralis Talent play something else, get to test their map pool a little bit, and get to test themselves as well. One thing is practicing. Obviously, Astralis Talent are feeling comfortable when it comes to Vertigo. They must be good in practice. They must feel that that's one of the stronger suits they have to the team. But another thing is playing official games on maps, right? Maybe they can surprise themselves even. Maybe if they were forced into play some maps they're not normally that comfortable with, and Big Omen Academy pull off a surprise individual, Astralis will learn something about themselves that is not only on Vertigo, which is also what we saw in Season 1 and Season Season 2, the maps they always try to force in. So I hope for Astralis Talent's sake that they get to play something else. Let's be honest, they played 4 Vertigos, only won 1, so it's not really that well for them either. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we get to see something else. And if it wouldn't be Mirage as well, that would be a bonus.
Yeah, I think this season Big have been banning out Vertigo, so hopefully, I mean, if they're going to stay with that, trend, then we should probably see a couple other maps here. I would be really interested if I wouldn't know why Big would do this, but last season they were trying to work with a 7-map pool, but because of that means you should probably ban the 1 map that this team wants to play against you. So I think that we're going to be getting a different showing here. But speaking about the Big side a little bit, I actually I went back at some of the games that they played and was kind of curious how are some of these new players fitting in, because Big from Season 2 to Season 3 they replaced 3 different players. I mean, they brought in one guy that I want to talk about, Sin. I was pretty impressed with his movements and just kind of the way he was rotating throughout rounds. I kind of didn't know what to expect out of him, because I thought that Crimbo was going to be the star player coming into this new little trio, but I'm actually thinking Sin might be the best new player for this roster. So he's a guy that I'm just going to keep an eye out for. I'm going to see if he can still kind of handle a variety of different situations. Say versus NAVI Junior, he was just very on top of what NAVI were doing all the time. It just seemed like he always knew what was coming next, and that kind of semblance of experience, whether he has experience or it's just good game sense, those are the little traits that I think propel players like JDC to the higher levels.
Yeah, I mean, that's the amazing thing about WePlay, because it's already the 3rd season. We're already building storylines, already get to know more about the players, and we actually prepared a special video just to recap of what actually happened to Big Omen Academy during Season 1, Season 2. So let's check it out.
The history of forming the Big Omen Academy roster, which had its debut during the 1st season of the WePlay Academy League, reminds me of the Fnatic Rising situation. The entire roster was formed just before the start of the first matches. However, the German squad had 2 players already signed, NixJ and Lapex. Aqua, Glaive and PrimeTaps had joined the team to complete the roster. Having a similar level of preparation as Fnatic Rising, without complex preparation, the team chemistry just wasn't there. However, during the first matches, this notion was put under question. The confident and calculated games of the German squad allowed them to earn enough points to stay at the top of the tournament bracket. And then surprisingly, the team reached the final stage of the tournament in 3rd place. On the stage, results remained similar for the team. Losing the opening match against MOUZ NXT, the team had dropped to the lower bracket, where they had to face Fnatic Rising to fight for their tournament lives. But the team didn't manage to find themselves in these LAN matches, losing 0-2 and getting eliminated from the final stage of the WePlay Academy League. This had been the story of the 1st season for Big Omen Academy. Before the 2nd season, the team had changed the roster and roles for some of the players. Lapex had left the roster and Process substituted for him, coming from Fnatic Rising. Aqua and Glaive changed their roles to Orpa and IGL. It's hard to tell if the changes were a benefit to the team, since the stability had dropped compared to the 1st season. In 6 of their matches during the online stage, Big faced off against NAVI Junior 3 times, but they didn't manage to win a single map in those matchups. However, the team has shown up for the deciding games. First, they won against Astralis Talent without even breaking a sweat. And then they beat Fnatic Rising not once, but twice. The 2nd series win against Fnatic Rising marked the 2nd LAN berth for the Big Omen Academy roster. But the LAN experience on the stage remained the same. After the crushing defeat in the opener against Young Ninjas, Big faced off against their main nemesis on the 2nd season, NAVI Junior. Unfortunately, in an absolutely one-sided series, the German team didn't manage to show off consistent Counter-Strike and had to accept 4th place on LAN for the 2nd time in a row. Will the 4th place become a curse for the team in the 3rd season? We will soon discover the answer.
So that is the story of Big Omen Academy. Right now, they'll be playing against Astralis Talent, a team that they won all the time. So I think they played 4 times in total. Twice in Season 1, twice in Season 2, and every time the German team will just keep on winning.
It's a bit of a nemesis for Astralis Talent, for sure. The good thing for them, though, we haven't touched upon them that much, is that they have also made some changes. They've also upgraded their lineup a little bit, I will say. Fesser coming in is a great Danish talent, a guy that we initially thought was going to make it to Tier 2, Tier 1 Counter-Strike relatively quick, playing with the South guys in MSL and the boys. Obviously, career decision-wise, maybe not the smartest move. Now he's in a home, you know. I think he's in a safe space as well, where he can develop as a player, as a person over time. I think Astralis Talent have a great setup behind it as well. They're very vocal about the fact that it's a full-time thing now, so all these players are paid to play Counter-Strike. They have full-time professionals around them. They brought in Trace as well, what is it called? The coach, which is also his birthday today, so congratulations for that. He wished for not 6 verticals in a row, so let's hope we get that. Overall, the point being is that Astralis Talent have really tried to invest a lot into this talent lineup and this talent acquisition. So I expect them to start to do better. It's been a little bit disappointing to see them so far in this league. It's okay without being good, but I think after 3 seasons we need to see Astralis Talent deliver more than just okay Counter-Strike. It has to be good, and winning against Big Omen Academy today could be the start of something new. On the other hand, losing, well, that could mean that they potentially finish last in this group if they don't get it together. So a lot is at stake right now for the Danish guys.
Oh no. Oh no. I just saw the 3 first bans from Big. I thought they were going to ban Vertigo. I think we're in for it, guys. We're in for it. It's coming. It's coming here. I really thought that Big would say no to it, because they flexed a 7-map pool last season. You'd think they would want to ban the 1 map that Astralis Talent want to play. But I've just resigned to my fate, Heku. I've just resigned to the reality that we live in, that we are in a Vertigo world, that you're going to watch me jumping off that side of the cliff once again. You're going to keep seeing it. It's going to keep happening. I mean, I think we know what map it is. Like, I think the thing is that just... Pimp, have you ever gone skydiving before? Have you ever jumped off a building? Have you Is it just me? Is it just me out here?
I'll do it naked though. You know, I'll just take the hit and see what happens.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah.
Okay.
It's probably gonna be Vertigo, to be completely honest. Again, the problem here is Astralis Talent won Vertigo last time they played it, so the confidence has been, for them at least, restored into the fact that we can play it at a high level. Especially when you allow Astralis to pick it, there's almost no chance it won't be Vertigo, unless Trace really is serious about the fact that he didn't want to play it 6 times in a row.
It's Vertigo, man.
It's gonna be Vertigo here.
Vertigo.
Big Omen Academy, can they play Vertigo? Probably. Can they play it against Astralis Talent? We'll have to wait and see.
God.
5 times in a row.
I mean, wait. We had like 4 Mirages yesterday. Might as well just go for 4 Vertigos.
I fear the worst here, that it might be a 4 Vertigo day
This is Astralis
already.
picking into Vertigo. This is their priority list, right? I'm pretty sure when we get to Big that they won't pick it. Like, Big won't pick into Vertigo against Astralis Talent. I sincerely hope that's not the case, because then I will go skydiving naked. But at this point, we just will have to wait and see, I guess. Astralis Talent, they have a lot of know-how, you know, in terms of how to play Vertigo. Big Omen Academy, a big question mark. We haven't seen them play it in quite some time, so it's still going to be interesting for all the viewers. It's just for Astralis and all their fans, it must be a bit tired of seeing the same map over and over.
Well, according to the odds, the viewers believe way more in Big Omen Academy than in Astralis Sound, 1.6 against 225. But we do know that, like, the viewers are sometimes wrong, we're sometimes wrong. Like, we can never know what can actually happen, because we saw, like, with Spirit Academy and VP.Prodigy, we were like, yeah, VP.Prodigy, and then Spirit Academy won. We're like, okay, guys, you know something. And then it switched the other way around. We're like, okay, it's not 100%. But yeah, we can see that Big Omen Academy are the favorites, and it is kind of expected.
Yeah, those odds are a bad omen for the Astralis Academy team. I tried something there, but it didn't really work, because their name is Astralis Talent. Everybody's just using a different suffix or just second word in their team names. But I'll say this. I think that Big last season on Vertigo surprised a lot of people, because in the Gauntlet stage, they actually showed that they were able to play it pretty well, despite the fact that they were banning it earlier. So this team, to me right now, Big, is already kind of flexing the fact that they can play 7 maps with this kind of veto. I thought Vertigo was definitely coming out. They banned it the first couple times they played so far this season. And to me, that's a really cool sign. I think that Academy teams probably actually should try to have the widest map pool that they can, just because you want to learn as much as you can in the quickest amount of time. And when you have an organization backing you up like Big, you have, you know, some veterans that you can get in the ear of very quickly. We heard last season that Big Omen Academy talked to Tapson regularly to try to improve their strategies, and I think that stuff really does go a long way when you get pros to answer your questions about map control or rotations, things like that. So I'm really pretty hyped for what seems to come for Big Omen Academy, because I think they actually upgraded their roster on top of the fact that they're doing all this prep.
I agree. It looks good. It's been okay what we've seen from Big Omen Academy so far. Also, when it comes to this game in particular, right? The preparation that they can put in. They have so many maps to watch from Astralis Talent. They have so many games.
Yeah.
A lot of them have been close as well. So Astralis Talent can come up with something new. They can come up with a default they haven't seen before or some strats they haven't seen before. At least it will be untested, so to speak, and a big gamble if they were to. So on the other hand, right, Big Omen Academy haven't played Vertigo in quite some time. So Astralis are going into the dark, whereas Big Omen Academy, they are flexing their muscles, they're flexing their map pool, and they're showing confidence. The fact that they allow Astralis to pick into Vertigo, I think is a healthy sign for Big Omen Academy and a worrying sign for the Danes.
Yeah, well, yesterday I mentioned that, like, hey, finally we have a different map as, like, our most played map. It was Mirage, 6 Mirages, it was 5 Vertigos, but when it comes to our teams, they decide to prove us wrong and bring back Vertigo to the top. Let's go on floor 51 with Hugo and Harry.
Ah, yes, a little bit more Vertigo. I mean, it wouldn't be the WePlay Vertigo League without it, would it? I mean, yeah, Astralis Talent, they love a bit of Vertigo, don't they?
So does MOUZ, yeah. I can't wait to see him jump off. I hope he's going to jump off. Otherwise, I won't
I don't think that's the universal sign for loving something. Flinging yourself off of a high building.
Has a parachute.
I don't think during the Wall Street crash, those guys were just big into to what was happening. I think it was whole other affair. Look, mate. So this is a pretty interesting matchup, right? The one problem I'm seeing for Astralis Talent, so far they've only showed us Vertigo, right? Yes. They've only showed us it to mixed results. We'll call it a mixed bag. And I think Big Academy are going to have a lot to go off of as a result, right?
Yeah, I'm sure they knew this was coming, right? There was no doubt there. And if anything, it's dangerous, right? We see three Astralis games on Vertigo. They lose all 3. They win the last one. And was that the false confidence that they didn't need? I'll hold them to it. If they win it, fair play. It shows that they've come in. They want to grind a map. They want to dedicate themselves to it. And if they can do it and actually start to improve, that's awesome. If they keep losing, Harry, we're going to keep getting upset with them.
Yeah, I'm going to put some attention on some players here. I think Fessa, he's going to be a real key to this whole thing. Sure. I think when it comes to creating space, especially over towards a ramp with rifles, he's one of the best guys for the job. I think Altex as well is going to be pretty key. We saw him kind of after the Young Ninjas game, coincidentally, right? If you remember, they kept getting lurked on over towards that B site by Linus. And so then Altex almost mirrored that in his own gameplay, right? Continually lurking towards that B site, T side. He's also the player we're going to have there in the CT half. I like that he shares that site, regardless of what side he's on. It's going to let you build up a very good knowledge of, how it's played, what they like to do. So keep your eye on him, but first keep your eye on MOUZ. MOUZ, look out! The 6 Vertigo map pool's coming for you! Run! Run, MOUZ! There is no getting away from it, Hugo.
No, it's here whether
you
we
can't
like
outrun
it or
this
not.
one.
Let's do it. Yeah, Harry, if you know all these things about the Astralis T-side default and you know the things to watch out for, I can assure you, Big Omen Academy, they know just as well.
Yeah, I played a little game on the Pimp stream today.
Oh yeah, how'd that go?
We lost, but that's fine.
Yeah, well,
you've got to cop an L.
I've got a 100% win rate with Pimp, so maybe you're the problem.
Maybe I am. It was a bad game, but
happens.
Is what I'll say. That's got me very energized for the day.
Okay.
Very energized.
Losing get you energized.
Well, I was, I had like a big 4K round in there.
Yeah,
huge 4K. Mate, after that, I was just screaming the hotel down. I'm surprised you didn't hear me.
I did hear you.
Yeah, did you? Okay.
I did hear. I was wondering who the hell is that screaming.
Yeah,
but it's okay. I was awake.
The walls are very thin. Don't worry. I heard you all night too, Hugo. So thank you very much. That little 4 a.m. gaming session sounds like it did you well. Certainly didn't help me though, did it?
Well, in we go. Big Omen Academy versus Astralis Talent, and it's on our home map. It's on Vertigo. We're ready to get weird. We're ready to get wild in day 5 of WePlay Academy League. Breezer spotting that A site, but the rest of the T's are milling about in middle, a position that we actually don't see used all that much by Astralis, and well, now that's all they've got. Aqua with a tap, and Aqua's back.
Mate, yeah, very rarely get, as you were saying, very rarely see mid-control taken by this Astralis talent squad. So I wonder if this is them trying to keep Big Omen Academy guessing. Late mid-lurk from Mister, but he's dead after 1, and Altex has got to do it all alone.
stuck and not even got a plant, so Big don't even have to come to him. As soon as they hear this tap, they might make a move. He's scared of the flank as well to save a plant, but can he get any room here? No. Hype just runs him down, and I love that reaction from Big Omen Academy. They don't care if it's a fake or a stick. They've got his confirmed position, and they just flash their way in. Good little round there from Big Omen Academy. And I like the idea for Astralis, right? That's the thing. It's not like even the plans that we see out of Astralis are inherently wrong or bad. It's just that, sometimes the rounds don't come through, right? They managed to peel everyone away from middle. They got a free mid to be set up into a one-man hold. And then we had a late mid lurker of Mr. who did get a kill. So it looked good until it didn't. Big Omen Academy on the parry match odds, favored, of course. And that's only going to get worse now for Astralis, 2.31. But you got a couple of maps today. Got a time to warm in.
Well, look, mate, Astralis talent. They're going to force buy into this one. It's Galils aplenty.
Nice. Galil's nuts, man. For 1,800, think about that. 1,800. Damn. Little boost up. Put the AK on top, of course, and Altex, you're spotted. Got to be careful. Sim wants to dink him, but he swings to change position, and Vigo catches him leaving. That was the bomb spotted, though, on the entry. There's a player up close. Aqua's got to be careful. Now there's many, many more. 4 up the top of B. Hyped can't stop them with the SMG, and Astralis have got control of the site.
There is this little flank coming in from Process, but it's going to have to be a really good flank, right, to inspire you to go for this, right? Your numbers are dwindling. You've done a lot of damage with these SMGs, but you just can't seem to find a kill. And there's Altex breaking the silence. There's the boost over at Tetris, dealt with. Process's wrap. We said it needed to do wonders. Well, he's on for a double. Might not be able to find any more. That might be the decision to just play for damage. And I like this out of Process, right? Drops this smoke. You're keeping players trapped in the site now. They're going to have to try and exit out towards middle and CT, and that forces them into Crimbo. Out of all ways to lose this force by at least taking players out of the round with you, making it competitive, that's something for Big, but the real victory here belongs to Astralis talent.
Yeah, still a nice round for Big. I don't think they'll be complaining after that one. And they keep their guns as well, but Astralis talent on the board straight away. Nice little boost, and they don't get stuck into it, right? Even after they get spotted, happy to drop off. Vigo covers across that Tetris player, and Astralis just have good spacing when they enter B. Nice trade work until the exits. Let's see what Big are feeling in this round.
Richtig.
Ich stehe Flash
Ja, Standard, okay? Standard. Ja, halt eins,
Ich
okay?
habe keine Bande-Flash, kannst du mir legen?
Okay. Eine Tonne. Was
Relax mal.
Angst? Ruhig, relax noch. 3. 3 ja, glaube ich.
Schneller A, geh zurück. Ja.
Wie smoked David?
Weiß ich nicht, ich hab da Gold.
Flash fliegt jetzt.
Mach Asset gerade. Actually, wollen wir mal auf Retake spielen,
Machen
Karin?
gleich vollen. Mach
Ja,
gleich ready für vollen Smoke.
Ja.
Blitz. Blitz.
Das schon mal?
One way
Ja,
geworfen.
one way.
Kommt.
Ich hab grad nur Rampe Contact.
Nächste sehen wieder.
Nein, wir halten nicht vor uns.
Denke, er ist nicht spät drin.
Blitz.
Blitz.
Ein Alarm.
Warte.
Ja. Wie geht?
Mach ready für vor uns,
Bin ich geh weg.
Ja. Einer war B.
Einer Faven, ich nade den.
Ja.
Man nated dir. Spiel wieder Gandhi.
Nein, wir halten.
Eine Brücke
Ich close
gesteppt.
MSA again.
Kein
Gib mal jetzt vollen
Contact,
Smoke, vollen
ja.
Smoke.
Ich glaub,
Ivy.
maybe.
Kannst du Ivy flashen und naden und smoken?
Nein.
Ich komm mit.
Smoke Ivy.
Go.
Ich kann Smoke euch Attack.
Go. A4,
Geh
A4,
zurück.
A4, A4.
Nee.
Okay.
Ich glaub, die geht
Falsch
ohne.
mit Nico.
Warte, lass uns zusammen
Zeit.
gegessen, komm.
Los, noch 2.
Noch einer.
Noch zwei.
Noch einer,
Gleich
gelb.
Alles gut, ich nade gleich Default.
Einer kurz,
Sound
einer
links.
Smoke links
Sound
nach.
bitte, ich nade Default gleich. Sound.
Dann
Regen.
Sound,
Digga,
Digga.
Regen 3, noch eine Smoke auf den
Linke
Nico.
Smoke fadet gleich, Jungs.
plantet.
Regen.
Hit.
Low auch.
Ich got eine
Ist
Smoke.
rechts weg. Smoke Bombe.
Down,
Nice.
Ivy.
Smoke jetzt Bombe.
Cool bleiben, cool bleiben.
Ich hab Jumper.
Peak Ivy.
Einmal antappen, Bombe
Blitz.
gleich. Einmal antappen, dann holt ihr die Runde.
Fake.
Eine Rampe.
Bin ich beide.
Rampe.
Kann einer
Zieh mal
klicken?
durch jetzt bitte.
Ich hab AK, ich zieh grad gegen
Ich hab
Rampe.
Ivy.
Du hast Kit Karim.
Okay.
Fake.
Perfekt,
Perfekt.
Zieh durch. Zieh durch.
Ampel.
gerade.
Nice try.
Oh, that's a sick round out of Altex. I don't know how he stops them there. Big, just they could have gotten that bomb so many times, but convinced they wanted the kills prior. And I mean, that's a pimp classic round, you know, so many smoke spams. It was looking so good for Big, man, right? Not just, who was it? Mister, I think, finding out the hard way that you've really got to tuck in tight on default. He got spammed by the 5-7 and then they killed him. But yeah, Astralis, great round out of them. They've got to be really happy. 2-1 up. They've broken Big's money now. That all that economical damage we talked about in the second round doesn't really hold true anymore. I'm already seeing a better couple of signs out of Astralis. It is early days. This map has worried us, and so it's good to see that put to the side for now. Nade first, then the molly. Really means it's hard to get out of sandbags if you are there. And a full stack on the A site. Festa seeing them all. He's going to try and mow them down. Lovely shots, 3 kills. Vigo's here to clean up. Festa gets the 4K, and Astralis win the round.
So let's talk elephant in the room, shall we? Yeah, Astralis.
I wonder what he was doing there.
Might note that they've only played Vertigo so far in this season.
Really?
You know, I'd love to ask, you know, like, firstly, how? You know, like, I don't know, man. It kind of feels like, you know, this is clearly a map they're comfortable on, right? They pick into it every damn time.
Yep.
Part of me wonders if, because there's so much data to go off, if teams feel like, you know, they can anti-strat, there's stuff to work around there, so they let it slip through. It's also a map that, you know, no one really ever elects to ban in this league, right? It's one that's always left in, so it's a pretty safe bet to have as your map pick. I also kind of want to say, Astralis, they go from one game to the next, and they'll repeat similar-looking things, but I feel like the game plan does do a good job of keeping fresh, right, and not going stale. This is a nice little peek in the middle, though, assisted by the flash.
I even find it kind of surprising considering Trace is now the, you know, the coach here. And obviously, you know, he's got experience in CSGO, but the bulk of his career and where he's known from is 1.6. So obviously Vertigo is not a factor there. And even that alone surprises me that they're so keen to still play it. You know, the question we keep asking is how many times is too many times, right? If they're winning it, fine. If they're not, it gets drawn into question. But I don't want to ramble on about the map anymore. It's here to stay. It's here to play. And Astralis are winning, so I'm all for it. This is terrifying. You can just get spammed at a moment's notice. Orb of the Orb spots in. He's now screwed. They've already climbed over the top. The flash could be good, but he doesn't realize they're up close to him. They were full blind there. He's still going to pop out, but it's too little, too late. Altex with the entry. Very low. Aqua's got a smoke that he's playing behind. There's already a lot of big players moving in. Aqua could win the round right now. Bomb's been dropped. Mr. Hyped over the smoke. And even though Mr. Trades is walking up into him, feigning smoke, Hyped has got a double. He doesn't know Vigo's default, but he does flick back. That's a lovely round out of Big. And Astralis, even though they got that pick, they could not get any space in the bomb site.
Standard desks. They got the big chain. They got it all in the big house, the big Omen Academy.
The bigger the better. Really nice round out of Hyped. Oh my goodness. They got the lineups, they got the receipts, but no one out middle. Gotta say, you know, we talk about this sometimes. Dropping nades was a worry, you know, for most, for me included.
Yeah.
Really actually turned out to be an excellent addition to the game. Don't think it's ruined anything. One-man executes are obvious, adds a level of diversity to plays. I feel like eventually you're even going to see teams like anti-meta, like throw executes one by one just to imply it's a solo exec. Stuff like that. I can't think of a negative. Can you?
No. I really, really like it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I was very worried. Even alone, like the flash aspect, I think that for me that was the
a lot of
biggest
people were worried
problem.
you could just stack flash into a site, right? And there
you
was
can.
even those clips early on.
Going Mirage.
I think it was like Apex or something like that, like one of those teams, like the Norwegian squad maybe.
And throwing
just
like 8
assaulting that A bomb site.
I mean, that's
Mirage
still a
with flash.
problem, but you know, I haven't seen it to a
I don't
point
think
where
it's
I go,
as
oh
strong
my
as
God.
you think it's going to be either. Like all those flashes come over. Once they see the first like 4, you go, oh, they're just throwing
Stop
loads
peeking,
of flashes.
yeah.
Like let's
Oh, you heard that,
That's a lot of
mister.
damage.
That's
like
a lot of damage.
Surprising amount of damage. Gonna need some flex tape out here.
Oh, that's a free ult from
Flex is
Breezer.
all right. Breezer, double
Oh.
entry. Fessa actually kills him in amongst all the madness, and hopefully that
no.
doesn't come back to haunt Astralis. It might. We're into this 2-on-2.
Oh no, Harry.
Another out of Aqua who's reliving his Season 1 performance here.
Oh,
No
he's
longer
done.
burdened with the IGL role. He's going to lock in 4 kills.
Dude, Aqua's so sick. I love to see him loosened up, right? Just able to do whatever the hell he wants and flex his muscles. Ouch, that hurts for Fessa. Breezer gets the double entry. He deletes the AWP, and then he gets TK'd. It happens, you know? Like, it's not even, you know, what can you do? You see an opponent, you're going to shoot him. Sometimes your teammate's in the way. Sometimes you have to do it, and sometimes you even, you know, kill 2 through it. But, okay, that one was a bit far maybe for Fessa, and it loses them the round. Aqua helps. But that one hurts for Astralis. Oh, Sin. Oh no, they don't clear this, do they? Oh no. Oh! Beautiful spray.
Yeah, nice and clean. You know, sometimes it can get scary taking these peeks down ramp up against the pistols, but the fact that Astralis talent take it pretty slow on the approach, giving time for Sin to get set up, really does help Big Omen Academy out there. So we've got this 4-3 scoreline locked in. Now the reinvestment looming for Astralis talent. Still yet to see that AWP in the hands of Breezer. He's back on the rifles again. We aren't going to have one on the other side either yet.
Yeah, we haven't really seen, you know, a lot from Big this tournament yet, but we'll get into that in a minute, because we're going to check in with the Danes first. Let's find out.
Jeg tror altså ikke, jeg skal jeg virkelig pakke med, og så komme lidt B, eller?
Det er nøjeren, hvis vi taber den ude i midt i hvert fald.
Ja, det er fint.
Jeg kan godt
Prøv at tage B, eller vi igen her.
Kigger midt. Skyd. Højre.
Højre.
Jeg dinger hej på den, ja.
Jeg tog midt nu. Tæt midt. Hvor spawn?
Okay, Aqua's let off the leash. Aqua is wet and wild. He's ready to go.
Dude,
He's had enough.
I don't know about you. I've been waiting to see this guy looking
Yeah,
like this. Right? Aqua,
yeah.
look at him, mate. Hair tied back. Little
the
ponytail.
ponytail.
Loving it like this, mate.
They just line up, man. It doesn't get much easier, does it? Sprays look really good right now. And then he pushes T-spawn. Ah, man like Aqua. This is what we wanted. We were really disappointed in Season 2 that, you know, obviously he had to lead and that was something else. But, yeah, individually he struggled a lot more. And those odds are now getting even more out of control in favor of Big. 1.57. And a lot of that is Aqua, 13-5 and multi-killing all the traps.
That's what I was going to say, right? Parry match, they've seen Aqua showing up to play today. And those 1.57 odds flipping back the other way.
This
Sin
is nice, yeah.
back on his push down here at B ramp.
Ugh.
Getting the better of Mister and going on to double up. Mate, these lurks from Ultex are normally what kind of give you options if you're Astralis talent, right? Problem is, right now, they can't really establish the game plan that we know they like. Oftentimes, what they want is attention at ramp, take some ramp control, have Ultex working a late B and getting real estate, right? Actually moving up the ramp. At the moment, they're never surviving that crossing at B. The ramp plays are oftentimes, you know, if it's being fought by Big Omen Academy, it's getting shut down. Whenever they give them space, normally it is with the intent to set up and play retake, and that normally means they're not like over-rotating either. They're not giving you these picks at A ramp that force that B player, you know, to have to switch it up and play construction, watch both mid and B. You know, they're the kind of situations where Astralis thrive. If they're able to get that opener at ramp, if they're able to take that control and jiggle around the defense, that's where we're going to see them look their best. And so I'm hoping that this AWP in Breeze's hands, that can be the catalyst for these opening kills. It's going to need to be.
Yeah, you're running out of options here. Hyped is even peeking above this B smoke. Oh, Altex doesn't know what's about to hit him, but he is at least taking his time. Sin has not been playing trigger discipline either. He's just been taking the kill immediately down on B, and I almost respect that. No way it can go wrong. You guarantee you at least go 1 for 1, and he's always getting more. All right, here's the AWP. It's a late A take. Mr. Lurking Mid, this is pretty normal. He's just turned around. Oh, Aqua doesn't know though. Oh, did he see something? He looks pretty aware, and he's going to hear that go out. So Mr. now walking into the unknown, and Aqua's just gotten here. Now you know you're getting flanked as well. Altex will turn around to deal with it, and Aqua is very ballsy to go down ladder. Despite this, he gets the kill
He should
anyway.
not get away with two.
There's no way he should get away with two.
No.
There's no way he should even go down ladder, but he's done it anyway, and he's gotten out like a bandit.
I mean, hell, dude, like, he's clearly missing Season 1 Aqua,
Yeah.
and so he was like, you
So
know
will
what?
we.
He's coming back, man. And in so many of these rounds that Big Omen Academy have won, he's been there putting up 3+ kills to get it over the line.
Mate,
So
this is our most competitive season yet. I mean, that goes without saying, right? All the teams are getting better, but with Spirit as well looking good, with VP looking as good as they are, with Navi
even
coming
like
in, who
Eternal Fire's
start-
entry looked really quite
Yeah.
impressive in day one.
There's so many reasons to be hyped about Season 3, and well, Aqua is giving us a lot on his own. Still big. It's not like there's a weak chain, a weak link on this chain in the A site. Crimbo's going to get mollied out of default, but with smokes down, Big have room to maneuver. 4 players here right now. Re-aggro onto Fessor, and it's only Vigo left up. He's wide, but not for long. Kills Aqua on a rotate, and quickly traded.
Yeah, you know, Big Omen Academy, it's screaming to me they've done their research right here. So consistently they're flushing out these positions that Astralis talent like to lurk into. You know, while Altex is a common sight to behold,
Ooh.
lurking at that B-bomb site, you know, Mr. is also known for his mid-lurking, so...
Even how Aqua goes down that ladder, man, he's climbing the right side of the ladder so that the player below couldn't see him come down. Like, typically you're going to see someone's back there, especially their backpack on those CT models. No, like, he perfectly manipulates his model to get down that ladder. So even the little details go such a long way in a game like this. Astralis talent just on Deeks now. It's a throwaway round. They've got armor, they've got a reason to fight, but it's again the 3-1-1. This time the 3 is in middle. It's more often than not Mr. lurking here alone. Vess is trying to find an opener there now. And Altex has gotten out B stairs. Sin has granted him that. But Crimbo's just looking to give away middle, drop some util as he spots them come out. Doesn't want to get D'd. You can get timed on these peaks, but nope. It works in his favor. Molly Con. They smoked them in to be anyway, so yeah, Big are completely denying this. I love how passive they're playing on an anti-eco, but that entry has come into B.
Yeah, that's really nice out of Breezer. This is one of the better spots that Astralis talent have actually been in. Aqua didn't realize that Breezer had gotten quite so deep, and if kills don't come in soon, this might just have to be a save.
Oh.
Astralis talent looking to make their cleanest round yet. An eco. Oh, I mean, yeah, you lose Fessor. Oh, hang on a moment. Don't give them a reason to go for this. They were definitely saving in the in their 2-on-5. Now, suddenly they're like, well, you know, we've got money. Like, we may as well see what we can do. Luckily enough, Vigo's Deagle. Not going to let them back in. And that save call will be recommitted to by Big Omen Academy. Getting out of there with the AWP is hyped. Astralis talent onto a 4th. And that was really nice. You know, Breezer fast up into the B site. They weren't ready for it. It's a really nice 1D to open up. He goes on to deal with Aqua, something that no one else has been able to do. Even though Astralis win that round, that's not, you know, it's a weird one. Whenever you win an eco, if you've been struggling in the rifles, it's like a double-edged sword. Because on one hand, you're like hyped up. You're going, all right, boys, we just did it with Deagles. You know, now we're sitting... Hello. Now we're sitting, you know, with all the firepower we need. So we should be able to get this done. But it's like, at the same time, you played that round like you had nothing to lose in a way, right? Like, it's not the same as you're going to approach your rifles, you'd like to think. You know, you're going to be a bit slower, going to be a bit more methodical. And for guys like Altex and Mr. who are on these lurking roles, that is how they approach it a lot of the time. I would say when you look at Altex towards B, he's never taking an opening fight there. Usually, it's like a really delayed sneak walk up the ramp to try and find that space. I think that pacing is what's giving a Big Omen Academy all this room to work with. Think about the aggression we've seen at B, in mid. You know, they're shutting these lurks down and never really letting them create the space or find the opportunities that they're used to finding.
Ooh.
There's another opener. And this is normally where the best work is done in these lurk rounds out of Altex. So suddenly I think he's been given a lot more room to work with here.
Well, yeah, now Big having to shuffle players over. The mid player leaning back to A. Still got his eyes on it, but playing timings. Breezer just got a blind smoke shot on the angle of top ramp, and they flash hyped back in. They're going to hear that. Astralis know. They've even got him trapped with a molly, but no one's peeking off the molly. You'd like to see that. No, someone playing with a util. That could have been a freebie.
I kind of like that they don't peek right now, because I think at the minute you're just hoping that one of these other guys can be the next point of contact, right? I think if you give up the 4-on-4, that's where you're in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, Altex, yeah, look, that's what they were waiting for, him to do his B walk. But Sin just never leaves it, right? No. And with good reason. You know what's coming your way. I mean, they've tried it every single round. This is their bread and butter on this map, having that late push up B stairs, and it's a consistent source of a kill right now.
Well, talking of source of a kill, Breezer could be the guy to provide yet again. He's got the AWP up on short side. Aqua's re-aggressed. Aqua's quick, but AWP, man, easy gun, so to say. Molly trying to trap Aqua, the flash back in, and this is awkward. Oh, Aqua actually bails out. He runs through the Molly. He says, you want it? Have it. I'll keep the 4-on-4. You got 20 seconds, and not providing a pick here is massive for Big. They can try and deny the plant if things get really close. Boost going up and over. Orp on top looking for an angle, but Crimbo gets spammed on the rotate. Luckily, Aqua will respond. Blind shots in through for either team, and Astralis settle back into what has been good in the past, these post plants on A.
Flash goes over. Now they start to move in. Everyone on ramp for Astralis Talent. There is a short wrap coming in for Big Omen Academy. Sin moving up the short side. Timing's everything for him here. There's one at the ramp. Oh, the turnaround from Vigo. Maybe not come across, just focused on dealing with these site players. Tunnel visioned.
Those silences, man.
Yeah.
You never know. Sometimes you don't realize until it's too late. It doesn't click. And also, you're getting double face from sight, and they've tapped the bomb. That's so unlucky for Breezer, man. He's on that really high angle over boost. Really good angle to fight with the AWP. And then he gets flashed off by Aqua, who jumps up. Breezer then stops considering it. And Big are so slow and methodical on that retake. A lot better than last time, which was ugly.
Honestly, I hope this kind of comes as like... I kind of want Big Omen Academy to win this in the hope that it sets a bit of a precedent. It comes as like a bit of a warning.
You want to stop
Astralis,
seeing
like,
Astralis pick Vertigo? Is that
yeah, honestly, like because also, even if they were winning it all the time, that would be one thing. Then I would like fully understand. You know, then it's even more understandable. They normally get it close, but it's like even if you were winning and you made it all the way to, you know, like LAN finals, well, you've only played one map. You know, like, what are you going to do when you get into the best of threes? You know, like
it goes both ways because you
don't
can
get me
argue
wrong.
that's
I know you can say it's good because they're not going to be able to anti-strat. You haven't shown anything, but also you don't know if anything works. It's a double-edged sword. You know, it's like, don't get me wrong, you're a big question mark. But
to yourself.
Exactly, like you yourselves don't even know where your limits lie, kind of vibe, right?
Point.
So
good point. Yeah, it's a bit scary. It's a little bit scary. I feel like, especially, you constantly bring up this Altex point. I'll close it with one more. Like, at this point in the game, I know we've seen Aqua push mid a bit, but otherwise, like, Big shouldn't really be going for, like, B flanks or anything crazy. I think the precedent is set enough that you don't just have to fall into this 3-1-1 every single gun round, which is what they've done every gun round so far. You could put more numbers in middle, you could put more numbers in A. I don't think you're going to get flanked on B. You might get walked on ladder, but that's a whole different kettle of fish. So, yeah, maybe the precedent is set.
Exactly. You've got this B guy waiting there every single round till he sees a player, essentially.
Yeah.
This is actually looking like they might change it up a bit now and just go, all right, boys, look, it's not the most big brain call, just all go up A.
Imagine.
Sin
Imagine the one round they don't. The one round they do exactly what we want, and Sin has the answer.
Well, I'm pretty sure there was a pause there. That felt like a big old little break in between rounds. There might have been. I'm just guessing.
Yes.
But
Sin's holding on for the moment, but that's a late activate maybe. Good push up. Aqua's traded. Does Process want to double down? Yes, he will. Dipping in yet again, and he's walking. This is nice. That smoke.
Dude, Sin has committed to the flank, by the way. While all this is happening. That wraparound has come in, and he's got a lot of real estate, so at this point you know they're trapped on ramp. Sin is just playing the long game. I love this position he's in. It's really nasty. If you look into the wall, it obscures your gun barrel. That's the thing that can give you the way the most. Look at that, right? And you hold this little pixel gap on the right-hand side. Now, it does mean you have to flick around, and if they're checking you, you're in a bit of trouble, but you just hope that they discount it, right?
Yeah, it's very grimy. Astralis go quiet though, and even at this point, you can be committed on the AAA because, you know, right now in Elevator Hyped is watching Con to B, and Sin saying, look, no one's even stairs on B. I can late flank. Crimbo the boost, and there's no one to clear him. Breeze is going short, but it's going to be the rifles up first, so Crimbo's surely got a kill here, if not both, and there they are. Now checking short out, Flick won't connect, and Breeze is gone. 9-4, and some beautiful holds from Big right now in this A site, even with the switch up from Astralis, leaving that B, the B and mid lurk alone. It's not going to be enough. Big right now are looking pretty good on this map, I gotta say. Astralis, are there any solutions near the end of the half? They need something on this T side. Just a bit to lean on. You saw that mid to B pistol, it was kind of nice. Harder to run in the gun round, definitely, but might see some more mid action here. 3 men wandering their way through. And again, Big have so much ramp control. You've got to carry this short one way. Anyone can climb up. Crimbo's come in to help. And Merry Crimbo to those, you know, where it is Christmas right now. It is here in Kiev.
Our second Christmas.
Yeah, we're so lucky.
Yeah, man. Got 2 of them.
Damn. Mid util going over, and here's the flash up. Perfect timing, but it's traded. At least info that it's more than a one-man mid hold. Hyped is going to move over to stop B, but I say stop. There's not really much he can do behind this smoke. Astralis coming to him at least. Oh, he's gone through. Not even considering it. Both players watching B, and then Sin just gives up mid-spray. This is a weird round where maybe some miscom has come.
Oh, but the bomb just dropped on middle.
Ruh-roh.
That's a disaster. This could have been a round for Astralis talent, and it still can be. Crimbo having to decide, do I play bomb? Do I play for the kills towards B? With that smoke down, he's a little bit nervous. And will retrieve the package from middle. And now he hears them dropping down as well. Knows that plant's coming in. Nade does good damage. Vigo, very, very low from it. One shot's all that's needed. And it's an ace for Vigo. All 5, he makes it happen. Just one man. Doing it all for Astralis talent.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there for Big, because, you know, obviously Hyped realized he couldn't cover the mid to B because he got smoked off, but then he sits gens and he's watching B main with his teammate. No one's even looking at mid to B. Meanwhile, in Elevator, Big have got to be saying, yeah, I'm smoked off. They can climb con right now. Like, we can't stop them. It's not like Big had a molly on it like they've done in the past. So I think, yeah, maybe some miscom, a misunderstanding from Hype. All he has to do is hold his con angle, and suddenly that round is a very different one. Nice shots for Vigo, though. We needed some bare bones T rounds at the end of the half here for Astralis, and they're still on for a possible 9-6er. See if they can get there. Sin's been mollied, but oh, jumping up. It's a messy Galil spray. He's tucked in the corner, dinked in through it. Aqua comes in to help him out, and if Sin survives, that is highway daylight robbery from Big. He went back. He went back to it. Madman. That's the last thing you expect. 5 on 3, and time to just pummel this B site and hope for the best.
Yeah, you've seen 2 now. You're calling for these rotations, and Big are going to get here in time. That's the bomb drop now, you know. And Fessa is throwing into this one all alone. Doesn't have utility to play with. Nothing to get these guys out into the open or force gunfights to get the AWP off of angles.
Ooh.
That nade chunky as well. It's just getting worse and worse, more and more unlikely for Fessa by the second. And even as he tries to deal with this sight man, there were so many more left to swing if that didn't go his way.
Dude, this Big Omen Academy team definitely is right under the right org of Big. Their utility is so good. Think about some of the HE grenades you see in this game, because it's funny, Harry, in all the Astralis matches we've seen, one thing they've actually been really good at is tapping the bomb when they go for plants. Say they have the A execute, they tap the bomb, and then they move out, and they wait for the nades. But in those like Navi games and those NIP games, they never got the nades. No one ever threw them. This game, Astralis have no longer faked the bomb, and they are getting dunked on both bomb sites. They have been killed planting on both sides, or at least put down low on B. Like, Big have got really nice lineups that they are just playing for right now. And yeah, Aqua's obviously having a hell of a game, 22 and 10. this is a masterclass for Big. Astralis, though, at the same time, 5 rounds is fine. Let's see if they can do anything with it. It will fall on a pistol, but right now it's not end of the road, but for a team that only plays this map so far, you kind of need more. Ooh.
Yeah, parry match odds, they've slipped massively in favor of Big, 1.17 to 4.7 in their favor. I can get behind that. I think that's pretty easy to justify at this point in time. You know, the big worry for me is if Astralis Talent don't win the pistol, they might never really even get to have much of a CT half. And this is where, you know, I think for guys like Breezer especially, who's had a bit of a mare, you know, this is where he normally does his best work on that AWP. So it would be a crying shame if we don't get much of a CT side out of them.
What have Big got to show us then? Let's find out. We're going to jump in their TS with the boys. Auf geht's, Junge!
Yep.
Ego Run Boosted zu Step?
Ja.
Aber was gehört?
Nee, gar nichts. Also müssen wir mit der
Noch schon
Aggressive
B
Setup
drin.
aufpassen. Ja, Elias auch
Denke,
bei
die
dir
schleichen
ran.
A dann. Smoke kommt.
Und? Oh.
Zwei Triple. Astralis Flash kommt.
So.
Gandhi.
Gandhi
Ding. Default. Y.
Squad. Down.
Gandhi. Kann ich low B drin. Tief B ist er
Ist okay,
reingegangen.
ja.
Reload. David hat ihn.
Ja, kannst du
Mega.
legen.
Liegt aber Anti hinten.
Los, ich hab Gandhi-Flash für die Gandhi-Flash.
Down.
Mann, Alter.
Geile Piste.
They don't even wait for the flash, no time.
That was a really nice strategy, man. I've not seen that one before. Right, so let's break that down. There was the little boost to get a player up into like T-spawn ledge. You might be wondering why they're doing that. If you ran that would take forever, but you want it timed with the mid to B split. That nade from spawn then goes through into elevator and blocks off the angle for a very, very fast mid to B. And I've not seen someone call that before. So that's a really nice strategy out of Big Omen Academy.
The reason it's so good as well, it's not like you're just going out into mid to throw the smoke.
Exactly,
so
that's
no one
the
even
problem.
knows. Like, no one even sees you. If Astralis are mid early, like often you'll just sit mid early in the pistol. No one's there. I can like lean back. If you were to do that, there wasn't anyone mid. You know, you wouldn't even know what the play is. Maybe you'd see that smoke from spawn. Maybe you think it's an A take, as that's more often the play. Oh dear, this is full eco, even with a boost. You're gonna get rolled. They go with a shot off the unsilenced Usp, but not much more. And a couple of nice kills. Astralis took all their silencers off, and they got a couple of kills. But that is it. 12 to 5. And like, you know, you just compare that strat from Big to what we've seen from Astralis.
Yeah.
I know it's a pistol. You're going to come up with something gimmicky, but even so, that's, it just shows that, Big are prepared. They're not surprised that Vertigo came through today.
Yeah. I mean, dude, gimmick pistols are the strongest rounds to use gimmicks in, you know, like, because it isn't just, you know, not only is there way less to try and counter little gimmicks like that in a pistol, right? You know they're not going to have something like a mid Molotov or a mid smoke to slow you down, or at least that's what the odds are. But on top of that, it has, you know, these rippling effects for the next few rounds. So you only win one from it, but in reality, you're getting like 2, 3 on the back of one gimmick that you've used in one round. So yeah, no, really, really nice. I've not really seen that kind of pistol round innovation out of any other team in the league so far. So very, very cool. Big Omen Academy, much like the main Big squad, those guys were always known for being innovators.
Yeah. No, this is just super impressive gameplay right now. 12 to 5, and they get the A ramp opener off with the Vitality boost. So it's going to get worse before it gets better for Astralis. They've got to do it blind. A man down. Backing out of mid is Mister, but look who just got to mid. All of Big grouped up, and this little A fake thrown in by Process has done its job. Walking into the unknown, and he's probably not ready for 3 players swung out wide as this mid to B comes through. Altex is all that stands in the B-bomb site, and he won't be standing for long. 5 on 2, and if you're Astralis, you should probably save. But really, at this point in the game,
mate,
will it matter?
We're 3 rounds into the second half. Big have gone mid twice in this. They are one of the only teams I've seen play Vertigo so far that actually utilize this mid area consistently and know how to do it well. I love that they don't telegraph mid. For me, that is the defining characteristic of this side of the map, right? The moment you start lobbing those little window flashes on a mid peak, that's just like begging to get triple peaked. You know, it's very, very easy to have one of your A players sit elevator, be in a position to rotate either which way, have your B player take up a position over towards con. You know, you can cover all your bases with mid. On the CT side, all you need is the info that it's a mid play. And when you contact it like Big Omen Academy did there, you know, you saw what happened to Astralis. They peaked mid early, no noise, no nothing. They go probably not middle because teams don't really take middle all too often. And then Big just silent walk out. It's honestly so strong, and it really surprises me that we don't see teams do it more. Even if you don't launch your entire strat off of a mid pick, it's a very consistent area to get that opener.
Yeah, no, these big boys are deserving of the chains around their necks right now. Absolute gangsters, Harry. 13-5, and Astralis have bought around the save. It's a good buy, but it might also be a good buy if Big have their way. The little, we call that the Forester, but it's a smoke, not a flash. Popping into B, trying to get rid of a Molotov. That's a nice start. Altex has killed Crimbo at B. But what will Big do now a man down? If anything, I'm more interested to see how they play up against the odds. Could get this boost up, either one of them. Altex is back on Tetris, and he even has support. Baiting for him is Breezer. Ooh, he's shooting before the boost, so now he might discount it as long as they make no noise. Oh, the head pokes. He just goes right for it, waits for no flash, and somehow gets the wallbang.
No, that's ludicrous.
From his perspective, that's a very hard kill to get.
Yeah.
You can only see the head. And look, it's so much easier for a CT to win that fight.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Right? Like, Sin shouldn't be winning that. The fact that he gets out basically scot-free, and now they reboost him again. Dude, Sin does this a lot. His whole mantra is like, bro, they're never going to expect getting peaked from the same place twice. Like, who actually does that in pro play? XD.
Well, this time they've actually got a flash. He still doesn't wait for it, but he's going to pop into the bomb site with it. Breezer backside is nice. They are not going to check this, especially with Mister in the way. Mister steals it. Molly fired. Oh, it's come through, but he's peeking ahead of it, and the Molly missed. This is getting a bit weird now. Fessel's moved in for a frag. Aqua trying to kill mid-rotates, but no one wins their fights there for Big. Astralis on the board, and they save their bacon for now.
Yeah, Astralis, they needed that round. They really, really did. You know, that would have been their money broken up against 14 if that doesn't go their way. So the fact that they're able to not only win it, but keep it relatively clean in the process is going to prove to be pretty valuable further down the line.
Almost shot his teammate in the head with the AWP there. That would have been something. Seeing kills like it. Fessa, he was... Oh dear. Forget the point. Big are trying to pummel B, but they actually leave it right away. They show a couple of players and then they walk back to that A side. So going back to Fessa, often really good at entering on this T side up ramp. He had a bit of a quiet game today. Let's see if he can hold on CT.
See, this big, like, blue tarp box at B ramp, you can actually boost on top of to get, like, a nice sight fight angle. Never see teams do it.
Where?
The box at B ramp. You saw Connor Gervin do it the other day. Scrawny. Come on, Hugo.
I don't know what... B ramp?
Yeah, B stairs. Yeah, whatever you want to call it.
As a T or a CT?
T. There's one box at ramp. It's
on
a
top
huge
of
box.
that. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty... Yeah, you got to clear back quad and you got to clear Tetris. And I feel like everyone's playing those spots in this game. Sure. That is a cool idea. I've actually not seen that before, other than that game, yeah. Now we have this A contact, 30 seconds. Fess is here.
Yeah, flashed in.
Oh.
Playing anti-were these players up at ramp. Missed his flank. Shut down. 20 seconds, you do have to commit to the A play. And so Astralis have at least got everyone here. They're going to have to fight ahead of the smokes. The bomb in alone. No one there to back it up. Vigo good for 3 kills in the blink of an eye, and this has gone disastrously wrong for Big Omen Academy.
It's all Vigo.
Lovely little hold out of Vigo there over towards the A bomb site. He knows that the only way to win that is by fighting. They play ahead of where that smoke wall would have landed. Oftentimes, you'll see someone kind of get maybe 2 out of that before they're traded, but not Vigo, mate. Guys just built different.
Vigo, I mean, he's had a hell of a game, right? The ace and now the 3K locking down this ace site, and maybe that can give a second win to Astralis. 2 rounds in a row, they break the money big. It's back to Glocks. Suddenly you're believing again. Not that far behind. The score doesn't tell the full story. Big nade. Ooh, careful. Gonna get a haircut hyped. Trust me, if I jump enough, he'll run out of A1S ammo and then we'll win. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't even get to use it. Back to the pistol, Fessa doubles, and it's a USP to shut it down. Good flashes over the top from Astralis talent, and 8 rounds on this CT side now. Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, Hyped is going to now bring his AWP back into play. You can imagine it's going to be a bit of a task for him to try and deal with this pesky AWP on the other side. You know, didn't really have the impact it wanted to in this round, but he still got the kills, didn't he? Just with the USP right at the very end. Oh, Breeza repositioning, taking it middle. Hype there as well. It's about to be an AWP head-to-head in this opening mid-fight. I'm glad that Big are going back to middle. As I said, I think this is a good spot to try and get these opening kills, but Astralis talent are running a double setup, and because Big Omen Academy have often played this contact, it's just dry fights into the AWP. Aqua does not want to follow up with a peek, and so that kill goes untraded. Good timing on Breeza to choose now to reposition and get proactive in middle.
Yeah, both of them leave as well. Mister won't even stay on that box. He doesn't want to get a follow-up frag, doesn't want to get traded. Oh, tick of the molly. Gives it away. Astralis know the top ramp is controlled by Big. What will they do with that information? We have seen these flash peeks back in from players like Vessel, but right now no one wants to make a play happen. The Rushly, the one way's in. Not going to go and peek with it. 5 and 4 and just using the clock to their advantage. It's what worked in that previous A attack, right? When time was low and Vigo tripled up on short side. It's going to be the same. Big need to get there before the time is a problem. 40 seconds as they crawl up ramp. That smoke will last till 25. Then Big will have to go.
Oh, they're going to go ahead of it. Throw down, not the complete wall. They only have that one to go in for the time being. Bombs thrown across. Someone else is to plant. Aqua doesn't want to push up with the AWP. And so that's left Crimbo in the site alone. That molly is burning him. That molly gonna whittle him down, but he does get the bomb planted in his dying breath. Trying to set up Sin and Aqua to clutch this one. Now only Aqua, not normally the AWPer. And so he's shut down, and it is a long way down for him. Wait, Anne, is that Maui over there, I see?
When's the parachute going to pop? Guys? Guys?
Oh, that felt like a dream. You know, you wake up right before you hit the ground.
Oh. Hey, Process did his best there, but Astralis on the retake, able to get it done. All right, this game is getting naughty now, Harry. It's no longer the Big Omen Academy show. Astralis have got more in store for us in this CT half. Big, they've got their homework on the desks, though.
Look, mate, if your money's low, here's how you do it.
All right.
You stay away from ramp. Hellhole. Hellhole with pistols. It can be fun. Normally hell. You take a bit of a mid-swing, right? Maybe you leave 2 players down at B ramp. Maybe you go 3 out middle. Try to win that opening fight. Try to just spill over con. Nice little mid to B. You can be very, very fast with that.
Hey, you don't need to tell Big to go mid to B with the pistols. That's how they open this map. And still, despite, you know, a bit of a resurgence here for Astralis, Big still hold those parry match odds pretty favorably. So it's not a worry yet. 4 in a row though, and this should be a 5th. I say should with bated breath.
Oh, it's beautiful, Hugo, mate. They love it. I'm in the coach's mind. A Big Omen Academy. Here they come. Woohoo!
Oh,
straight over con. This is what we wanted, baby.
God.
Mid to B's. Oh yeah. It's everybody's favorite Vigo. Trying to hold the line. The bomb cut loose over in middle. This is a little bit awkward. And oh my God, Big Omen Academy. They've got to come back in over connector. Vess is actually taking control of mid back. This is a nice response out of Astralis talent, right? Realizing that that bomb got dropped in amidst all this chaos. But it's still not an easy round to navigate. Can't stress that enough. Mid having to hold every contingency is a stressful time.
This is super nice for Hyped. Oh, he's going to get aim punched, but I like the idea just to peel back. You've done this so early in the round, and yes, it sucks you've lost the bomb, but you have so much room to make Astralis start caring. Have they walked through A? Are they resetting spawn? You don't know. Astralis have to consider every option.
I love the move from fessa to retake mid. I'll address why in just a moment because we're about to have this fight happen as they try to regain the bomb. They actually get it. Oh no, don't run forward. The Mac 10 of Sin actually drops the bomb even further towards Astralis talent.
Yoink, downgrade.
Process gonna trade out the AK for the Mac and get out of there with the bomb.
Run. Oh, Crimbo, he might have been heard, but he's not here to kill fessa on the rotate. Fessel's coming in with a bit of silence, a bit of surprise, and timings are being missed by either which team. Fessel's got into the site. Where's the plant for? Is it default? That means that CT player is going to be a bit on their own right now.
Yeah.
Fessel's clearing short, but this is the last thing the Process expects. He's really slipped the net.
Process really can't afford to die now. It's a wide default plan, right? It's both ramp and somewhat CT, but
okay.
That kill's guaranteed. Crimbo, he can still watch the bomb from here. It's going to be a little trickier than normal, but he should be golden. On it, sticking the defuse. Crimbo can't see him fully, but he will nail it on that swing with just enough time left. Big Omen Academy get to 14. I loved everything about that, man. There were a lot of nice details there. So I loved that Big Omen Academy, they went for the mid to be. They do well to recover it and save the round. The nice detail that I kind of wanted to point out was fessa's re-aggression in middle to deal with the one player there is massive. Having to hold both construction, CT, elevator, and you know, main is horrific. So they clear that out, similar to pushing Hut and retaking that on a map like Nuke, for example. Sure. But let's go sit in the team speaks. Let's listen to the comms of Big Omen Academy.
Oh, dann.
AWP B. Ist der weg, glaube ich. Ich gehe auf Generator. Ja. Ja, wo bin ich?
Jetzt tust du es?
Ja, sind jetzt Justus angekommen, noch nicht ready, aber. Ja, perfekt. Okay, wir sind ready.
Ready?
Ja.
Let's go. Ich kann die 1.
Entry kommt. Zweite kommt.
Generator, Triple noch.
Hab
nur Triple. Window.
Blend.
Triple, hit, links hit.
Er ist immer noch Triple.
Triple down.
Richtig. Nice. Kann die gemondert?
2 Smokes. Ich resmoke rechts, okay?
Ja, chill.
Halt
Chill nicht gerade.
Blitz.
Dann geht
okay.
Für dich.
Triple Player.
2 ist die an.
Nice, Ray. Unlucky.
Nice defense for Astralis there, and yeah, even though Big come in with a little round here and there on eco, it's still going to be Astralis trying to pull this long old comeback. Even so, you can see these XX for Big are really well practiced and clearly been doing dry runs on them because Sin's pathing is lovely with the Mac 10. We have a Molly quad, Molly default, double flash over gens. AWP is so blind, and the Mac 10 just goes hard right as he gets in. But still going to be Astralis defending well and holding on to this game by the skin of their teeth. Up against 14. Never comfortable, but still winnable in reg, and that's all that matters. Smoke on the short side. Big are going to crawl up with it. Vessel can't do anything about it, but he's got to care that Process doesn't just swing him here. Breezer cannot cover. So Figo backs up. Fess is ready with nades, but he can still get walked on right now. Crimbo's very, very close. They haven't mollied sandbags until now. Swinging out Vigo. They're not even looking at him. I don't think they realize where he's come from, where he's going, and he's got a double before he dies. Still, Breezer on short with the orb. They haven't even worked out yet. Smoke only now fading. Astralis run, or Big rather, run their execute, but can they get in?
Well, suddenly Breeze is like left on this little island. Yeah. It's very, very good that he's able to deal with Hype there, because that's how the round spirals out of control. With him at least going 1-for-1, it's left to Sin. He's got 50 seconds. He would need the ace to win this round for Big Omen Academy. Astralis talent going to group up in the elevator position. Just looking to play this one together. They know that on a numbers game, that's how they win it. No info available either. You don't know where these players have gotten to. You're worried about the flank. You're worried that even going back to get the bomb, someone could have crept out to boost. All of these positions having to be re-cleared by Sin again as he attempts to recommit. And all of this is wasted precious time. It's going to hit a point where they know that when he's tapping in those numbers, he won't be faking it. He has to plant eventually if he wants to have a chance at winning the round. And so now they look to swing it together, both moving in. And there's Altex with the denial. 11th on the board for Astralis Talent. Very well played in the 2v1. They never really gave the room to let that round get out of hand.
Yeah, the nade was nice as well. Really slowed him down when he tried to rush back in there, or re-peek rather, from default. Astralis 11. Slow and steady, warming in. Their T-side may have been lacking, but it might not matter in the long run. I'm willing to believe. Big Spy isn't going to be pretty if they go for it. They'll have the bare bones, they'll have AKs, but as far as util goes, it's going to be lacking. So, yeah, a little half buy here. Save some for later. Bigo still spearheading this comeback. It didn't really matter earlier on when Astralis didn't have the rounds to play with, but now at the forefront of this game. Breezer with a deep peek and a blind shot to find nothing. Big taking their time to come up A, even lurking out middle with the Deegs and the bomb.
Yeah, I really like this call from Big Omen Academy. I think showing presence at A ramp to try and draw that elevator swing player away, reinforce the A site, and then go back to a late mid to B. I love it as a decision. I think it's very, very strong with pistols like this. And there's Aqua securing that opening frag. This time, the rest of the gang get over with that bomb for the B play. They know they've got Altex trapped. He's able to get away with a bit more damage, but that's really the extent of it. Smoke on the bomb. Crimbo out in the open. But he will get away with a plant at least.
Oh, these smoke spams. Which site is it again? Someone remind me. Low on ammo. Sin with the D. Finally gets a bullet in. And Aqua's been seen on double. Surely that's called over from one of Breeze's teammates. He should be ready. And he is. Sin now back at stairs. Bit of spam, but this plant isn't good for Sin. He's going to have to swing pretty damn wide. Breezer now knows Molly. He could stick it if he wants. Smoke on the bomb. Takes a good angle as well. And there's almost nothing Sin can do. He's trying to find it. He's spamming, but he does not know the angle. Lovely work from Breezer to get on that bomb.
Mate, so that's so awkward. That's such a sad
to think
way.
How the plant came in. Right?
Yeah, well, because Crimbo goes to plant default, the molly comes in. You can't question him getting off, right? He would have died. But as soon as that molly pops, Aqua actually smokes the bomb anyway.
At that point, he's committed.
And Crimbo was already committed to the wide plant. He didn't want to die, you know, and have no plant to work with. But it's such a shame. It's one of those things where because he just already decided he was going to move, as that, you know, I'm smoking the molly call comes in, the plant ends up way too wide. That's not even something you can really explain to the last man in the heat of the moment, right? How on earth are you meant to tell Sid, yeah, it's in a spot that no one plants in, you're like kind of far right. No, not there, not there. And just a bit more right, up, no.
I mean, Breezer literally couldn't die unless Sin got up.
He would have to go on the railing, right? Yeah, exactly.
So it was never going to happen. Astralis are doing it right now. They are giving us a reason to believe. They are showing the work that they've put into their Vertigo. The CT side is tantalizing.
Yeah, I think, you know, a big part of this Astralis talent kind of turnaround is that these A-holds have been really, really impressive. I think a team like Young Ninjas with some of the executes they were able to throw against Astralis probably got them up to speed very, very quickly with how to play ahead of this smoke wall. Now they're kind of consistently winning ramp fights, and as I go to say that, we actually have one going the other way. It's been a long time coming, finding this opener at A ramp, and you've not often gotten away with it.
It's been deep smoked almost every single time. Breeze has barely been fighting it, he's just been spamming it, and so the first time Astralis don't smoke it, probably on purpose, because Breeze wants to take a fight, they're feeling confident, and that's when Hyped has the AWP. He hasn't had it much in this T-half. But that's massive. Sin trying to stop B aggro. He doesn't see. What a nice angle for Altex. No idea that he's tucked here. But it could go both ways. Sin going to keep his eyes on the prize.
Problem is, mate, if you're Sin and you're walking up, by the time you get to a spot where you can clear this, you're probably going to be looking at that top rail, right? At the wood spam spot. Luckily enough, they both miss each other.
Altex going to fall for the B lurk. He's taken mid, so the rest of Astralis can lean heavy A. They know with that pick, that's likely going to be the end goal. Sin is working B. And now he's finally moved into lurk up through the backline. This is massive, especially big throw and smokes to keep players here. No, Sin's throwing and execute himself on B, only to leave. Now Astralis have been pulled out of the true goal, which is that A site. Bigger grouping, 29 seconds. There's only 2 CTs here.
Yeah, there's also only 2 Ts though, right? They've got to come up the ramp for the rest of the gang. Now they're all here, but this has wasted a lot of time. The effectiveness of that fake is nullified as everyone from Astralis Talent is back in this A-bomb site in time. Vigo does what he can. You thought it was enough there. You thought he'd gone above and beyond, but a plant still coming in. It will get denied with the spam. It's chaos. And a save for Aqua, a save he didn't even really want to commit to. 13 for Astralis Talent. And dude, that's such a shame that Big Omen Academy just didn't have the numbers at that A-bomb site to hit while the going was good.
Yeah, I mean, that one way wins them the round, to be honest, for Vigo. Like, he drops that smoke on default. He's got a lineup right there, a little gap through it. And even though he's flashed perfectly, just shoots, man. He knows they're up close. What can you even do? Hyped had to plant in another ridiculous spot. And if there's one thing you can give a lot of credit to Astralis for, is they have been holding on to their util until the final few seconds, right? With these late executes on both sides. Think about, I think it was Breezer in the 1v1 on B, had a molly and a smoke for that defuse. That util combo wins him the round. Right there, a molly on default again for Astralis at 10 seconds. If that molly doesn't come down, Bigger in a 2-on-2 with the post plant. So everything to do with grenades, while it was amazing as well for big CT side dunking these plants, Astralis are one-upping them massively.
Yeah, I think something that a team like Young Ninjas was better at doing was baiting out some of this utility. I would love to see like a double recommit into the A-bomb site. Sure. Throw the smoke wall, bait a bunch of util, make it look like a fake, and then just recommit with the smokes. I think something like that, it would almost be a perfect remedy to this, especially because a lot of the time you're not even having to throw that like corridor smoke to get up ramp.
Well, they are doing it. You're right. They don't have to, but they are.
They are doing it.
Every round, Big do 2 smokes. They do short smoke from spawn, and then they do the one way. They're like Nafany one way to get up short yellow. And even though Breezer has not orbed short once aggressively in this map, mainly because the smoke's coming in, but he doesn't even start. They doesn't even try. Yeah, Big could move into doing something like that. But again, this round they've done their traditional smokes. They have 2 left now, and so any execute has to be a commit.
Yeah, and that really is the biggest shame of it for me. You know, at least thankfully this time, if you kind of want a silver lining, it's that Astralis Talent don't have nades, don't have Molotovs. And so suddenly they can't disrupt this bomb plant. However, that does rely on you actually getting into the site for it to even be apparent. And getting past someone like Vigo has proved to be a real challenge right now.
Oh my goodness. Altex v Sin, the battle of B-lurkers has been going on all game, both halves. And I can't even tell who's winning. Vigo on default. That's a massive bait for Fessa. He can crouch as well. He's been tagged by the orb. Oh, Fessa almost got spotted. If he did buy an orb, he'd be dead, but the flash is perfect with no one covering Hyped. Fessa can even get out alive. There's a short commit. Vigo's not watching because he was flashing in, and now a man up are Big. They use their smokes deeper. Good shot from Breezer, but the bomb's still got to get planted thanks to the lack of util, like you said. Retakes on for Astralis. This is the hardest one yet.
Yeah, this is like, you know, your heart's kind of sinking into your chest a bit. You think, like, this has been a huge comeback for Astralis Talent, and it might all be for nothing. If this round doesn't come in, their money is on the line. They've got to give this a go, but they're putting everything they've got into it. Sin, good for the first. Tap on the bomb, and Mister's dead as well. It's just Breezer's orb. It needs to stay alive. It is going to be really the only weapon for them up against 15.
My goodness.
And that round there, a completely different round from Big Omen Academy. They don't telegraph the A play with the smokes. They don't give up the information that, yeah, this is an all-in assault at A. You've only seen that AWP take an attempt at the pick. And so these players at short were never known about.
Yeah, dude, that was just perfect. The 2 players were just running out short with no flash, no indication that was coming. Big had been going for ramp swings with XX smokes every round, and Vigo was just not even considering it. The timing he's not there is the timing they're out, and that really just kills him and Fessor on the site. Poor guys. Like, this has been such a nice comeback to watch, but it might all get snuffed out at the end. And Big, 30 kills deep on Aqua. looking like this game could just be in the palm of their hand. There is not a lot to work with. You've said it yourself. One gun, Breezer saved. Otherwise, you're looking at MP9s. You're looking at desperate times for the Danes. And you know Big are just calling, all right, just chill. Like, we have got them exactly where we want them. We have spent an entire game whittling away at their money and getting closer and closer. Well, now, not only are we at 15, but we're at our best opportunity to close this match out.
Exactly, right? And it is the golden opportunity. This is the easiest it's going to get.
Yeah.
And also for Breezer here, the pressure it's like a dice roll. You just need to hope you're in the spot to have impact with that orb. If it's left retaken, you're in for a bad time.
This is nice. Ooh, Festa pre-firing. He's going to leave though, but at least sets a bit of doubt in the mind of Big rather.
Okay.
Whether mid is controlled.
The orb being sandbags. Is about to get double naded. It's not the molly.
Boom.
So often that's what it is here, but
poor guy.
The double nades, and you know that with Breezer gone, that's the AWP removed. Now I hope they send Process to watch sandbags. He's leaving ramp right now. That's going to give the AWP back up, but it's all well and good. They're just trying to play numbers. They're trying to play this 5-on-4.
Fesser's got it. That's huge at least. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I feel like Big could have held on to that, but maybe they were expecting more control on ramp.
It just would have been cool because it kind of acts like bait. You know it's like their big ticket item. You know they're going to go for it. You hope that letting them get that AWP hasn't just cost you the round, and with Hype trading it out, it is retrievable for this player in rotation. Vigo and Ultex have to do it all. The MP9 swing picks up a double with help from Vigo. And even turning around, even ready for this wrap. Can't find the kill. It's only Ultex left. 1v2. Bomb lost in middle. But it's a guessing game as to where these players are. Ultex. Cleared by Process, and what a clear at that. Big Omen Academy, they do get it over the line. 16-13, it takes them a minute, but eventually they are the victors.
Look, I know we've been laughing at Vertigo a lot this event. That was the best Vertigo game yet. That was super entertaining. That was a game run by utility, some really nice. I think Big had some excellent executes on that T side. That was a super entertaining game, and actually I wouldn't be against watching Astralis again on that map. But we might have it. We'll have to wait and see. First our analyst, and before that a break. So stick with us for more Academy League.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much. They play, you win.
to 14, Big Omen Academy take this map. There was a moment when Astralis Sound was kind of close to maybe making a comeback, but in the end of the day, we see that the German team end up winning.
Another close loss for Astralis Talent, unfortunately. Felt like Big were the better team, though, I will say. I think Hugo and Harry said it pretty well. It was a good game of Vertigo. You know, there was some tense moments back and forth. Both teams won a couple of rounds they shouldn't have won. Both teams lost a couple of rounds they shouldn't have lost. And that is usually the recipe for a good and exciting match. That being said, though, this was, for me, you know, enough is enough for Astralis Talent. Like, they cannot continue to play Vertigo over and over and over again if that's the level. I know that they can justify it by saying, yeah, we had a couple of close losses. We almost beat Young Ninjas. But the fact of the matter is that you now played the same map 5 times in the same tournament and you only managed to win 1 close win. That's simply not good enough. So if I'm Astralis Talent right now, I am getting rid of Vertigo before it's too late. I'm definitely not playing it in my next matchup. And then depending on what the second map in this series is going to be, there's a chance still it could be Vertigo. It's not their choice. It's going to be Big's choice. So I don't even know at this point. I'm a little bit disappointed in Astralis Talent. It was a good fight. They played a decent game of Counter-Strike, but if they have any ambitions of making it out of this group or making it far in this tournament, they need to get rid of Vertigo and show us they can play on another map.
Agree with that, Pimp. I really do think that Astralis talent can't be satisfied with playing this map as repeatedly as they do, and the fact is that they just really don't have much of a T side to show. I mean, they barely win any gun rounds every time they play it. I mean, their CT side is formidable at times, but it's not that it's so good that you can justify having as weak of a T side on this map. I really want to see something new from them at this point, because not only are we just getting the same thing over and over again, but Astralis talent aren't really even improving that much on the T side of Vertigo. You know, they got 5 rounds here, and Big, every team now has so much footage to go off of when they play against Astralis talent. Finally, we got it, the landing there. I know the production was trying to cut that off every single time during the match, but either way, I really actually like the fact that Big Omen Academy had so many different options on the T side. I'll give them a little bit of credit there and not just throw the blame at Astralis talent, because I saw a bunch of different types of looks from Big Omen Academy where they were, you know, pushing up ramp quickly, slowly, trying to disguise it sometimes using all their utility early on. They did a mid rush, they did try to do a B split. Like, they had a lot of strats here that they were able to cycle through, and I will say that, you know, they made it really close against Astralis talent, but the thing to me is that the way Big played it is almost just that they were just checking off boxes with every single strat that they had, and by the end of it, you know, eventually one of them's going to work, so it never felt like they were in as much danger as the score might indicate.
You know who's back?
Aqua is back! He's back, Aqua, from Season 1. He has 31 kills. Yeah, finally, because he was kind of gone in Season 2. He was the IGL. Right now, he's not responsible for managing his team. He can just focus on himself, and we can see that.
Yeah, he was looking super solid on the server, and it felt like it was just one round it took for him to regain the confidence, because he actually started out the game quite average. I think he was 2 and 5 at some point, and then all of a sudden he had one round where he got 3 or 4 kills, and from that moment and onwards, the best player on the server.
Yeah.
He was assertive, he was aggressive, proactive, didn't fear go for any fights whatsoever, and he was without a doubt a big difference maker for Big Omen Academy. So that was what we saw, and that's why we fell in love with Aqua in Season 1, a player that on the server could change the dynamic of the game single-handedly. We haven't seen it in a season and a half now, but if this is the Aqua we can expect for the future, Big Omen Academy may as well be a team that can go far in this tournament.
Yeah, they're in good hands. If Aqua is going to be playing like this, I actually will say that if he can maintain this kind of level, if Prosus just gives us what he did in Season 1, Season 2, continue it to this one, and then you get a player like Sin, who was actually the second highest fragger in this game, stepping up, I think that this team should be able to go further. I think they've repeatedly come in 4th place now at the LAN setting, but this might be the time that they break that curse. They might be able to come in 3rd place. You know, I don't really see them passing Young Ninjas or MOUZ, to be honest, but I think that they're now fighting for that 3rd best team spot at this tournament. So really such an awesome sight to see Aqua coming back in this kind of form, because his mechanics are so precise, and there's not too many riflers that can seem to match him in terms of just movement, predicting where the fights are going to be, being able to juggle difficult, complex situations. Like, he's really good at it when he gets to just focus on his micro.
Yeah, we already had a short story about Big Omen Academy before the first map, but right now we're going to show you a little bit about the lovers of Vertigo. Of course, I'm talking about Astralis talent. Let's check out the video.
The road for Astralis talent on WePlay Academy League has been nothing but tough. After having a rough start versus Big Omen Academy and Young Ninjas, the Danes had a hell of a victory against NAVI Junior. Unfortunately, despite close matches, the team has only managed to reach the gauntlet stage. During the gauntlet stage, Astralis talent didn't manage to prevail over VP.Prodigy, missing the chance to get to LAN. For the second season, the lineup had changed. Vesta and Novi had been substituted for Mr., Fezor and Bazaar, while Void had been benched, making Altex and Vigo the only 2 players that played for both Academy seasons. In the second season online stage, the team had faced off against Young Ninjas and Big Omen Academy again, only to have the same result, making them miss the LAN finals. Despite the lackluster experience, the team is on track for positive results coming into the 3rd season with a refreshed lineup, and they can't afford for these terrible results to happen once again.
Astralis Sound are looking forward to try to get at least one win against Big Omen Academy, because so far, like in Season 1, Season 2, they did not succeed at that. They still have an opportunity to do that, but of course it all comes to if we're getting something else that is not Vertigo, and even if we are getting Vertigo, will they be successful at winning it?
Listen, we're in a scenario right now where the video we get on the screen in just a couple of moments, it's Big's choice to make. If they prioritize Vertigo high on their list, we could end up on Vertigo again. We know Astralis is going to allow it, obviously. So we're in a scenario right now where the worst and probably the nightmare of Astralis would be if Big actually would dare to prioritize Vertigo once again. So they have to play it for a 6th time in a row. I'm just going to rephrase what I said before. When you play the map 5 times in the Academy League and you're supposedly facing teams that you should be close to on the same level with, and you're only winning one of those, especially when you continue to pick it yourself, that's simply not good enough. So I hope for Astralis' talent's sake and also for the game's sake and for everyone's, I guess, sanity, that we get to see something else. Maybe a nuke, maybe some, I don't know, Ancient we haven't seen yet either. Inferno is potentially on the cards as well. That's being removed now, so that's obviously not going to happen. That was a map they even played in Season 2 and did decent on, so I don't really know. For Big, there's a lot of choices there to make.
I kind of fear for everybody's sake that it will be Vertigo once again, but I think that Big, I mean, the options that they could flex into would probably be Nuke, would probably be Ancient, so that does come down to their option here. Like we've kind of said before, if people aren't familiar with this kind of style, it's not actually 3 bans from Big that's going to come out, it's a priority list that they put together, and we're just kind of showing it as if they're banning maps. So for anyone that's new to this the Season 3 veto system, where it's the first team just the first team bans 3, and then the second team just prioritizes in a list, because they're going to actually make that list prior to the bans coming out. It's
in random order as well. So what we see here is random. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but
we don't know the order. All right, so Ancient's gone, so it's either going to be Nuke or Vertigo. So just hold on to your pants, folks. Overpass, always the ban of Big. That's not really too much of a surprise there. And here it comes.
Are you going to jump?
I'm ready to jump off the... Ah!
That was a big jump, man.
I don't know, man. Yeah. It's going to happen. We're going to see the CGI AR version of me coming up, jumping off the building once again, just like we saw Aqua's dead body falling off, as replay showed maybe 4 times. Entertaining, though.
Hard to win the wheel to talk about Astralis talent again, you know, coming into Vertigo for a 6th time in a row. I guess if we have to find the positive glasses here, they have shown improvement, you know. The second time they play the map, that's usually when they play it the better. Are they going to be good enough to beat Big Omen Academy? I think the game we just saw was a fair representation of both teams. I think both made mistakes, both had rounds they shouldn't have won, so it's hard to argue one way or another. I think the odds right now, Hiko, though, are speaking it's clear word.
Yeah, the odds for Big Omen Academy are 1.6, and for Astralis Sound is 2.25, which means that Big Omen Academy once again are the favorites. Once again, it's going to be Vertigo, and when it comes to Astralis Sound, this is the only map that they've played during the whole 3rd season, and so far they won it only once. They were close when it comes to Young Ninjas, like 14, 16, but in the end of the day, it's not a win.
No. I feel like Pimp, I mean, we've been on rosters before, and we've probably had times with teams where we're trying a map out in some officials, and you know, it doesn't work, you know, the first couple times. I would say for any team I've been on, if it's under a 30% win rate, we kind of just are like, let's stop going to that. You know, that's just not our thing. Astralis now are at a 20% win rate on this map in this season. I mean, like, surely there's got to, like, if you're in the camp of Astralis talent, wouldn't you think, maybe, hey, guys, I don't want to play this map anymore. Like, shouldn't that happen? Why is nobody speaking up about this?
It's a good question. I think the veto system is making it a little bit tough for them, right? Because you can't really be sure that even though you prioritize Vertigo as your 3rd map instead of 2nd,
that
could be a case that you still get it. So in that sense, I guess the excuse. But I agree. Like, we're in a situation right now where, if, again, I said it coming into this game, Astralis talent, they pride themselves and praise themselves for the fact that they are now a full-time, you know, talent team. They are investing a lot of money into it. They brought in a new coach in Trace, who's now so far only been able to coach on one map, which is also a disaster.
So unreasonable.
They try to make it a full-time thing for all these young guys. So you'd expect expect them that the work conditions they have, the amount of practice they've had coming into the season, even after a break as well, that the map pool should be strong enough to at least be able to play 5 of the 7 maps. So yes, there should be a case right now to be made that Astralis should just go away from Vertigo. And I'm 100% sure that if we see them lose for the 2nd time tonight and for the, what would that be, 5th time in this league right now, they're not going to play Vertigo anymore. Like they have to. If they're going to do that, then they're begging to lose and they're begging to go out. So this will be the absolute final chance. I said it yesterday as well, and then they won, so it may as well be the same case here today. But if Astralis tell them where to lose Vertigo right now, I hope sincerely and I believe sincerely that they're never ever going to play that in the season WePlay Academy League Season 3 again.
Promise?
Promise.
Well, technically speaking about win rates, right now they managed to win 1, which means that their win rate is higher than 0%. When it comes to the rest of the maps, they have 0% win rate. So technically, Vertigo is the most successful
The thing is 0 divided by 0, Heku, is undefined. So they have an undefined win rate. It's not a 0% win rate for the other maps. So I think undefined right now, I think that's better than 20% in a lot of different ways. So that's my math take of the day.
Well, I will believe in your math, Maui. I don't know. At this point, let's just go to Vertigo. Let's just see Maui jump off of the building one more time. One more time.
Take off the parachute.
Here you go, Harry. I hope you're ready for this.
Take off the parachute.
Yeah, I'm ready for it, but look, I'm just gonna spring some home truths here. I hate this from Astralis. I hate this. Dude, it's one thing, right? I can understand trying to have some faith because you keep making it close. Dude, it terrifies me. If this is meant to be the best map in their pool, it shows that other teams don't take them seriously on it at all. They keep letting it through. They're kind of a joke in a sense that they're just going to pick Vertigo guys if we just don't ban it and we can beat them there. That's literally how teams are approaching this right now. Yeah, and it's sad to see because I can't even make a case of but at least they've had they've got some cool ideas elsewhere. No, I think it's so easy to fall into the trappings of just doing the same stuff over and over again when you are just playing one map. This is actually horrible. I'm just going to say this is horrible. I really hope we get to see more out of Astralis. I am so disappointed that this is what they're fielding. They just keep going into the same map with lackluster results. Nothing's been there. Mate, I don't know. If you're that dedicated to a map, if you really believe it's this good, you need results on it because no one else is even taking you seriously in the league at this point. No one's vetoing it. No one's scared of your #1 priority map. That's terrifying. Yeah. Bro. That's a horrible precedent to have set against you.
And we were talking about this earlier, right? It's it's scary because, when you get to the point where you start playing other maps, you're going to be so behind other teams because you haven't, you've maybe practiced them, but you haven't played them in officials. It's a whole different ball game. And then you're behind because, you look at how many times it took Astralis to play this map until they finally got a win. They're 1-4 right now. It's not looking good. Heku framed it as, hey, they've never lost the other maps. Well, they've also only lost Vertigo, pretty much. So Maui jumping off the building is playing in my dreams, is playing in my nightmares tonight, and, well, maybe I'm not even awake right now. We'll have to see. Another Vertigo, another day, another dollar, and another chance for Big to upset Astralis. I say upset. I don't mean, cause an upset. I mean make them cry. Run!
Oh, okay. Well, this is nice,
that's more
right?
like
That's
it.
a nice little anti-strat to what we've seen in this Big Omen Academy pistol. They pieced together how they like to play it.
Did they just try and do the same strat
Yeah,
again,
they did. They just tried to do the exact same thing. And this time Astralis are ready for it. You can make the case that from replaying these, they're able to adjust and improve between games. But, bro, that means you're, setting the bar as, yeah, we want to win half of our games. Ugh. What a horrible...
Leave him alone,
dude, I'm just so against it. I'm so against it.
Let the gameplay speak for itself. Maybe they win it, Harry, and then they'll keep picking it. Certainly what happened last time against NAVI. Got this boost up. 2 players here, though. Should not happen. And now you know that Hyped isn't far either.
I don't know, man. It's been years since it's been acceptable to really have anything less than a 6-map pool, and even then, even when teams used to have less than that, it was still a 4-5 map pool that you would have.
Harry,
the 1-map pool is not something that's ever been attempted before.
Saving
and it's I wonder why. I don't know, man. It sounds like I'm being too harsh here. I hope that Astralis can give us some results on Vertigo and then show us that they have more up their sleeve. I really do.
They're saving maps for the major, Harry. Saving maps, okay? You wouldn't get it. See, they want a pistol. It's all fine.
Because like we can try and meme our way through it, but mate, like I don't know, I want the best for these guys. Folks like Fessa have been a hot prospect for a reason. You know, I want to see what he can do.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, at what point, because obviously this decision is being made by someone, right? Like, at what point does democracy take over and the majority of players just go, yo, can we stop? Okay, the odds have closed up, at least looking a little bit better for Astralis. Big still favored, but after we saw from last map, I'm not rushing into any expectations. We expect a long game. And that's probably all. Oh, run boost. At least it landed. I'll take Spotter getting back quad, but it's only Glocks. It should be free as can be. 4 rifles for Astralis. Don't want to be running those bonus rounds. Big, they show a B. Now they regroup up on ramp, which is being held by Fessa. Gonna have that info ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Glocks. It should be a clean round for Astralis talent. Not really too much danger posed by Big Omen Academy in this one.
Nope. That will do.
Eco frag as everyone wants it. They're willing to kill teammates if they have to get them. But now we've got the investment coming through for Big Omen Academy. Let's see, do they hit the ground running, or are Astralis up to snuff, looking to put a good CT side together early on?
Let's jump into the big comms, Harry. Let's hear how they're feeling ahead of this round.
Flashes.
Alles gut.
Jetzt willst du Astralis Poke spielen? Nein.
Krieg meine Meters.
Mit einer Schuss gestellt.
Ladder
Hat B
rein,
gespammt.
Ladder rein.
Ich hab Ladder, alles gut.
Frische Smoke, glaube ich, oder sowas. Ey, gib
Immer
mal eine
noch Ladder?
Retake-Flash, Matze.
Ja.
Push.
Der ist tot. Noch einer Mitte. Ah, ne, hat
Kommt
Headlock
noch
bekommen.
nicht.
Er ist
Bro.
weggegangen. Flash auf
Shit,
Ladder.
shit,
Lass A ein bisschen Space taken.
Gib mal Flash.
Kannst dir vorgehen, die haben keinen A, Bruder.
Die Free Smoke.
Ich hab B-Kontrolle.
Wieder vor.
Das sind nicht keine Nades sein. Shit, 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 shit.
Ich hab Timing.
Ich geb mal B-Kontrolle.
Ladder immer noch Ladder.
One down.
Nice.
Bei Mitte.
Aber das Waffen tauschen.
Ja.
Crispy, down.
Nice. Bitte schieb weg. Ah, close Kamera so gestellt.
Mach los. Lass uns Gate Finish. Wir spielen Gate Finish.
Passt Ladder auf.
2A.
Passt Ladder auf, wenn ihr kommt.
Eine Tunde gesteppt und eine A-Side. Tunde geht
Einer
hier
rennt
rüber.
Tunnel. Blitz.
Hast du beides Gate?
Tunnel
Nichts
wieder
rein?
zurück. Ja. Gib mir noch deine Flash, Matze.
Ja, mach ich.
Obwohl, gib du den Wundermollo. Ich geb Gate Smoke.
Bonotov?
Könnt ihr die Smoke boosten? Über die Smoke boosten. Einer hinter mich stehen.
Ja. So.
Triple.
Oh,
Nice try.
what? I mean, I don't know how Altex is ready for the B boost in the smoke, but then just eviscerates through the wall the last player. Okay. You know, one thing that is good for Astralis, showcasing that round, we saw it a lot, you know, in the previous map, was the re-aggro on ramp. They're never afraid to either flash back in or just walk back into ramp. And they did it there in the 3-on-3 right when Big had left, and they got all that info. It was actually a AAA for a moment, and then Astralis, you know, cleared out ramp, sent those rotates back, smoke down. And Big down on their laurels, down to pistols as they run through the Molotov. Mister, he knows it's coming. Frieza needs to hit some shots, try and thin the herd. He is dinked though, gonna have to give it up with the smoke in his face. Molly on Con is good though from Elevator, doing that blind. Singh got into B, but he won't get much further, and now this mid to B is a lot more difficult here for Big. Just hoping they can get some kills. Boost might help, but it's been seen, and this should be free for Astralis.
Yeah, still early days, but this is a nice little start out of the Astralis squad. Big, they just need to tell themselves it's a 60-round game, all right? So, still plenty of time.
Anything can happen.
This is clean, this is nice. All par for the course, really, in this one. Nice to see that Astralis as well were able to adjust to these fast mid to B calls. It felt like they kind of anticipated this one. What with the economy being low, it was really a go-to for Big Omen Academy the first time we saw them play this. Just mere moments ago. So it's good that you've been able to adapt and put a stop to these pesky pistols over in middle.
Orbs are plenty. It's good to see them early. Breezer's got that B pick. He's dropping in, coming through, and that's a nice start. Sin's gone. Mr. even crossing the ladder. Seeing a lot more mid-taking from Mr. right in the CT side in these last couple of rounds. Oh, I love this as well. Bomb is right there. They're going to have to cross past. He gets impatient. Just a few more seconds would have done it. You're never in a hurry in a 5-on-4. That is a bit of a shame to see. Could have been almost certainly a free kill there. Fessel back in the bomb site, dumping his nades. Big getting ready to exec into A eventually. Just waiting for that second smoke to be grouping up on Aqua. Will be late. Someone else has to take the flank unless he drops his smoke over. They just forget the flank. We'll deal with it later. They've already killed the ladder player, so as far as they're concerned, it's onwards and upwards. Swinging short, processes wide, and then Vigo's ready for it. He doubles on the entry. Breezer with the AWP, and he knows they're out. Missed shot. There's so many more players coming his way. Nades are good, and Breezer, lovely shot, but he can't escape as the molly burns him out. Altex looks away, and he can't pick a target. There's just too many. Big on the board. About time.
You know, I love the music whenever we cut to Big Man. It just suits them with the chains, they're dripped out. You all know how it is when you're in that Big Omen Academy. I think it's actually part of the sign-up process. You have to say, they Photoshop chains on everyone that might join, just to make sure they fit the branding. All right, Fess has made the jump. I like this maneuver. However, Process gets ahead of it with the short one way down. He spots the leg, knocks him out. Early man advantage for Big Omen Academy, and it's going to go untraded at that. You can see a bit of an alien already coming out of Astralis talent. Big O, one of the guys who we had to keep an eye on. He doubled up there.
I don't know how.
I literally didn't even realize there was a second player that he could have got.
I don't know who he killed, how or where, but he did.
Oh,
where? Okay, right, still going to go. You've got to go. Whomst has done this. Yumping up his Aqua, and it's a nice shot onto Mr. Man. Oh, really into the AWP. It's a dangerous one, but Breezer will live to tell the tale. He jumps out with a flash. And Altex is here as well to help out, but he's got a full battle util. Yeah, he's rerouting Heaven. I like this. He's probably going to line up a molly or a nade for plant, if not both, and try and be problematic. Now let's see if they fake it. No, it's a big stick. Altex with the dunk on. And there it goes. No molly, but comes in late. At that point, they've already escaped with the short smoke. Still, the nade took a lot of health off of Crimbo. And this retake, you're going to go for it. Your man down, money on the line. AWP, thinking about saving, and so it shall. Astralis give up a second round. Nothing wrong with that. You know that Big have not only man up, but also AWP in a post plant. And so you'd rather just have a bit more to work with. You can also rebuy if you save. So get out of there.
Yeah, a bit of a shame, right? Vigo has been a very, very consistent face on this Astralis talent squad. I really love his A-holds. I think this kind of triple threat of having, you know, him, Fessa, and occasionally Breezer leaning towards this side of the map makes it, in theory, a pretty terrifying A-hold. And I think it's why we often see this CT side, you know, step up for Astralis talent. That's almost like the saddest part, you know, like you even here on Vertigo, you have some very, very good pieces that slot together nicely on this CT half, but it just feels like sometimes they get stuck running into this brick wall on the T side at times. I like it though. Like we're seeing some improvements out of CT side as well. Like it feels like they're kind of always fine-tuning it. Something that we've noticed more and more is them fighting ahead of this smoke wall. I think a lot of that comes from the fact that you have, you know, two of your big, heavy-hitting rifle players towards this side of the map, and they're able to do some really nice work at thinning out these A plays. But Big are almost like relishing in the challenge at this point, right? They keep coming back over towards this A site. Breezer tries his hand at an early peek. Both the AWPers miss. While this is happening, though, Big are sneaking through the smoke. They heard that molly tag Crimbo. This is where you're hoping the trade comes in, but the famous Fessa will hold on to the top of ramp. That's what I'm saying, man. These two rifle players, not the two you want to go running into.
I just love how confident they are on these ramp swings. They're going to peek deep as well. The AWP's holding, though, could be a problem. Oh, the unscope! And they can't see right now. Fess is hiding underneath. He drops another, but they catch him there. No
You're
way.
Not ready for
They're
Vigo.
ready for Vigo. Nor the AWP that's drawn them in. They knock him down. Vigo gone. Breeze is still up, and the flank is activated, but there's two low players for Big. There's no way they should even make this round close.
Yeah, they're just both so low. And with this wrap coming in, you know, oftentimes the wrap can sometimes feel like it's hard to find impact on. Dude, Hyped, if you waited for this smoke fade, oh, that could have been it. But instead, he's creeping up. He has to look elsewhere. And there's the flank coming in. Good timing on that from Altex. I like that he even made the decision to get aggressive there.
Yeah, he was patient with it. He took his time on the flank. He didn't rush up ramp, waited for the first man to go down at least to know that Big were trying to commit at least. 5-2. Double AWP. Picked up. Why not put it to use? Let's see where they're going to throw it. We'll find out now.
Jeg måler lige midt. Jeg spiller tæt midt.
Vi kan bare lige sætte sammen her, eller hvad?
Ja, men så bare ved
Jeg lægger bare volley til her. Til deres one way.
Ja, sådan noget af.
Ned fra spawn.
Det kan
godt være, de kommer her, Victor.
Det er fra spawn, det der.
Meget under A, 2 under A.
Jeg måler ned i one way her. Den nader.
Rammer ham ikke. Kaster nu flasher.
Jeg er væk. Jeg er stadig på den.
Måler B-trap.
Kan du resmoke den her?
Jeg kan lægge endpoint. Jeg kan lægge endpoint, men nu skal du gå over gul.
Ja, gør det.
2 B op i steppet, tror jeg. Jeg kan flash. Jeg har med den. Nej. Jeg har mullet med den her. AVA.
Flash ham her.
Scout måske. Skal jeg komme med ind til B, eller Alex? Jeg kan holde lidt oppe, Victor.
Du må godt komme B, hvis der er.
Har du midt, Victor?
Kan du bare stå godt?
Jeg har den lige på nede nu.
Jeg kan ikke stå og holde dig.
Ja.
Det sidder godt nu.
Det står godt. Jeg har ikke det.
Kom med, Frederik, bare lyst væk. Jeg smukker B op, så spiller jeg bare AC. Ja, jeg står lige og tager et skud først her. Hvis de er igennem.
Jeg er lidt så midt nu.
Det er igennem. Jeg går AC, du.
Så ja, bare klar til flash bag mig, eller sådan noget.
Vi kan stå op og nede, Victor.
Jeg tager et skud, så flasher jeg ryg, okay?
Ja, du kan bare gå op.
Eller mig over der.
Ellers lad Victor bare. Så bare tag din skud.
Det er nedad. Okay. Strafer nok. Ja, du er alene, Victor. Kan du ikke nade, så piker jeg.
Jo. Er de oppe?
Nade.
Jeg hvor god den er.
En rampe og en tip.
Jeg holder rampe
her. Jeg kan lægge face, eller hvad?
Alex, kan vi bytte?
Jeg kan flash gul.
Jeg flasher gul.
Jeg flasher gul her.
Kom.
Bang.
Han er der.
Nice, man.
Sådan.
Jeg tager over med.
A lot more violent of a round there, that one. Quicker retake for Astralis. We saw a lot of them go stone cold in the first map. A lot of saves in those positions, but happy to get involved, flashing back in. And now this game is heating up. Now it's getting a bit scary for Big. Astralis' CT side, which is unquestionably their better side, at least from what we've seen, has now caused them to be favoured in the parry match odds 1.5. Are you an Astralis Vertigo fan yet, Harry? Have they changed your mind? 8 rounds deep?
Their CT side was never the problem.
True.
It's not the issue, right? Like this is kind of par for the course. It's bearing some similarities towards the last Vertigo and all the ones that came before it. It's normally the T side where the struggles kind of pick up. So I think right now you need to really get as many rounds as you can while the going's good. I've been thinking about it. They kind of remind me of like someone who's lactose intolerant but like loves milk or something like that.
Man,
you know what
ice
I mean?
creams are so good.
Yeah.
Like, it's worth the pain.
Like, I just love eating cheese and milk and
I mean, lactose
eggs.
intolerant, that's poor. Yeah, that's all.
There's no lactose in eggs. It's only in milk. But, you get what I mean.
You're going down the vegan route.
Yeah.
Man, dairy, it's just so good. I think it would be worth the pain. I don't know.
My tummy's killing me. Pass the milk jug. No, that's only going to make it worse, please.
Okay, little fakey-wakey on the A side, but Breeze is re-aggroed short with the AWP. Talk of AWPs, Altex has got his down B.
Here's the thing. If they like 11 for the half, I think they win. I think that's how they do it.
Yeah.
But it's always awful to need to have such a good CT side.
Oh God,
see, these flashes are brutal, bro. Altex didn't know what hit him. Even aggro coming out from Sid, and he will manage the trade, but the AWPs here keeping it in the advantage of Astralis talent. They collapse onto the B site. Good protocols here for this rotation. Real nice stuff to completely alleviate the pressure of this B rush. Right? They lost that early man, but they're keen on fighting every step of the way, and they keep themselves looking all the better for it.
Yeah. I quite like this, making them think he's left. He's also playing a headshot angle with a deagle. Built for the job, but Fessa just swings in and closes the round. So despite the lovely flashes that once were, it won't mean much in the long run. Not even a bomb plant for Big. Astralis are building not only rounds, but money, but maybe some faith in the map. That could be dangerous for us. But results speaking for themselves. Let's see if they can keep it up. Hyped is 1-7. He really, despite Big having a great T-side, he struggled getting A ramp picks, right? There were those deep smokes every time. I wonder if this one's been delayed, this smoke, so we might get a shot off from the AWP before it pops, but Breezer holds. There's still an angle for Hyped. Ooh, don't stand up. And there it is. Breeze is gone. And that was about time. We needed
Bro,
that.
It's so funny. I feel like he's had way easier shots than that to try and hit. But he hits like the impossible smoke wallbang headshot onto the AWP through the top of sandbags. Okay, that is a nice opener. It's not every day that you get one like that.
Oh, this spot's good. He wants to get the molly. I don't know if he realizes how close they are. I guess at this point you can't go for it. Oh, they chase him. Oh, they know, and Fessa just walks out into his own doom. Vigo's even cleared for the AWP on short. He was tucked in at yellow, and that's surely the round. Big have locked Astralis out of the bomb site. Kills come through so quick that they can't even consider rotating. Trapped back at B. So 3 up now for Big Omen Academy. Finding their footing and worming their way back into this game.
Yeah, with a little bit of residual cash still floating around, Astralis should be good to come in with another buy, but they are kind of teetering on that edge of the game being within their hands, right, within their control. And their money's going to start to hit a bit of an awkward streak if they don't win this follow-up round. So the pressure's going to be back on. Part of me wonders if we don't see Astralis go for this ramp peak, because it feels like, in these rounds where they have just backed up, taken a more kind of safe approach, they're able to hold the site down so well. And I think Big sometimes run out of ideas if they're not given that ramp fight. Like, it feels like they kind of play around that a lot, the idea that we can try to gimmick some of these rotates around, we can hit some of these timings elsewhere. I think if you don't give them that opportunity, it can sometimes stump them a little bit, and occasionally, they'd be going for those like 25, 30-second left pushes. It's an A play at that point. And I think that's where Astralis can do like their best work.
Yeah, something we talked about in last map, right? Like Big not having the ability to fake because they dedicate, again, so much util to taking ramp. They've already done it. Oh, no missed shot. Maybe there's a chance to live for Process. He skirts on out. Oh, and Breezer wins a fight v Hyped as well. He won't get away with that. Not this time around. And dude, Astralis never give up. They never give in. Pushing back down ramp. Fessa is cleaned up, and the flashes are perfect. Astralis can't see a thing but death. Back to the lobby with you. 3-on-2, and this is a round that many would save in.
Yeah, I like that Mister's actually swinging here.
Yeah.
Giving it a bit of a look in, and that kill re-entices you. Astralis, this actually makes more sense to kind of go for it and try your hand at it because the money is in such a rough spot that, 2v2, that's possible, that's winnable. For all you know, this could be one of the best spots you find yourself in for a little while. They've got utility to make this happen. Not just the smoke at top ramp, but also short. So at this point, you forced wide swings out of ramp from Big Omen Academy. This is really, really nice in terms of a little retake setup with these smokes. It makes this post plant really hard. And look at that. Oh, Sin, that's not easy. Through the lip of the smoke, he's good for both. That shouldn't be happening, bro. I thought the smokes would have won that for Astralis alone. Look at what it forced Big to do. You couldn't play post-plant around the bomb anymore. You had to go all the way up, commit to the gunfights, and mate, Sin somehow makes it look like he was favored the whole damn time.
Yeah, and now Big's starting to get these AXX off and getting away with it a lot. I feel like Astralis need to stop re-aggroing in these 5-4s. Like, they have lost a lot of rounds by making plays when they're men up. Don't get me wrong, like, the big XX have sometimes looked really nice, but, even thinking of that time that Mr. got the mid-pick and flanked down ladder, it was a 5-4 from A and missed a flank down ladder. It's like, you don't need to necessarily rush the play. It's a nice play. You can wait till Big have stopped considering it. Double nades on Sandbag, it worked so well for Big last map. Basically won them the game. And turning around to throw the flashbang is the worst timing in the world. Process is executing them all. Crimbo will find the fourth. And even though the flank's in, Aqua's ready for it. So 5-7 and 5 alive. Big are back, baby.
So okay, what do you make of this, right? Like so often we're talking like tier 1, like the creme de la creme of Vertigo teams. Oftentimes it's these ramp fights for CTs that are so pivotal, whereas for Astralis talent, I almost feel like it's in the rounds that they don't ramp fight at all that they actually look far better. Can I get your thoughts on that?
I like the re-aggro. Like, what Fessa does is so nice. It's to a point, it's predictable, right? Because we have it so often. We'll get to the nades. But I actually like the re-aggro that we see from Astralis a lot. But doing it every time, in every position, down or up, is like, it's not doing them favors. Like, the round prior to that, we saw the problem that it causes. 5 nades for Astralis, and that's pretty good, man. They dunk one, but that's everything you have in the round. And Big go, yep, you're 5A, see ya, we're going B.
Yeah, it's a good reaction. I almost wish Aqua didn't even throw that Molotov. Like, you heard all the nades go off. You know that it was the full A stack. You've got an AK to come in on the retake. They're running at you. They're running at you. Look at this. The speed, the pace. Aqua's all alone. It's like a zombie survival server right now. They're flooding him. And Aqua wrestling with the AK. A moment to try regain composure. And he's right back into the source. One man left to find. And Ultex. Ooh, he's been spotted crossing the generators. He's armed himself with an AK. But was that trade-off? Was the damage worth it to try and play this 1v1 now?
Oh, I like that he's taking his time with it, rerouting to Con. Might even go flank down mid. Oh, that would be naughty. That would be naughty indeed. And the longer Aqua waits for this repeak and doesn't get it, the less he's going to think about this. Although, Haltex, now he's just hoping that Aqua really balls up this round, and that is not going to happen. Expect a fake plant, and then a stick safe. Aqua doesn't have time to leave to go anywhere else. There's a fake. Haltex now knows he's still on site. Hello, yep, it's been called. Now the stick. Aqua, you see that from the plant, he's considering that there could be a flank. He could have gone back down mid. And that's enough for Altex, right? He's made Aqua doubt himself a little bit, but still, favored on the health. He's got the bomb. He's been spotted.
Okay, yeah,
and now the flashes can come out.
Aqua didn't see it, but you could tell someone said, you just saw it. And there's Aqua with the execution. That is a 1v4 out of him to have kept the dream alive. For an eco round, I really like that out of Astralis talent. I think that was a really nice nade stack. I love the response, like they know that when Big see the nades, they're no longer going to commit, right? They know that that's going to trigger the rotation. You heard the footsteps over the grate, so that gave all that away. And so what Astralis do is they go, look, mate, we've got nothing to lose. We're 5 USPs. Let's just sprint towards B and keep playing this man advantage while we've got it. That was actually a really nice idea on how to create value from nothing for Astralis talent.
1v forward, though, at the end of the day. That's the
Aqua effect, that's like peak Season 1 Aqua coming back out. Those were the kind of rounds you could depend on him for.
Skimming stones across the water right now, and the ripple effect, Bigger building into this game. It was really strong for a moment for Astralis, but we're not there anymore, Harry. I love how they keep taking their silences off on these ecos. They keep getting kills with them, man. It doesn't do you any favors. Makes you nice and loud, maybe scary. You know how if you get attacked by a black bear, you should stand tall and like roar at it, and it might get scared. Brown bear, you're screwed, mate. It's gonna kill you. But don't go in the woods alone. Good advice.
What about a drop bear?
Drop bear, just I don't know, throw it off your shoulders. Grab it by the tail.
Do you know what drop bears are?
Not real.
They're giant koalas. They're like 7 feet.
7 feet.
And they fall on you.
No way.
And they claw at you.
From where? From what? Do they jump off vertigo with a parachute? Like
no,
Maui?
Actually, no.
Is Maui a drop bear?
Dude, actually, he could be. He's got the physique of a drop bear.
What, 7 foot?
Yeah, 7 foot. Built like
Yeah, he has to wear so many shoes.
Oh.
Oh,
it actually took me a second to get that one as well. I'm not proud to admit it.
That's how you know it's good. All right, AWP in middle. Oh, that's an
clean, clinical.
No, again, that's the 3rd time today. Stop sending the bomb alone middle, please. It's down, it's out, and it's out for the count. Astralis in a 3-on-2. They're just swooping in for kills. That was an AWP stealing that one. I don't know how many times today I'm going to see this bomb in mid when the T's have B, and Vigo just doesn't care. He walks to smoke. This is upsetting at this point, Harry. It keeps happening. Both teams have done it. Both teams are guilty. 8-6. Good round for Astralis, but that should not have been their round. It should have been Big's round, really. But it wasn't. And that's all that matters. You've won the half. Is 8-7 enough? Is 9-6 enough, Harry? Where do you draw the line with Astralis' T side? Yeah, that's
I mean, question. I already think maybe they needed to get a bit more out of this first half, but I'm never willing to say in these repeat matchups. I think that teams, you know, Astralis being a very good example of this, because we've seen only replays from them.
Of course.
I think if there's one thing they're good at, it's adjusting their game plan between matches to try and, you know, improve, try and get better. But if it was anything like the first half, I really believe you needed like an 11-4 if you wanted this to be yours and feel comfortable doing it. Now I think, you know, you're going to have your work cut out for you.
Hyped with an entry, though. Picking a player out of middle. Good in process, walking below Fessa. Couldn't see him there. That grate is really hard to spam through as well. Does no damage. Vigo's re-aggroed short. Because, well, it's Astralis after all. They want that ramp control back. They want it now. And they might get it. Process, though. Quick swing, spots it. And now Vigo's in hot water. Ooh, bit of spam. Puts him down low and even gets out of the short side. But it's not going to get any easier with 4 Ts running up ramp right now.
Pop flash in.
Lovely.
All right, yeah, nice little move, nice little move. However, it's cancelled out due to Crimbo with that opener. And, oh, spam through. Just the AWP left alive. Breezer, they're hunting for him, mate. There's the collateral. Don't give him a reason to win this. Breezer, oh, it's so close. It's a damn good try.
Well played.
Hyped is there to put a stop to it. And Aqua's left the room out of embarrassment for that one. He's done, he's quit.
Get a no-scope top default. Get out of here. Doesn't matter.
That right there was someone trying to end around ASAP so they can go pee. That's what that was.
We've seen it happen. We've seen it happen. Oh, this isn't losable, they say. All right, it's a decent half for Astralis, but Big definitely came back into their own near the end of things. And I'm loving Big's T-sides right now. Definitely looking better than last map. In some of these rounds. But a lot more A hits. It is Vertigo after all. And I feel like we're getting more out of Hype's T-Ob, especially near the end of the half, right? I mean, he closed down that clutch that felt like it was inevitable. In terms of opening kills on A, he was full of them as well. So, 8-7, right down the middle. Pistol round. Doesn't mean a whole lot now, at least. Take some pressure off. Feels bad, man. was a nice try.
Okay, parry match odds pretty close actually.
Reasonable.
With Big Omen Academy 1.7, 2.08 for Astralis Talent, only narrowly in favor of Big Omen Academy.
We want to talk picks. Hype is 2-5 and Breeze is 4-1. Let's jump into the big team speak though for this pistol.
Oh, it's large,
massive.
Ist dann noch ein Self. A-Step 4. 3 mindestens.
Noch Rush aus. Rush hoch.
Einer down.
Sehen hier in Ivy.
Ich flash einmal. Kann euch das auch Seite flashen?
Flash.
Kommt für euch. Boom.
Seite zurück, Bombe.
Smoke und tiefer Molly. Die können weiter noch. Rampe Black.
Seite Seite. So.
Aber in der zweiten
Beide Seite.
Weiter.
Bin hinter ihm, Sujuk.
Sujuk Elias.
Einer rennt weg.
Down.
Der ist da hinten weg. Ja, frei.
Ja,
da, Elias.
Das bin ich.
Schreiben, B-Steps. Ich bait's für dich, Nico.
Ja. Ist noch nicht durch. Durch jetzt.
Die Base.
Komm, Box.
Aufspot. Base legt. Triple. Was Happy gleich beim ersten Plant machen, okay? Happy, go links.
Nice! Alter Markus, hast du diesen Shot gesehen?
Same with the big 3K. He's had a great game, hasn't he, here from some of his B work in the previous map. We didn't really need to see any of that on the T side. He was a lot more with the pack this time around. And I wonder, I draw questions on how this default's going to now look for Astralis, right? Oh, that was dirty. On the 3-1-1s, if they're going to go back to it, if it will be more just grouped attacks, are they going to utilize mid any more than they have? Hell, we've got so much data to go off for Astralis. I feel like an expert on their T sides.
Well, dude, that's like the saddest part to me is that like I'm not out here saying they're like
Wreck 'em, Harry.
They're the worst Vertigo team to have ever. You know, I don't think that at all. What I will say is that I think all the other teams are also just very good Vertigo teams.
It's so funny because from season 1, everyone was playing this.
No, exactly right. They've all been doing it. You're not like alone in that fact. So when it comes through, it's never a surprise. No one goes, "Oh my god, they've picked like." It's all they've picked. And for all you know, mate, they could be able to wreck some other teams on the other maps in the pool. Like, where's Nuke? We haven't even seen him played yet.
Right, that is
Best
true.
map in Counter-Strike.
Best map in Counter-Strike, I agree.
And we haven't even seen it.
No, it hasn't.
And Danes used to love that map.
No Nuke, no Ancient, and no Dust have been played in WePlay so far. We're 5 days in, Harry. We're 20 games deep almost. Hello.
We've had 6 Mirages, 6 Vertigos. That's it. What? It's so weird. Right, look. 4 spy up. Astralis Talent, they did this last time. They threw money at the problem. See if that was enough to fix it.
Will it be, though? Got a lot of rifles on either side. Taking their time. Finally, the ramp smoke fades, and now Astralis sneak up. But this boost is well-timed. Ooh, crouch, yep. Right person on top. Ooh. Can he see them, though? Oh, just in time behind the boost. And there's Breezer dead. Now they're all looking at short. That's going to buy time and space for Crimbo. 1, 2, and his teammate found the third. It's only Altex. A long way from home. Flank holder. And hands getting colder. But don't worry, bigger here to warm them up for you. Grimbo steals that kill, and it's a 9 rounds with 5 alive for Big Omen Academy. One way to shut out the force buy of Astralis Talent. And now it's going to have to be the full eco. T-sides are where many teams in the league on many maps have had troubles here at the Academy League, with the exceptions. I think we talk about MOUZ, we talk about Ninjas, a little more structure, a little more experience, but especially for Astralis on this map, T-side even last.
And actually, weirdly enough, Eternal Fire, if I remember right, also have a good T-side.
Well, yeah, a lot of headshotting, a lot of clean.
Yeah, it's more just like how thus far all the good T-side teams are like the ones where tactically incredibly sound, you know, and it was just surprising to see Eternal Fire come in and look good in that.
Sure.
In that regard.
Need to see some more games from them though, right? Alongside.
Can't wait till we do.
Yeah, alongside Big, you know, only played 2 matches, so a lot more to show still. Dude, honestly, I'm turning into a VP fan in this season.
Yeah, me too. I can't help it. No, it's a very exciting mixture. That is for sure, Hugo. This should just be a cleanup. That's kind of why we're just milling about on this one. Astralis Talent, they've had a bit of time at least to discuss how they want to play this next rifle round. Sin's B-hold's looking real crisp.
On that wood boost, right, you just notice Altec's like jumping behind it, not getting over. There's little like, I don't know, poles, pegs, bit of metal on the left and right side. You can't jump over them. You have to jump over the wood in the middle. So if you're doing that at home, make sure you jump over the middle or you will look like a fool, like Altex did just there, just jumping and then getting wallbanged. Poor guy. 1.7 for Big, and yeah, with odds getting better, I mean, so's the game. That's 3 in a row and a half. Now the first full buy for Astralis, and they've got to make it work.
Yeah, fast up ramp. Okay, this is a real pace change out of Astralis Talent. Very, very quick. Knowing that the odds are that AWP is not in play to challenge you gives you a lot more freedom in this first rifle round.
Oh.
And so now's the time to attempt a faster round like this. This much map control so early is nice, especially when you've had to sacrifice so little to get it, but the sacrifices might start now as Process lines up a double.
Chill!
Ooh, not gonna make it magic number 3. But he set his team up nicely. Crimbo probably dead on the walk. Oh, okay. That should not have been his kill. But Breezes sleeping at the wheel.
Oh, they short fight is so random at times, so hard to get away with.
They're taking a real risk here, like starting to back up and get... Okay, no, it looked like they were going to rotate. I was thinking, like, maybe that's getting ahead of yourselves, and maybe it's kind of outbraining yourselves.
I mean, they've got a nade. They could lob that in.
Yeah, now they're just playing numbers.
Sin's just so far away. Nothing wrong with playing a retake round here, giving a bit of room to Astralis, letting them dump their nades now, and then swinging in late. Sin, can he get here in time to drop that HE? Oh, it might just be in time. Is he throwing it? Yeah. Oh. All right, it's better than nothing, I guess.
So the double smokes are what's so nice here. You're going to nullify both spots that you can play the post plant from. Astralis are trying to get ahead of that preemptively by playing in the site, right? You can't get smoked off at ramp, for example, if you never play the damn position. There's a lineup, and it's a lot of damage. Ultex, the guy who's got to get it over the line, up, over, and Aqua locks in 11 for Big Omen Academy, ascends into the skies, and then Aqua comes raining down. It's 11 for Big Omen Academy. And that first rifle round up against the bonus attempt from Big Omen Academy falls short. That's what makes it even more heartbreaking, right? There were still Galils, there were still Famises in play that round. Well, now you've got all the upgrades coming through, including that AWP. I'm starting to get worried, and you can see why I was saying, you know, like, for me, you needed something like an 11-4 for me to be really, really rallied behind the boys here. They might have 8-7.5, but they're yet to accomplish anything on this T side.
It's early days at least, but yeah, litmus test not great on the first gun round. The force was flawless against them. So with a bomb plant, they can at least reinvest here, get some guns in, no AWP, unless you're glassing it. Breezer does not look interested. Of course, the one guy who couldn't buy the AWP is the AWPer. Big though, probably just pretty relaxed right about now. Everything's going to plan. Harder side over. Their T-side was excellent back in the previous map. So I have faith. Back in we go.
Yeah, oh man, I don't know. It's just I want to see Astralis Talent show us something on this T side. You know, as much as I've been rallying against the consistent vertigo maps, I don't want them to just get blown out the water here. They certainly have ideas, but as I say, I think one of the dangers of always playing the same thing is that you're almost at a bigger risk of letting little, you know, errors creep up, or maybe repeating mistakes, or just falling into what's comfortable, you know? We all trend towards what's easiest, what we're used to. Altex with the B lurk, finally going to actually best Sin in the opener. We didn't really see that at all in the first map either. I think Sin's done a really good job of stopping this B lurk from finding effect, but now that it has, what are Astralis talent going to do with it? This is actually a lot more how they wanted to start T-side rounds, with either the A-ramp guys winning a fight or Altex opening up at B. And so now that they've finally done that, this is their time to show us what they can do when things go their way.
Oh, all the spam. Even if you're not getting kills, you're hearing their tags, you're softening them up, and you know their positions right now. Orb's fired off on short. Process backs up. He's made things 4-on-4. What are they doing? They're trying to escape. Maybe get a boost up as well. Throw that Orb into play. Anyone at the back will get spotted. Double boost. I love it. Over the top for Crimbo. He's going to find a kill. Hyped through the smoke with the Orb. And the bomb's been dropped. This is just how sometimes Vertigo is going to be. Even more damage. Big O. Oh no, he tries to jump on his teammate's head. He gets stuck. Aqua with this shot. Breeze now alone. 1v4. Couple of kills, but they run him down. They just don't give him room. And so the Deagle will not be enough. 12 up for Big Omen Academy. And they've still kept it flawless this entire time. Even down around at half, they were favored on parry match odds. So that much is showing. And yet to drop the ball once, even with an untraded 5-on-4 for Astralis. Oh, there's a lot of traffic down there. Oh.
Well, now those odds are widening up, aren't they? Yeah. I think this is a lot more representative of the times that we're in. 1.07 to 7.5. That is a drastic switch in tone from parry match. Starting to get nervous that Big Omen Academy are just going to run away with this one on their CT side. Just kind of been night and day, really, hasn't it?
Yeah. Incomparable.
Let's go listen in to the Astralis vibe. Let's see how they're feeling heading into this next one.
Deres anden smoke. Ja, jeg lægger G2 smoke i starten. Ja. Der er ikke noget kran. Jeg holder cool nu.
Jeg har ikke lagt noget midt.
Net og dybt, intet sand. Delmål er nedgået. De tror vi er nedgået. Jeg vil læse nu. Ja. Jeg holder cool for jer.
Jeg kommer med af bare nu. Jeg lige var midt.
One way.
Ja, one way.
Cool ind. Det er one way. Cool skyder mig igennem. Jeg holder op one way nu.
En trækker. Kan vi ikke trække til B hurtigt her?
Jo.
Alex har så god timing.
Ja. Jeg ved ikke, hvor jeg blev dinget fra.
Danger.
Han tager stavn,
tror jeg. Kan du ikke bare molo default, og så flash airfire, så besøger
Pigge ud her!
Løb, bare løb.
Molo default.
Jeg kommer til at ligge derved, jeg kommer til at ligge derved her. 3, 2, 1.
Default.
Dobbelt.
Kigger.
Han er quad.
Quad.
For en flash.
Jeg er quad. Godt sagde det. Jeg ved. Godt højre arm, højre arm.
Højre arm nu.
Where's he gone? Look, 2022, I want everyone. I want me, I want you, and I want everyone at home to come in swinging like Aqua, with that kind of confidence, with Aqua vibes. The guy has lost B, and then he just nades and runs in with it. His team flashing me, peeks, he hides. His team flashing me, peeks, he hides. And then it goes quiet at the end. But this guy just does not care. He is so confident, he will always fight.
Let's also address, the terrible truth, and that's that in these last 2 rounds, Astralis have had that early man advantage and still haven't been able to convert. That to me is so concerning. I don't even know really what to say other than that. Like, it should speak for itself, right? You're finding these openers, you're getting the space you want, and yet still you're having these rounds taken away. Not only is that just devastating, but it's so demoralizing to have that keep happening. It's going to be really hard to keep your head in this game.
Oh, little molly in mid. Smoke in front of it, though. Gonna get out of mid. They want one way and spraying it. Crimbo, he makes up for his teammate getting cleared. It was a nice check for Vigo. He, again, does look like a bit of a shining star here, but right now, 3-on-4, no weaponry. Maybe they can get that gun off the boost, but even then it feels like it's fallen back. And so have Astralis grouping on that B site, spotted with this shadow. Sin sees him. Gonna drop in. Flash is good. Sin's just out in the open, nowhere to go. Doesn't even know he's stuck behind green, or in front of it rather. Mr. dealing with the flank and the bomb, taking its time. Needs to get up here eventually though. Gun is secured.
Oh, Crimbo, that's so unfortunate. He was trying to play nades for the plant. He had a grenade to throw onto it, but here's the footsteps. Has to pull out the primary, and they get close. They clothesline, and Mr. still has to do this one solo, low on HP. One shot's all that's needed from either the AWP or the M4. And if they double swing this, should be a big round. Oh, nice from Mr. But he can't follow up. And so that's 14 for Big Omen Academy, considering that's a low bar. You know, Astralis, they do at least get a plant out of it. They get it down to the 1v1, but in the long run, how much is that going to mean? Haven't been able to capitalize on anything so far. And I don't really see it changing anytime soon.
I do love the big house, though, right? Everyone's close enough to get those fist bumps in across the room. We even saw Aqua the other day run across the room, not just to pee, but also to get those fist bumps in. So let's hear the men behind the magic. Big Omen Academy jumping in.
Ja. Pick die Fleisch, pick du wieder einfach da.
Ja, okay. Drop noch Nades, genau. 2A. 2A.
Smoke. Hey, Lurk Smoke.
Guck, hast du noch Flash?
Nein, hab keine.
Doch, ich hab die hingelegt irgendwo. Geh mal Seite. Kannst du mir den Molotov geben,
Hey,
Seite?
Nico, ich werde einfach Y halten, okay? Er wird irgendwann kommen.
Gib mir Seite, Mollo.
Ja.
Ich weiß nicht, wo dein Mollo ist, Bruder.
Ja,
Ich geb dir Seite, Mollo.
Hab die Flash.
Den Tief MSL oder tief?
Tief, Mollo.
Lass Smoke, Ivy. Weg.
Ich geb den Dings, Mollo.
Nico, gib mal Dings bitte.
Hab's gemacht.
Pass, hast du mit Mollo gegeben?
Ich hab nur Gandhi am B. Der kann hochschleichen.
Halt mal Rampe gegangen, der brennt, einer.
Ich hab gebrannt. Hier zurück, Seite. Hier.
Ich geb vorhin Smoke.
Seite auf.
Ja, mach ich, geh damit rum. Gib ihn.
Kannst mit dem Bouncen rum.
Ja.
Dry. Also leise auch, schleichen. Alarm.
Ich geh Sandbags.
Nico, gib mal Heroic.
Ja, mach ich.
Sandbags.
Gib
Den
ihm.
Sandbags anhauen.
Heroic kommt.
Warte, die können contacten.
Bitte 3.
Ich bin drüber.
Bitte mehr, B-Spin.
Mitte
AWP
wieder.
down, AWP down.
Smoke ist CT.
Ein Tod Mitte.
Kann nicht Wunder rein.
Ich hab eine Cross.
Pass
Alarm,
close auf Lurk.
Alarm.
Ladder runter einer. Pass A-Lurk auf
B-frei.
David.
Ich hab einen A-Lock gekillt, ja,
Ich will
aber.
Mitte fruitieren, Nico.
Ja, ich komm Wunder dazu.
Er ist von A vorne.
Ja.
Doppel A.
Mach nicht.
Tunnel Mollo.
Tunnel Monat.
Wegen A.
Wir Waffen tauschen.
This is nice.
Hinter dir.
Sag mal hochflashen, ich pieke. Danach gibt die Smoke.
Ja.
Die Retake Smoke.
Flash kommt. Hinter uns,
Hinter
Mitte.
uns.
Keine Smoke.
Nichts zu sehen. Reg einer.
AWP ist tot eigentlich.
Nice.
Du einer P.
Gib Default Smoke.
Mach ich.
Kommt.
Einer zieht
Wieder
durch und der andere Dings.
Heavy
Der eine
Flag.
geht oben drauf.
Ich zieh durch jetzt.
Ja.
In Matze muss ziehen.
Du musst. Ja, mach.
AWP.
Nice! Nice, Dilian! Nice!
I mean, I love the flank so much, but I feel like when you get that kill, you got to double back, right? You got to slow it down. Vigo just recommits. He saw both players as well, and he still recommits and gets cleared, and that just gives the room for Hyped and Sin to move in. Good swap as well. Sin's trying to get on the bomb, but then the call is made. Like, Hype's got the kit, you know, just jump on it, I'll cover, and it's perfect for Big. You can see they're feeling pretty feisty right now. Astralis have not got one round on this T side. It was bad last time. This time it's a disaster. And Harry, at this point, now that they're essentially going to lose this map, if they pick it again, I think I'm going to see you have a breakdown. I think you're gonna have real problems.
I hope I'm not alone in this.
Yeah, no, you're not.
I feel like an insane person, you know, like...
What is the definition of insanity, Harry?
No, I'm not going down that gross Far Cry route.
Oh, all right.
We don't need to,
That
right?
game was good.
Boss or whatever his name was.
I don't know.
We can leave him for now.
See, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Something like that.
Yeah, that was it.
I don't really.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's
It's been years.
Crimbo, though.
Another 5v4, Harry. Do they win it?
mate, they had like the perfect 3-on-3 last round. They couldn't get that over the line. They haven't been able to win any other man advantage round. And this one, getting some flashbacks to it already. It's a 3-on-3, but Sin, I don't know, dude. This guy's having such a good game. He's been such a threat no matter the positions he's throwing into. And this round is no exception. That man advantage is snatched back. He gets out of there. Big Omen Academy teeing themselves up for the win now. Vigo flashed in. It's a good flashbang, but he can't clear the double box. And so Sin is still a problem, still a threat. And trying desperately to hold on. Down to the USP. 1 tap's needed. And there's Sin to close it, 16-8. It's another man advantage round going the way of Big Omen Academy. And that is a T-side in which Astralis talent get absolutely nothing done, not a single round. That is exactly why I say, mate, you need to be putting up impeccable CT sides or else they're in big trouble.
Yes, you kind of called that in the first half there, Harry. I think at this point, like, yeah, we're expecting maybe some more maps for Astralis in the future. That
please,
That one has not worked out, but hopefully our analyst can break it down before he has a breakdown. So we'll see you after the break.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
(16-8) is the result of the second vertigo of the day. Big Omen Academy won it. When it comes to the T side of Astralis talent in the second map, it was non-existent.
Big fat 0 is how many rounds Astralis talent were able to get in their 6th vertigo of the tournament. If this isn't a sign, if that's not a sign, this is a sign, Astralis talent. Please just, do something different, pick something else. I think Hugo put it eloquently. The quote that insanity is, the definition is to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results.
That's a heartfelt right there from you, man.
Yes, because that was painful to watch. It's painful to go through this existence right now, watching Astralis talent play like that. But on the flip side, Big Omen Academy, once again, they showed a really good CT side. I will take some of that away from Big because I actually placed some blame this time on Astralis talent for walking into this. But I will say that players like Aqua are, their stocks are rising for me.
He's back. Aqua, Season 1 is back. It's 3 good maps in a row now from Aqua. Very dominant performance once again from Big Omen Academy. I know the first half was somewhat close, but again, as we've seen throughout the league so far, the CT sides for pretty much all teams in this league are better than the T side. So when Astralis kind of lost the good lead they had to begin with, up 4-0, I thought to myself, okay, we may have a close game here. Half finish out 8-7, you know what it is. You know what time it is. So for Astralis, I agree, very, 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 very disappointing. There's no way around it. They need to move away from this now. It's as simple as that. Just remove it. You must show us that you can play at least 4 of the other 5 maps outside of Vertigo, and you can still have 2 permabans if you want to in this very forgiving veto format. So there's absolutely 0 excuses for Astralis to play Vertigo one more time in this tournament. So that was the last time we saw it. Otherwise, I'm out.
But imagine if they pick a different map, they win it, and they'll be like, so you're saying all this time, if we would pick Nuke or something else, we could actually win it?
That would be kind of a breath of fresh air for us and them if they're able to recognize that. I really don't want to hope that they're going to be incredible at some other maps suddenly, but I think that really as a player, it just becomes so disheartening to do this over and over again. You play some days in practice, you'll have 3 scrims back to back to back, and you'll play the same map because you're really trying to work on it. If you lose those 3 scrims consecutively, you'll probably say to yourselves, you know what, maybe we just go for a different map the next time we play our official, just try something different. And Astralis talent right now, they just need to have a little bit of self-awareness in their veto system, because like Pimp said, like Harry and Hugo said, we're all saying it. We would just like to see something different because we've seen some signs of life from this team in terms of their players. I've seen some good moments from Altex. I've seen some good moments from Fesser, but it's just that as a system and a structured team, they aren't matching up with other teams in this league.
I agree, and that's also part of the history, right? We want to see Astralis play another map, because I also do firmly believe that what we're seeing right now from Astralis talent on Vertigo is not the A version of them. They can play better than what we're seeing right now. I think we saw last season and season 1 as well that the Nuke is actually quite decent. We're seeing glimpses of potential on Inferno. So there's maps they can go to or try to force into this veto system if they want to. Maybe prioritize a little bit higher. So the reason why we're being rough on Astralis is obviously they've lost 5 out of 6 games on this map. I guess you could argue in the beginning that they lost a couple of close games, especially the one against Young Ninjas must have given them a sense of false confidence, you know, that we can play against the best of the best team on Vertigo. But that's over now. Like, that's it. We've concluded. We can close this chapter and we can move on for Astralis. I admire them, and admire may not be the right word, but I respect the fact that they are willing to keep trying, willing to keep believing in their own, I guess, strengths. It just turned out not to be a strength for you. So now you got to take the loss and you got to move on, because they need some victories in this league if they want to avoid 5th place.
Yeah, just a reminder about the format. It's not that Astralis Town keeps on picking this map. We see this happening because, first of all, their opponents are not banning Vertigo, and they are putting Vertigo pretty high on their priority list. Maybe it's not number 1, maybe not even number 2, maybe it's like 3 or 4, but it's there on the list. And what we're asking right now is like maybe to lower it down a little bit more, or maybe they just take it out.
Remove it. Other teams right now are looking at Astralis and thinking if they're allowed to play Vertigo, people will pick it against them. People will prioritize playing Vertigo against Astralis. There's 6 maps of info. Astralis can't change anything one day to another. So right now, if you're any other team and you're playing Astralis, you want to play Vertigo. So at this point, you have to remove it.
Yeah, I want to move this just a little bit to some of the successes of Big, because I think that right now for me they might be the 3rd best team here still, and I think that you know, there's the one question mark I have for them still, though, is that I haven't really seen too much out of Hyped, their Opper. I think this has been something that's been an issue plaguing Big for seasons 1, 2, and now 3, is that they don't really have that next level Opper that's going to take over, where we've seen, you know, a handful of Oppers from this league actually get picked up to tier 1 teams. It doesn't seem to me like Hyped is there just yet. So I think he needs to probably focus on his game right now, because I will say that I think the rifle presence of Big Omen Academy is very much so up there, and that's why I would peg them in my current power rankings is probably 3rd. I really think that the combo of, like, actually all 4 players now I've seen good signs from, Crimbo included, Sin especially, and then of course we're getting this resurgence of Aqua, and Prosis has just been such a solid contributor. Like, I don't think I've really seen too many series where this guy just falls off a cliff or anything like that. It's really reassuring to see that the rifle presence on this German squad is lifting them high enough that Hypes can be pretty average.
Well, luckily we'll have a short break between the games of Astralis Sound. So, like, if they're planning to keep on playing Vertigo, we'll see them back again in a day. But right now we'll just focus on our upcoming series between NAVI Junior and fnatic Rising. And even though I'm saying, hey, like, we'll see Astralis Sound like in a few days, like maybe we'll not have Vertigo, I'm genuinely worried for our next maps, because when it comes to Season 1, the only maps that NAVI Junior and fnatic played between each other were Vertigos. They didn't play in Season 2, and when it comes to Season 3, we already saw both of the teams play Vertigo.
Yeah, there's a chance that we may end up on Vertigo, but I think Inferno is more likely. I think Inferno is one of the home ground maps for both NAVI Junior and fnatic Rising. I think we see it even on the stats here. They don't win a lot of games on Inferno right now, fnatic Rising, but we have seen potential. We have seen them play toe-to-toe against MOUZ NXT. They beat Young Ninjas on Inferno a couple of times as well, if I'm not mistaken. So they can really go up against the very best on that map. So Vertigo is definitely a potential Heko, but I think Inferno is more so the middle ground. And for this matchup in itself, right, you look at these 2 teams, I think you said it pretty well. We don't really know what quantity NAVI is right now. One map they look good, the next one they look shit, and that's just the way it is right now. Very inexperienced team and a team that still needs to find their footing. Whereas for fnatic Rising, they were the one team who didn't change the roster at all going from Season 2 to Season 3, despite having a disappointing showing. So that consistency and experience, I guess, as teammates will probably help them in a game against a very, let's call them, insecure NAVI right now.
Yeah. This veto has me hopeful that it will be Inferno, because it's a map that Keve has been really doing very well on the T side. It's probably, in my eyes, the best T side map for fnatic Rising in previous seasons. So I would hope that they decide to go for it. I think there is probably, I would say, like a 70% chance that it's Inferno here and 30% that it's Vertigo. I don't really see it going anywhere else in particular. Yeah, I don't think they don't like Dust 2. They probably have played Mirage maybe once in the last 2 seasons, just barely ever, if that. And then so that does leave Inferno and. All right, yeah.
It's gone. It's out.
It's gone.
It's out. It's like it's not going to be Mirage.
No suspense. Just no suspense.
It's not going to be Mirage because Fnatic Rising they perma-ban.
Okay, yeah.
So that's out, which means increases the chances of us getting Vertigo. I mean,
it's gonna be Vertigo. We're in for it. Tears are rolling down my face right now.
But do you recall us like on day 2? Or was it like day 2 or day 3? Like we were getting like a 3rd Inferno because like we had like 2 Infernos in the end of the. Yeah, we had 2 Infernos in the end of day 1, and then we start day 2 with an Inferno. We're like, oh come on guys, we don't need an Inferno. Give us something else. Right now we're basically begging for Inferno. Bring it back. You can take Vertigo. You can take all of the Vertigos. Just.
Don't do it. Just don't do it to us. Stop.
I will say though.
Stop.
I will say though that a Vertigo game between these 2 teams could be interesting.
It'll be better.
Isolated.
It'll be a better game.
You look at it isolated. I think it could be a good game, a common ground. We saw Fnatic Rising play super well on Vertigo as well against Young Ninjas, right, where they absolutely manhandled them. So yeah, it has to be Vertigo here. I can't see any other way around it.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
So. For the game itself, looking at it isolated, putting our emotions aside and whatnot, this game is potentially a very good game. We see Latic as well play decent on the CT side with AWP on Vertigo, so both lineups can play the map, but I agree with you, Hego. It would be nice to see some Nuke, Ancient, basically anything else than Vertigo and Inferno in the future, or Mirage for that matter. But for right now, this game, I think that actually has potential to be a really, really good Vertigo. What I will hate to see, though, is them play Vertigo twice. So let's enjoy the first game here and then pray that Vertigo won't be the same.
Yeah. I'll say this too. To center ourselves a little bit, like you want, Pimp. You're finding Zen in this moment, which is really helping me out a little bit as well. But I think that right now, what's great about this matchup is that Fnatic has shown a good variety of strategies on this map, and I think that their roles are really clearly outlined at this point, where there was that kind of moment for them in Season 2 where when Prosus left and Pepsor had to pick up the A ramp spot, he was having a bit of difficulty, but I think he's kind of slowly, incrementally improving at it, and I think that it will lead to some interesting kind of engagements and battles, and I'm really curious in the Latic versus Regali matchup, because I think that based off of everything I've seen, that Regali should just win that. He should just be winning these duels at A ramp. He has more experience. He's a stronger overall player. He's probably even more clutch too. But Latic has just kind of been this up and down roller coaster of a guy that if he's able to find form and he's able to neutralize the opposing opper, then we're talking. Then we're cooking with a little bit of gas for Navi. And I think right now the odds kind of reflect that Fnatic has the stability. So the 1.5 from Parry Match is a nice sign, because I think that confirms at least my suspicion for the favorite here, which would be Fnatic.
I would agree. Based on what we've seen so far, based on the fact that they kept their lineup together, they have experience together, they have synergy together, the fact that they look so well playing against Young Ninjas on Vertigo as well. They won big time. It wasn't even a game. I would be worried if I were Navi. But that also gives me a kind of confidence in the fact that Navi definitely wouldn't prioritize playing Vertigo high against Fnatic Rising. This was Fnatic Rising's priority list, so the second map should be something else. Fingers crossed. But let's enjoy this Vertigo, because I think it could be really, really good.
Well, I am looking forward to seeing this map, because when it comes to Fnatic Rising, they did manage to win with a score of 16-3 against Young Ninjas. So it was pretty impressive. This means that they actually know how to play this map. When it comes to NAVI Junior, they won Vertigo. They lost Vertigo, so they actually have something to prove.
Yeah, they're the one team losing to Astralis Talent, right? They're actually the one team screwing over Astralis Talent in a sense, giving them belief that they actually know how to play Vertigo.
There's hope.
So you're saying it's Navi's fault.
We can thank NAVI Junior for everything, basically.
Well, I'm kind of looking forward to see like Vertigo at this point. I mean, let's go for the combo. Like, let's get a third Vertigo. Might as well just like a fourth one, just like to finish the whole set. Hugo, Harry, I hope you're excited for another Vertigo.
We don't really have a choice at this point, Heku. We have to be, or we're low energy and we're just molding the moment, Harry. Molding in the moment, maybe. 4 Mirages into 4 Vertigos. What do you think?
Well, yeah, that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Dude, Yeah, you know, it's another Vertigo. What to say,
what
really?
to say, yeah.
You know,
do you think they're going to default? Do you think there's going to be any 3-1-1s today, Harry?
Something that is more exciting is that, like, at least these are different teams, right? And these are teams that we've seen fare up against, you know, the likes of Astralis talent already. You know, on the side of NAVI, they obviously split that series. For Fnatic, they played Young Ninjas, and they did, right? 16-3. So that's pretty cool. It's setting Fnatic up as a pretty scary Vertigo team, and I can't wait to see how they fare versus this NAVI squad.
Maybe Astralis should watch this game. They might learn a thing or two. Maybe they'll learn not to pick the map. But I'm sorry for bringing them up.
Yeah, no, mate, no, it's fine. You know, I don't actually. The third Vertigo, believe it or not, the Thirdigo, as we've kind of been calling it, is not one that I mind as much. No, because it's not me just watching Astralis like do the same thing over and over again. I think we're going to get to see a lot of cool ideas here. I also think there's someone like Regali, for example. Probably, I would say. I was going to say he's more consistent, but he's been a little quieter than I would like right now. I hope that this is like a game where we can have him sharp and flex his muscles, because if not, if you let it go the other way and Latic is the one beating him in that head-to-head, that's where I get a little more worried. Yeah,
that's a conversation that Maui's having on the desk, and I do think we get questions answered, right? That's going to be fun, because for Latic still, like, we're a couple of games deep for NAVI, we still don't really know where to place this guy. Like, he had that
incredible Inferno debut.
Untouchable opening game where, like, if that's his level, like, I'm gonna be broken like I am right now in this sentence.
Bro, yeah,
like, cool. I'd be confused if that's his level, and maybe it's a little realistic that it's not. But I still want to. We still have seen his peak or close to, and I want to know if he can reproduce that on a map like Vertigo against Regali, who last season struggled, to be frank. Right, he came in similar to Aqua, like came in slap in season 1, bit of a slower second time around at it. So can he pick up the pieces? Because Aqua, at least in those games, certainly looked damn good.
Yeah, I kind of want to know, Hugo, like, prediction-wise, how are you feeling about this one? Who are you giving the edge to?
I might give it to Fnatic, I think, in this one. I think, you know, that game v Young Ninjas, if there was anything to go off of, they're pretty comfortable on this map. And for NAVI, new roster, you never know. Whoa, this is new. Is it? I think. I'm losing track.
Yeah. Vertigo, baby! And well, here we go. You'll never have an excuse again for not knowing how to play this map in Pugs. I will tell you that much. So here we go. Fast little B pop out of Fnatic Rising. And nobody here for NAVI Junior. It was a full retake setup towards this side of the map.
I guess it depends who you're watching play this map, but yeah, they should be cream of the crop. Creme de la creme. And in we go. NAVI can't wait forever on this retake. They do have a kit, though. They were playing for this, prepared for the possibility. Flash is good. Banjo blind. Spamming gives away his position. Nipple in first, and there's another shot from Unbroken. These USPs are looking pretty clean right now. Can they buy any time? Pepsel with a double dead eventually. KST will get some vengeance, but just backing up and living here is enough here. NAVI have all the kills. Can they stop the plant? They're on the stick. Reload is a problem, and covered behind the box. KST can't get there in time. It's NAVI with a pistol, and that plant was not what you wanted.
Yeah, always a treat watching this this new look NAVI Junior.
Yeah.
Right, obviously for them, coming from that NAVI youth team on the move up, joining Headtrick, a familiar face from previous seasons for the junior squad.
Fnatic favoured, so I'm not alone at least, even though they lost the pistol. They have got a force, so can always flip the script very quickly. I didn't get a prediction from you, Harry. Are you on the same boat, or are you believing in the unknown quantity of NAVI right now?
No, I think I also give the edge to Fnatic Rising. It's not at all like the Astralis one where, you know, I feel like it should be theirs 100%. I think there's definitely wiggle room here.
Yeah. We don't really know where to place NAVI exactly either. That bomb has been forgotten. So even though they even got control back, they turn around to deal with it. Another man at double. Headtrick dead eventually, and now KST in a 1v2. Yeah, I mean, Pepsel jumped over first with bomb. That's a shame. But then even though they get... Oh! Wow. 1v1 now. One tap for KST. And he's on for the 4K. Oh, he knows exactly where Fen2K is as well. N2K scared, he's wrapping CT. He's hunting the kill. Forget the bomb, I want the frag, he says. Here comes KST, but N2K is ready. And an AK at his feet with a round for Na'Vi. They do stop the force bite from getting out of control.
Yeah, N2K, you know, always looking like a safe pair of hands. I also think in terms of play style, you know, he's quite an aggressive player is how I'd describe him. And so I think, you know, if you're going to try and meet him with that aggression, well, that's probably the sort of reads he's prepared to make, right? He is someone who CT side, think about how he likes to play, normally getting stuck in down towards ramp, normally fighting for that control, very proactively with, you know, support from the likes of fnatic. This short position, he loves to creep down it. Here in sandbags are really his two go-to spots. Now, if I know that, I can assure you Fnatic Rising know that as well. And so that's where the mind games come into it. And this is where Na'Vi are just looking to make some money, right? It's a chance at a clean round, and they want to do all they can to keep numbers up.
This is nice. I love that. Oh, no. Yeah, I'd love the bottom player to be looking up and edging along when the top player moves, right? They're the guy who should be steering the ship. But it kind of gets submerged in those icy waters. Now just Deagle's resetting back to B. Na'Vi have all of A ramp, so they should know this one's coming. It's still only one player here right now, but double mid means they can rotate very quickly. And Unbroken will be calling for those rotates. Kevy's showing bomb first, though. Not the end of the world, but here they come. Head Trick stopping the first good burst. Head Trick's a Vertigo player. That much is clear. He was nuts the other night on this map. Fnatic just called to a pause here.
Oh. Yeah, this is the clean round we were promised. Oh, okay. Luckily enough, Unbroken is able to keep it all in check. And yeah, 4 alive, you'll take that. You know, a chance to run the bonus round now if you want to make even more money, and I think you're definitely going to. You know, you've got 3 rifles in play. I'm not counting the FAMAS as a rifle because it is, you know, like a little baby, I don't even know, like a little baby gun.
Baby gun?
That's a gun for babies, perhaps. Wouldn't recommend it. 3-0 NAVI Junior. Now up against the AKs. No AWP for Regali just yet. You know, something that's interesting with that guy, I remember back in Season 1, one of the reasons why he always said that he liked the league and when it was taking place was it was actually in like his summer holidays, if you remember.
Yeah.
I think he is still in education. So you can only imagine, I'm assuming now he's balancing the two. Part of me wonders, you know, maybe that explains why there's been a little bit of a drop-off individually from him throughout these last couple of seasons. Oh, that's unfortunate for Pepsor. Spammed. Never even sees fnatic. So the bonus round starts off real nice for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, looking to dish out a beating here. Flash in. Keve does turn back. In no hurry to fight here. Head Trick re-smokes ramp. They're going to go through it, perhaps. He's standing inside, but aiming onto default, but... Oh, the wallbang Unbroken. Oh, he should choose against it, but he's going to go forward. Keve knows he's there. So yeah, Unbroken eventually going to cut your losses very low. Meanwhile, Fnatic, they've not got a lot of time left. Got to pick a bomb site. Util going in on A, but it's going to take some time to get everyone off this B bomb site and clear all of ramp. Don't have a short yet either. 30 seconds. You do have the smokes, but you got to be very quick with them. And more util coming in for Na'Vi, a perfectly timed Molotov. They're going to have to go through. That's on the lineup where you throw your short smoke, so that's a bit of a problem. fnatic will get them in anyway, and now they run in.
Oh, this is so weird with fnatic.
Yeah.
Pushing through, it's so awkward, and yeah, mate, that is a mauling and a half.
Way too slow.
Time runs out, and you might even risk losing Regali after time. He's able to hold on at least. That's something. But an ugly round. And NAVI Junior remember, that wasn't even full rifles in play, let alone an AWP just yet. They're not feeling the pressure to bring one out. It's another force back in for fnatic Rising. Standard default here, just holding for aggression outside of B, waiting in middle as well, seeing if anything's given over by NAVI Junior. Shouldn't be shocked to see it with the amount of vertigo we've got to witness. This is a pretty standard way to start your rounds. They will move Regali up into middle, so that to me suggests that they actually want to make contact here. It's no longer just a hold and wait operation. They want to make a move. And actually, it is a hold and wait operation over in middle.
Back to B over.
Maybe just a B creep on this one with a late mid lurk out of KST. With how he's playing it, you're hinging on everything going right. If you get into B, that's when KST can activate and shut down rotations. If you don't get into B, mate, if it slows down, yeah, the round is lost. And he's going to leave mid altogether and rejoin the B play late.
Double B hold, and they don't even know about Unbroken until he pokes his head out at the end with a double head trick, playing the pillar, buying time, and this is where KST needs to activate because he has just been left on his own, dead finally, and Nipple closes out the round. 5-0 Na'Vi. I mean, this B hold was their bread and butter against Astralis, right? Unbroken and Tetris round after round, got me feeling some kind of Axile way. And then head trick always quick to rotate into default and just provide that crossfire. If fnatic are going to win B, they need to be running full molly XX, similar to how Big were doing it earlier, right? Getting that backside molly and getting a default molly in as well. Because these are just very common spots for Na'Vi. And they prove to be quite difficult to deal with. 5-0 and a broken bye for fnatic Rising. Really liking what we're getting out of Na'Vi right now. They started super strong today. Ready for the level.
Yeah, it feels like in some of the other Na'Vi games as well, we've had people like full silent at very rough times. Here, it's a good start across the board. Fen2K, we said how he loves to play this ramp position pretty aggro. Well, he shows us why here, doesn't he? Double up before getting shut down. That's where Nipple comes in swinging and he clamps down upon them. That's a Nipple clamp if ever I've seen one. Only Unbroken left standing. KST with the Deagle. Can't get it over the line. And Unbroken, that safety net to hold on to the flawless scoreline for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, just never get comfortable for fnatic, right? All 5 players eventually there before you even get on the bomb site. Forget XX and smoke spans. Na'Vi won't let you even get your plant, and fnatic now have to fully buy and put their money where their mouth is. Latix Orb, not really being required to go nuclear yet, but there's always time. Of course, he's got the worst spawn in this round, but you know, many teams respect that ramp smoke, so he might still be able to get a chance to peek down deep. Your pugs, you won't get anywhere near as much room. Oh, neither you will you here. It's a fast one. I like this round for fnatic. Very quick up ramp. Great flashbang to render Fen2K useless, but mollied and shot by Nipple. He's going to drop that bomb at top A. Unbroken, if he flanked there, the B players had just left. It would have been the perfect time to go. But instead, keep the 4-on-3 and make fnatic execute.
You're even like mad paranoid to try and get this bomb back, right? It's really not uncommon to see NAVI Junior go for these late peaks through ramps. So even though it might literally be a matter of meters away, you're still so nervous about committing to the jump up to retrieve it. Banjo trying to grab it. Trying to get that bomb back. It's all grinded to a very awkward halt here.
Oh, the boost up. Fnatic locked in now. He can't move, but they don't have a molly. Oh, they just use it. Burn him out, try and make him go wide. Luckily, the smokes give room for Na'Vi to get set up.
Oh, that molly on bomb.
Yeah, he got it, but he won't get any further. Shot through default on his escape, and now this retake, it's looking good for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it really is. Unbroken's left that B site, joins up with the rest of the gang. They're going to try and move in together. They've got one smoke. If they use this at ramp, that's really nice. That shuts down this post plant for fnatic Rising. Instead, they might just elect to smoke the bomb because they don't know the positions of these surviving players. So there's that smoke, but it's only Regali left. So many targets to find, and that's an NAVI Junior round all day long.
God, they're looking excellent right now, aren't they? 7-0.
All right, so Hugo, run with me down this train of thought, right?
Hit me. Hit me. I want you to hit me. Hit me. Yeah, I haven't done that in a while.
So, NAVI, they lost one to Astralis Talent. Fnatic Rising wrecked Young Ninjas, who we thought were going to be the best Vertigo team. But now, if NAVI beat Fnatic, because they lost to Astralis, does that mean Astralis are the best Vertigo team at the end?
No, because it's like normal tier 1 CS where we just have that like triangle of doom where like X can beat Y, Y can beat Z, but Z can beat X. And it just goes round in that circle, or triangle as it's known. So no is my answer to that, and I think you're trolling me. Nice try.
We do a little trolling.
We do a little, just a little trolling. And well, Fnatic, they are getting trolled on right now. 7-0, it's flawless for NAVI. And, you know, even if we don't have that monstrous 30-5 Latic performance, it's actually more reassuring that we have, you know, everyone looking good. Like you said, there doesn't seem to be a weak link or a slow start. The B holds have looked lovely.
No.
Ben2K's had impact
on
ramp.
Yeah.
Latic's AWPing positively as well. So that's, if anything, that's better for a team game for NAVI right now.
It's like we're seeing all the little good pieces that we had on their own now in tandem, right? And of course that's going to make you look stronger. Of course that's going to make you hit harder. In that Astralis game, they had to put up with Ben2K, especially in the first time they played it. I'm just going to be real, he was kind of just feeding at ramp a lot of the time, like trying to play this aggro position that now, as the league's gone on, I have a lot more faith in him doing that, but that was like our first proper look in at him doing it on Vertigo, and it looked ugly initially. I think he's refined it a lot. I think you're seeing why he likes to take these aggressive stances a lot more, and yeah, with him looking good, the rest of the guys showing up around him, it's making a very compelling case for NAVI Junior's Vertigo.
Slow day in the Fnatic office, but more time to warm back. Headtrick's made a read. He's moving over. Alone on B is unbroken. If Headtrick's leaving that B anchor or leaving that B rotate role, you know that NAVI know what's going on. Swinging now, missed shot, and you got to kill that first guy or it falls like a house of cards, and so it shall. Blown down by the wind. 3-on-2. Fnatic finally in their best bet yet. Bomb planted, nade falls short, and they can back out. NAVI have money to attempt going for this, but there are no kills being offered up. It is commit or save. There is no dilly-dallying. There is no other option. So save they shall.
Yeah, and I like that. I don't think you're in a position yet where you feel the need to attempt a round like this. You know, it was always a question of, yeah, they are going to get around eventually, right? Or at least that's what you assume. And so, you know, you write this one off. You keep that AWP. That's really the main thing here as a really big ticket item. It just makes this next investment not feel so punishing. And it lets them keep a bit in reserve for the future as well. Just in case Fnatic do try to go on a bit of a tear here and start streaking rounds together. Gives you a lot more staying power, and also now, you know, there's no chance at an AWP for Fnatic Rising, even though they win that round, because you didn't give it to them. So, yeah, lots of reasons why I agree with that save, but a nice little execute from Fnatic Rising, finally punishing this ramp aggression that we've been getting out of NAVI Junior, and that's nice. Maybe it forces a bit of respect out of them, maybe it doesn't, because they're still 7-1 up. Only time will tell.
NAVI just trying to flash retake into ramp. Still have 3 players on top ramp, right? Headtrick taking middle. Latic peeking deep. No T-AWP though, so no one's looking to take this fight. They just want to try and flash an AWP off this angle if possible. Latic checking every conceivable little pixel. Look at this, just constant rescope. You think it's a replay. No, he's just trying to be methodical. Now they can get up short. Latic blind through a smoke, just fires through Pepsil's face. Now they get closer. Ben2K, don't want him to feed at ramp, Harry, but he's getting involved. He's hungry. Empty belly.
I don't mind this too much as long as he knows when enough is enough, right? Because he's dodged this flash for now. Right now, he still has this little veil of security, but it's going to start to fade and just gets out of there.
Run!
No, that is the perfect timing on that for Fen2K. They retreat, they keep this man advantage. I'm going to revisit it in just a moment, but right now we've got this A play coming through. 25 seconds, there should be no ifs and or buts in this one. And it's the first kill found from KST on the entry. Down goes Latic at the hands of Keve, and the A bomb site belongs to Fnatic Rising. It's another save for NAVI Junior.
All right, now we've got our Fnatic Rising boys on the block. Some later A takes, some more methodical ones. Gets scary when the time gets that low. We've seen the result of that, but not this time around.
Whoops.
Yeah.
No, Fen2K, they're good knowledge on when to leave. One of the reasons why it always makes me nervous is if someone's aggressive like that, you're not just, you're one person and you're only responsible for yourself, I guess, but you're kind of dragging other people down with you, right, who are trying to set up to play trades. We had the AWP of Latic still at top ramp because Fen2K was pushed deep. And sometimes you end up in these situations where the deep player gets nothing done, someone tries to swing, suddenly you're digging your own grave, right? You're only feeding the beast that lurks at ramp. It's a shame though, because, even though they make the right decision to fall back, the entries were immediate. Truthfully, would have liked to have seen maybe a bit of a heavier lean towards that A site with a retake setup. You can see the parry match odds still in favor of Na'Vi at 1.44 to a 2.65.
Yeah, they started for Fnatic as well, 1.7. So
nice little switch around.
Yeah, I mean, got to after a 7-round streak, but Fnatic are finding their win now. They are warming in. Regardless, been given a free AWP, so we're going to get him fighting up.
First of the game for him.
Oh, jumped over and under, slip in the net. Fen2K full send once again, and no one knows. Oh, this is lovely, especially with this one way. This one jumps up, they're dead. That's what he's hoping for. If Orb just fires, I would sell it so well, but don't trade out, not now, of all times. Okay, now's a good time, but he shouldn't have got away with a third.
That's the aggression from Fen2K. Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
Gonna give it any more, perhaps? Could get out here if you want, but I don't think he wants to. Latic's found a fourth, and Banjo just chilling.
I'll say this much, he's a much better aggro short player than he is top ramp player.
Sure.
Whenever I see him here, the timings get far too close for my liking. Whenever he's in this position at short, though, I feel like we get rounds like this out of him all the damn time. Out of all the ways for that smoke to fall, it's kind of hilarious that it fell in the 1 in a million spot to drop through the railing.
Sort of a one-way, right? If Banjo peeks here, he's going to
for whom?
The for whomst is the one way. Banjo is just delaying the inevitable. And up on short, peeking down on ramp, the inevitables. Come on, Banjo. Give him what you want. Oh, Na'Vi aren't waiting. Not for long. And there it is. It was about time. Latic had searched 1,000 angles down ramp for that kill. And finally, he's gifted it. 8-2. This was beautiful. Yeah, grabbing the AK quickly. Luckily, dude, that's the fastest you can fire that after the animation.
I mean, I would be triggered, only because, like you say, right, when you see someone swapping out a gun like that, you know that that's a kill you have to deliver on. You know that, yeah, this is my chance to trade. We might have put a lot of resources into getting this one guy, but he's dead now. And the moment he's able to retrieve the AK, get it locked and loaded, and still come up big with the kills, that's a tilting round. Mid mowdown for Head Trick, 3 in that spray. And softens them up for that rotation out of Fen2K. Just unbroken left. But Banjo has gotten into the B site. The nade could end it all. And there it is. Fen2K never even runs the risk of fighting you. It's 9 for Na'Vi. And a convincing shutdown of a fast mid to B. Those always feel good to shut down, man. So often, the first time it's ran, it kind of catches you off guard with the speed, the pace. Not NAVI Junior, mate. Not Head Trick.
Yeah, it's also just a waterfall round, right? If you get that mid pick, if there is a mid player and you get him first, it just all falls apart because everyone's deep in their sights, right? B players are often starting early towards B stairs, ramp players are peeking down, so you just have so much room to spill over con and chase those B players. But no, shut down a mid at the very, very beginning. No way it can get out of control. Now just the hero gun. Banjo didn't like not getting to play that last round. Getting boosted. Oh, okay. Close. Oh. Okay, Banjo.
I kind of can't believe they kept peeking that.
You just feel like you know the angle, don't you? But Regali on a new one, boosted mid, locks Nipple out, and NAVI might just have to save. I mean, they want to, but the bomb's coming A.
Bomb's going
the NAVI were thinking about saving, but they're both here right now. Now the bomb double backs. Are NAVI going to double back? No. They recommit. They clear ramp. They did hear something going on, and now NAVI just stay here and save, surely.
Yeah, lovely round out of Banjo, right? Couldn't ask for more, even though he does get given the fights, which, you know, he maybe didn't need to get given over. He still does a fantastic job of hitting them. They weren't easy shots to land. And so from nowhere, with just that hero AK and a little investment around it, little partial investment of deagles and armor on some of these guys, they're able to find a round. Sniping away ones like that always feels good, especially when, you know, you're kind of, you know, really CT sides where you're hoping to do your best work. And if you're able to salvage this, hell, even a 9-6, mate, that would be phenomenal. That would be phenomenal for Fnatic Rising if they can find that sort of turnaround. It all starts with that force buy. They are able to make it happen.
Slow and steady wins a race. 6 rounds, absolutely doable. And yeah, great shots for Banjo. That's a bit scary. If Pepsel didn't, like, you know, full run in A, because obviously the call is, oh, we've got all these B picks. Watch out,
yeah, if they tried to go sneaky with it and, you know, take their time, that could have been a disaster.
Yeah, so good early warning system. Just trying to beat Navi's rotates, but they'd already called it off.
Oh, smoke went off the map.
Lucky happens. It does happen. But it's fine, because that just gives more room for the AWP, and Latic, he wants all the glory. Kills come in, and now he can clear ramp without a smoke as well. You just know you have everything. And Fnatic are stuck mid and B again. Boost up behind it. Let's hope it doesn't tick through.
It's being considered by Unbroken, and even spamming this is like massive. You can hear the tags, you can see the blood, but the time in.
This
smoke on this position, yeah, that's screwed him.
That was Navi's, right?
Yeah, Headtrick just dropped that in.
I don't know why, though. It was so late after the molly. It's not like you're convincing anyone that you're playing it. And, I mean, Navi obviously didn't know Banjo was boosted, but he has come alive in the nighttime. 3 entries into B. Yeah, that smoke, I mean, I think you're just trying to play with your food at that point, but it is the smoke that kills Navi in this round. Just gives Banjo the room to jump up in a very difficult position, where really, if he did it without the smoke, he'd be a dead man.
It's even sadder because Unbroken was holding for that exact contingency. Yeah. The smoke blocks him, and then he goes, oh, I'll go play it, I guess. Yeah. Like,
what do you do?
Still good for Fnatic Rising to capitalize on an error like that. And suddenly, you know, like now, when we say like, oh yeah, 6-9 would be actually a really good turnaround. Well, now it's more than achievable. NAVI Junior, I'm imagining they eco this around the save guns, but you can really do it either which way. You're at 1900 loss, so you know, you can buy up next on an eco, but it is going to be missing some parts. You can have 3 rifles here, or you go for it next round. At least, you know, maybe a possibility to bring the AWP into play, thanks to a bit of extra cash on Latic, but it would be glass cannon. Tries his hand at the ramp pick again, wanting to get stuck in with one of the 2 guns in this round. And fnatic, they see that AWP, they go towards B on the back of it. This is where, you know, being so regimented and where you like to play maybe actually hurts Na'Vi. You see who's alive, right? You see those guys who save the guns, Ven2k and Latic. You know they're A players. You've just seen the AWP there. No illusion as to where that AK is going to find itself, and so they just group for the B play now. This is where really I would love to have already seen a rotate out of Na'Vi if they wanted to attempt the round. The fact that there wasn't one, to me, screams that they're just going to save, and that was kind of the plan from the get-go.
Yeah, Na'Vi have been absolutely fine with calling saves in this game. Like, obviously, they've been tempted in to some rounds or some exits, but in general, Na'Vi know when is the time to call it off. And this is certainly one of those rounds, especially with no grenades or no significant amounts. So, giving it up, going home, and giving fnatic 5. Great, you know, return to glory for fnatic, considering this was a 7-0 for Na'Vi. It felt like nothing could go wrong, but it's still... You know, Na'Vi are not going to be complaining even about 9-6 half. They'll take it.
Little tack pause before the last round of the first half. NAVI Junior wanting to milk this for all it's worth.
I always wonder, with Latic, right, look at his cam, how does he fit his headset under his hair? How does it work? I want to watch the process of putting the headset on and taking it off, because you can't see it at all.
Yeah.
It's like he's wearing earbuds, but he's not using speakers. He's not got his audio set to his monitor. So what is how do you do that? It's impressive.
I almost wouldn't mind some mid-aggression out of NAVI Junior in this round. Don't get me wrong.
Flank.
It's a little bit ballsy, right? But for guys like Nipple, you don't really have a lot of util anyway. Maybe just drop it, go on a bit of a Hail Mary. He is often that guy kind of leaning towards B and mid. Hedrick just taking it up, playing it safe though. And we're back to the standard, you know, 1-1-3 split. It is being held this round by KST, so worried about that same sort of thing, but that contingency's taken into account by fnatic Rising. Pepsor waiting patiently. Made sails past him, and he will clear out Fen2k. Now you learn about this aggro hold at the top of ramp. I don't imagine that really deters fnatic. They want this control, regardless of how much Na'Vi want to fight for it.
Goes both ways. A short AWP re-aggro. With the molly down, you got a bit more room to get involved. Only a tag to Regalia. Good save from Pepsor, who swings in for the kill. Molly makes Nipple decide, and it was death or death. Those were the options. I'd love some cake, but instead it's Hedrick to chow down. 2-on-3 now, and fnatic, I mean, they know that there's probably a third rotate in, so both players of Na'Vi are on this site. And the re-aggression is going to be held by the AWP. Ricardi double scopes, they peek underneath him though. Kevin's got a swing, they're both on a platter, but still Unbroken swivels and closes out the half, 10-5. And that re-aggression for Na'Vi certainly caught fnatic by surprise.
Yeah, they had no idea. They had no idea, and yet still Unbroken, it's that wonderful little 180. Really, really nice stuff out of this guy. You know, was doing well over towards B, only took that stumble really where he peeked into Banjo. It felt like maybe that riled up his confidence a bit, but around like that, a little 180, 1v2, that's going to pump you up again coming into this second half.
Not bad at all, yeah. Na'Vi are going to be very happy with how this is going.
We were pegging this AWP fight as something to keep an eye on thus far. It feels pointless to say, but Latic has more than won that out, right? Consistently taking ramp peaks, and that's because they've been very, very good to him. Gonna need to see more out of Regalia, I think, if fnatic want to accomplish much in this second half. It's only exasperated by the fact this isn't just a game where AWPs are a non-factor, right? His counterpart on the other side is doing well, so pressure's on now.
Yeah, right. Wasn't really an option to AWP up a ramp. Not that it was in play many times, but look at this angle here from fnatic. That's all he played. If he was peeking down ramp, he only played one angle, and that was that weird, you know, he was constantly switching, looking through different gaps, but here, pretty much.
Dude, yeah, fnatic is such a pest with the AWP though, mate. Like, because everyone, him and Fence2k are like this annoying little aggro duo that are just so keen to fight you every damn time. If it's not one, it's the other. They're like the left and right hook of this A ramp aggression. And I mean, you know, now pistol round coming up. I really hope that fnatic can hit the ground running and give us a nice competitive game. See the parry match odds still in favor of NAVI Junior, 1.37 to 2.95. But you know, Pistol's weighted somewhat heavily after a 5-round half. Last thing you want is to only have one rifle round here on this CT side to decide your fate. And that is a nice start from KST.
Yeah, that will help. That will do. And there's no nades to stop the plant either. So short of swinging the smoke, you're not going to be able to deny this for Na'Vi. They can do one more re-smoke. And Unbroken's lining that up now. One flash to try and get aggressive, and it goes straight in. They don't wait around. The flash essentially gets wasted. A bit of a shame. But fnatic are coming in with util of their own. Everyone wide, fighting for the site. Double up from head trick, but they tap the bomb. It's not a stick, but Na'Vi don't know that. Now they're getting panicked. Now they're getting aggressive, and it's only Nipple left up. Another tap. Kit on it this time, and KST, if he dies, there's a chance for Nipple. Oh, low ammo, final headshot, and he needs it, but Defuse comes in right before. If he was a little less panicked, he probably could have lined up a one-tap.
Yeah, that's really heartbreaking, man. And when you've won a round kind of split by thinner margins as that, I think you force. I think you go, right, boys, look, that should have been ours to begin with. Throw money at the problem, see if that fixes it.
So close. So damn close. But now fnatic have been given a chance to make this game theirs. Long it out. Of course, that's presuming Navi's force isn't successful, which is still a guess. Ooh, both spotting. But no one shotting. Ricardi goes back for more, and there's a bunch of guns here. Layered boost from KST, and he MOUZ 2. They get the entry, and they let the guard down again. Oh, get out of there, Pepsol. 4 on 3, and the guns are not good for Na'Vi anyway, so winning this round, winning these fights is going to be easier said than done. Banjo, he swings. Oh, he's done a lot of damage. Pepsol still wants to get involved. There's little gaps in yellow. You might be able to see someone through. You can see he's aiming at them. Okay, Latta can see as well, though. He's got eyes on the prize. Getting the headshot there, of all things.
That is crazy. That is wild. It's not even like, you know, Pepsol's moving around a bunch for you to, you know, notice changes in movement. Like, he stood still as a statue.
What are you, a T-Rex?
Well, you know, yeah, but it helps. It does. You know, eyes are trained to spot movement, patterns, differences, changes in our environment.
Not Latix. They just feast on the flesh of man. Maybe he is a dinosaur. Oh dear, that smoke put out the Molotov.
Oh my god, they're going through. That's
eating.
Ballsy.
Yeah, it's not going to work either. Scouts lay damage up, and Latic will finish it. It's going to be a Na'Vi round. Yeah, fnatic didn't like their odds of playing retake. They wanted to charge it, but you know the scout was covering at least. Na'Vi are just able to pick and choose their battles. 11-6. Crazy rounds right now. That's a force working, though. Check this. Oh, nah.
I don't even...
There's a gap.
I get that there's a gap.
Very slim.
But I swear that where he was standing isn't a bit affected by it.
There was a gap. Harry, my eyes are better than yours.
Hugo, man, I don't know,
I'm not doubting
I know there's a gap. I'm just saying that, like...
There's a gap, Harry.
I don't think the gap covers you there, bro.
The tubes teach you nothing. Gotta mind the gap.
Oh, right. Tubes, like the tube.
Choo-choo, it's Na'Vi.
Don't ride on the tubes.
Not
ride on the tube.
Oh, God, not
singular.
This Na'Vi are riding their way all the way to victory lane. KST's in T-spawn, mate. But this flank might not matter if Na'Vi commit now. They've got the numbers to do so. Pepsaw and his Deagle. KST doesn't want to flank either. He's reset mid. Ooh, wallbang kill. One way to do it, I guess. Triple short. They're all very stuck here, and well, these AKs are about to cause some commotion, but for whomst? Oh my god.
Nice.
Pepsaw flash though, and here's where the AK's got to come in clutch. Shadow gets seen. 2 kills. Stop blocking me, says Headtrick. Fine, I'll go anyway. Another kill. Jumping is dangerous. They're on the boost. And Regali and Banjo are both here, creeping back into the bomb site and back into their coffins. Lovely shots for Na'Vi. Headtrick again having a game. 20 kills now. The experienced member of the NAVI Junior roster. Been here since Season 1. Been here since the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, dude, one of the things that's so wild there is that, if I'm not mistaken, it was Headtrick brought in to replace Pogolov all the way back in Season 1. I think originally it was just a stand-in, but he clearly made an impression and stuck around. These Na'Vi odds getting more and more one-sided, 1.15 to 5. And yeah, I can get behind that. Pistol might have gone the way of Fnatic, but everything since has belonged to NAVI Junior.
Yes. Of course. And now... flat oosps. Not much you can do with these. Maybe take the silencers off, go Astralis talent. That was actually that was funny, to be honest. I like that. But no, they're silent, so they're a bit quieter, not as scary.
Can you do the Minecraft death sound? Ooh, that's not that bad. Trying to make it a little more punchy.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
That's like when you're burning in lava. Now you sound like an old guy.
Yeah. Something like that.
Not too far from the truth.
We're all getting there. We're all going to die, Harry. But this is the time.
Wow. Yeah.
For existentialism. This is the time for Counter-Strike.
Well, thank you for dropping that reminder. Yes.
In-game.
Mortality is a fragile thing.
Online. 13-6, and well, someone's got to win. Someone's got to lose. Right now, Fnatic, they want to change that script, but no AWP for Regali. You talked about his comeback almost required in this game, and at least on the CT side, but he's not really in the spot to do it right now. They don't have a lot of gun rounds left.
I love the music. I love that. Sorry, I always just let it speak for itself.
Weird, I don't hear the lyrics.
You get to... everyone in those little pauses is freestyling, or so I've heard. And of course, the best freestyler will be dropping a track for Season 4. No.
What is that smoke?
Let's find out.
Where's it going?
Let's find out.
Is it? It's bottom ramp. Okay. That's a super easy lineup, guys. Come on, learn it. That's sick, though. Little jump throw. Keep that in mind. Back up into the corner. Top of the yellow crane. Ka-chow. Sorted. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Trade, though. Fen got through. Of course, he's pushing A ramp. No surprise. Or A short. Oh, yeah. Wada bing, wada boom. Flash is good, but Keve is better than nothing. He gets out alive.
And all the smokes is coming down, though. And so you've got to make a decision. Do you fight ahead of it? Do you give them the respect? They will try to fight ahead of these smokes. Now, KST's in an interesting spot. Yeah, either he's going to get a lot done or he's going to get timinged on a swing. Holds on for now, but that's where Fen2k deals with him. Banjo, last guy remaining. Now 2 of these players are low. It's not impossible. There's one of them removed. Oh, and the bomb plant denied!
Nice.
Banjo Plays him like a fiddle, mate. 7 on the board for Fnatic Rising, and it's one guy pulling the strings.
That was sick. Yeah, Banjo was one of the only guys getting stuff done on the T side alongside Pepsor, I'd say, right? His B entry, some of those triple kills off the boost.
Pepsor, the guy you would nominate for the T side? I don't even know.
I guess KST has kills, which is great for him, but I was just thinking his entry kills. I don't remember much going well for Fnatic in that.
No, I think that's the main thing. I get it.
Apart from Banjo.
And, mate, honestly, I know the reason why you've said Pepsor there. It's because normally he is kind of the other rifle player that you look towards to create all this space.
I mean, he's 3rd on the board. You know, it could be a lot worse. But yeah, either way, Banjo was the one guy who was really making rounds happen for Fnatic. And, well, that has not changed. 1v3 on the A site. And a very awkward round indeed.
Mid aggro. I like this, right? It's a good move because really all NAVI Junior have done so far, at least in these last few rounds, is just defaulted up towards A ramp and taking this control. And there comes a point where you need to start to, punish them for that, right? And KST, even if he doesn't commit to any kind of wildness from this flank, it's the info that's enough, There's a world where he can get set up to watch for rotations back to B, and that'll enable a 4-man A stack for Fnatic Rising. So it's not necessarily about finding kills here. It's actually about the kills you don't find that matter. Grabbing the info that B's clear. There's the 4-man rotation towards A coming through now. You can see Banjo making his way over with the wrap, now dedicated by KST. So there's going to be a lot of bodies in this A bomb site. Might not prove to matter though, as all the entries come up in favor of NAVI Junior anyway.
Yeah, one player came through the smoke just to help his short man out. It looks crazy, but otherwise it would just be a free kill anyway. You're just trying to trade. KST came in on the flank carry, but he could never get anything done with it. At that point, you realize I have an MP9, and they've got AKs down ramp, so probably not the fight to take. And rightly so, backs out to save here for Fnatic. 14 rounds in the pocket of Na'Vi. Yeah, I mean, we've been getting Fnatic just taking T-spawn in many of these rounds, but never really getting anything done with it. Either, like you said, just info and backing out to play the bomb site, or a flank in this round that's too late to have any impact. Maybe we can see Fnatic abuse that a little bit more, drop ladder, do what Aqua was doing last game.
I mean, this is why Vertigo is kind of weird, though, because as a T player, especially, I think, as you move into, you have to remember at the end of the day, these are academy teams. And I think sometimes with the level they play at, it's kind of easy to forget that, right? But they're not going to be as well-rounded as, the tier 1 of Counter-Strike. One of the issues with Vertigo, and this happens even in tier 1, is that the T-side can sustain themselves really just hitting A up through ramp and making that control work with, the wall of smokes and whatnot. These flanks, a lot of the time when they do come in, it's really hard to actually get impact from. I think it's a really, really tricky role to accomplish in a way that's impactful. And even then, even when you're committing to it, I think it's very important to remember that a flank isn't like isn't a surefire sign of success, and sometimes it can be quite the opposite. If you're prepared to gamble stack 4 on A because you have a player flanking, well, if that flanking player dies, suddenly a B rotation's open. Na'Vi also can start to use this against you, right? You might not want to dedicate a double mid push next time. You might just want to solo push it, free up another player to go and help out at A in the early round. What that might then lead to is if Na'Vi ever are holding it, it's going to be a lot harder to get away with finding that opener. So, yeah, I mean, it kind of comes with the territory of this being the map, right? Like, it can be really tricky to get much out of these flanks, and I think KST had to learn that the hard way in these last couple of rounds.
And Na'Vi are holding it early, but they're really just looking to assault A again. Double B push, Banjo Regali making the move. Even that flash gets heard though from Na'Vi. They may wonder what's going on behind them. Unbroken stays on the flank. He's having a good game this time as well, so shouldn't have a problem getting those kills if they do activate, but Fnatic have already left B stairs and gone back on a safe rotate, looking to stack the A site. Pepsor might get flashed in here. Keve lobs it. Out goes Pepsor, and it's perfect. Head trick trade to kill. And plenty of time here for Na'Vi, especially with the fact that there's no one coming in behind them. They are walking into the full Monty, though. Good flash peek. Everyone's blind. Doesn't get much worse than that. KST keeps it going, though. Third kill before finally shut down by fnatic. It might be too late, however. 30 seconds. He has bomb and a bit of time, but I don't see fnatic rotating in this one.
Yeah, even a kill to keep the damage up would be super valuable here, right? So it's not all lost if this does end up being a fnatic round. fnatic on the swing will get made quick work of by Banjo. And so it's 8 on the board for fnatic Rising, still trying to keep the game afloat, still trying to keep themselves in this one. Yeah, just to go back to some of these comments about like the pushes, once again, they get the info at B. I think, you know, there has to be credit going the way of NAVI Junior for consistently managing to navigate, even though this site is stacked a lot of the time, they're still getting in. The way I'd kind of look at it is it's like, you know, if, I don't know, let's say like Mike Tyson told you he was just about to punch you in the face, like, yeah, you've had the warning, but, you know, like now you've also got to dodge or survive the punch.
I don't know what's easier. Oh, double push right through the short smoke. These flashes on A ramp are amazing right now.
Well, there we go, though.
Okay.
Like,
that's what happens when you have 5A, mate. 5A every round. Carly's still here. They will not expect a man on short, but the smoke's just fading. He's going to have to beat Headtrick in his own game. As Na'Vi haven't even crossed in yet. Finally, that bomb's going so low, and oh, I can't plant. Has to fake at most. Flank is in, and they're not considering it. It's a round locked in for fnatic Rising. Regali stopped fnatic on the site, and yeah, that's a roller coaster. You know, double entry for fnatic, triple trade back for Na'Vi, and then the closer.
Yeah, if anything, the cool thing about challenging with 3 at ramp, not only do you have a really good chance of finding like openers, as we saw here, I think that is how you really make them discount a flank. Like if you lose players that quickly, Na'Vi are imagining, okay, yeah, they're going to rotate to site. They're going to be set up to play retake, to hold the line, to whittle us down. They were not at all considering that Banjo might have committed to that wrap round still. And now you've finally broken their money. That's a big win for fnatic Rising.
Yeah, double digits is an inevitable or inevitability here for fnatic. Only a P250. Jump out mid all you want. Regali's on his AWP now. This could be, you know, the way in for fnatic once we hit that next gun round. Regali being able to AWP down ramp. Boost up. Nipple gonna swing. Shake it if you got it. Regali, he'll shake his wrist. Flick for 2, make it a third. And Banjo and Kevy keep the house clean. How many maids do fnatic have? 10 rounds now. Na'Vi rebuying, but this is no easy walk in the park right now for them. Especially not with this AWP finally coming through.
Yeah, I think the fact that this has largely been A plays, and all the A players are the ones who are like dead bottom of the board, like that speaks volumes. These guys should... It's really wild to think that KST's the mid guy. He's 20 frags deep, and Banjo's the B player, and both of them are left in retakes all the time, and yet they're the ones sat with 40 kills between the two of them. The other 3 that are responsible for this A bomb site, mate, they're on, what, 27? So I think that speaks volumes. If you do try and get into B, though, Banjo has been a consistent highlight for fnatic Rising, a consistent light in the dark, as it were. And this round is no exception. Starts it with a man advantage for fnatic Rising. If they keep giving him this, oh, they're walking into his playground.
Yeah, Na'Vi bail. Lose a man, lose some health to the nade. That's enough to send them out. And probably rightly so. fnatic have 4 players in B right now. Still with this deep ramp info, though. Pep's also going to be the early warning. fnatic just about to find out, not only from the A ramp spot, but also because they're clearing B. So no flanks, just safe rotates as is usual. fnatic have not been flanking in this game too much. KST has 1 nade, otherwise you're just looking to fight. Fnatic don't want to go in a retake because they don't have the util to sustain. So they're likely going to be coming through smokes and fighting Na'Vi in this site. Here they come, pushing through. Look at the double short setup. Regali's going to die here, but even if he does, Pepsor should be good to trade. Regali, how many? 1, 2 kills. That's sick. And he's still here. He's still alive. Finally overwhelmed his team, but the round is kept in the pocket of Fnatic. I love that decision to go through the smokes. They knew they had to. Regali baiting for his teammate in the corner, who never gets cleared. This is wild.
Yeah, one little thing here I think it's important to note. This is like a... Okay, yeah, it's a very, very dominant Fnatic round, but I like the decision that at the beginning of this round, Na'Vi showed a lot of B presence, and they also went mid on their last eco. It really wouldn't surprise me if they go B or mid now again, and this is just to keep setting the precedent to Fnatic that, yes, when rifles are out, we could lean towards this side of the map. They're not going to. They throw a short smoke, and they just aggro, run up through ramp. Hell, I mean, all their success has been found on the A site. That's enough to spur them on. I mean, look, man, Fnatic Rising is so used to having A plays on the back of the flashes, on the back of the footsteps. Oh. They've pulled all 5 players into this A site. I mean, if you had anyone B right now, mate, they'd be through it. They'd be in CT. It's crazy. But this just shows how predictable Na'Vi have been in a lot of these rounds.
Keve's had so many kills this map through that wall. And the round's done. Keve has come back alive. You know, you talked about this two-man show. Well, ever since we've had Fnatic taking more ramp control, flash peeking down, those rounds where 2 or 3 players will just chase the ramp kills, they've done a lot better. This 3 slower trifecta for Fnatic has warmed up, and that's very scary for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. These fights aren't happening on Na'Vi's terms anymore, right? It's very much Fnatic the ones dictating the ramp fights now, and I do like that. You know, it's okay to have quiet games. It's okay to have games where you feel like you have to play a bit more passively because you are struggling. But you can't have all 3 players on A in that same mindset. And so it feels like they've just all in tandem gone, look, we can't keep giving them this much room. We can't keep letting them throw their executes into us. We're just getting picked apart one at a time. So we're going to fight, and we're always going to be fighting together. Nice bit of decision-making and on-the-fly decision-making from Fnatic Rising to realize the error of their ways. I think you've got to give them props for that, even if this were to still be a Na'Vi victory. Na'Vi aren't even cognizant of a lot of these, like, a lot of the info that Fnatic are getting either. They've never spotted KST's mid-wrap. They don't know that that's the area he's, you know, pushing time and time again. They see the results of the flank, but you never really know how they're getting this. And so what's going to happen? KST clears out the B site, doesn't he? He's going to go through spawn. He's going to say, right, yeah, no one's here. Banjo, mate, get towards A. Banjo's now rotating. And so 4 are going to be in this A bomb site again for Fnatic Rising.
With a flank on a 5v5, right? This is it for KST. He could win the round eventually. Na'Vi have been given room for first time in a while to get this bomb planted. KST's got to hurry up. Regali's wallbang the plant out, and now you're in hot water. You don't have re-smokes. You don't have a way to get back in. You've got to fight your way through the site. This is super awkward. All the meantime, KST is right behind them. They don't even know. They're so focused on the A site for good reason. And KST closing that gap. Oh my goodness. They do check it, but KST catches them. He doesn't even need to play 20 seconds. His team have got the job under control, you'd think. Couple of kills, and you need to chase. You have to plant for CT because KST can just time his peaks behind. Good shot from Latic. Anymore. He's chasing CT spawn. His teammate's gone, and KST doubles up with 23 kills. Remember when he couldn't play Vertigo? I don't. 2 seasons later, and Fnatic Rising have pulled this game back.
I mean, if this league's shown us anything, you have to be good at playing Vertigo, right?
Yeah, right, jeez.
I like it as well. Regali landing that wallbang. I've seen so many of the AWPers in this league so far attempt it, but never quite get the lineup right. Regali's clearly put the time in, and hell, I mean, with how much we see this map, it might be worth it.
You really gotta, yeah. Oh my goodness, this is insane that Fnatic is still here, and now Na'Vi are playing for round 29 and 30. They've thrown in a bit of this and that.
Yeah,
pistols.
It's been a very one-note T side, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen B exec once. We haven't seen a mid to B. We have just seen A, really.
And so the kind of logical extension of that issue is that, well, when you finally don't make noise A ramp, it's so obvious that you're not A.
Although that smoke's really good. They've flown over Con, and KST hasn't had the kill. Finally does get it. There's more where that came from, though. He's got to know. The bomb made it over as well. Luckily, his teammates just about cover KST, and even though he dies, Banjo's not going to let them plant for free. Headtrick's lurk is inconsequential, and Fnatic Rising, it gets a bit weird, but they deal with the pistols. Now it's what Na'Vi have been waiting for. Whatever they've had cooking up in the kitchen. I think we just need to see, even if they want to go A, we just need to see a little more map control.
Yeah. Considering all of today, like, you know, watching Astralis talent, they love establishing like a consistent default T side. That's something you got to give them credit for, right? That 3-1-1 split. I've not seen anything other than 5 A-ramp out of NAVI Junior in these rifle rounds.
I usually like it, but Fnatic have just found the solutions. They've been really good at not even letting Na'Vi get into post plants. None of these rounds. It's either Fnatic, you know, coming through smokes, or in the last exec flanking with KST.
And already you have lost all map control.
Yeah.
There you go. You no longer know what's happening in mid. You don't know what's happening at B.
You don't care.
Fnatic are getting all the info that these other areas are clear. And you're holding for a flank, but if you do now want to go back, it's going to take you a solid, you know, 30, 40 seconds to clear all these positions. Yeah. So you're kind of left with no choice but to commit to A.
Oh, you coming through. All right, Harry, you coming through.
And look, Fnatic Rising are already pulling 4 players towards the A bomb site again.
They're not flanking because they don't want to be obvious. It would be obvious, even though Na'Vi aren't holding for it. But they've done it. They've done it before. You don't need it. You don't rely on it in these A stoppages. Your holds have actually been really nice. So Na'Vi coming through mollies, looking to commit. We just need a bomb plant from Na'Vi, but you can see 2 nades are being held. That could be a problem. In they come, and the wallbang gets there before the nades. Regali, chill. He had such a quiet first half, but this guy put him on the CT orbit. It's a different game.
Yeah, bomb plant down. They finally manage it. And a 5-on-4, you know, yeah, okay, nice wallbang from Regali. Maybe he's teed up Fnatic for the round, but this is one of the best spots NAVI Junior have been in a very, very long while at 14-14. Fnatic Rising, they need this to be clean. They need this to work, or else it might all be in vain.
Oh,
Headtrick doubles up, trying to hold the line. They go up, they go over, and Banjo's flipped the script. Regali might be dead, but Banjo's on the bomb. They're going to get him off at 15 for NAVI Junior. They do manage to whittle apart this A bomb site. It takes them an incredibly long while.
Yeah.
But they come in with a 15th.
Woo! And that was 4-on-5 post plant with a flank. The only problem with the flank there is KST was the first guy to die in that retake. He was tucked, right? He wasn't peeking at all for like 10 seconds, but then everyone moves in, including him, at the same time. If he delays that push by maybe 2 or 3 seconds, Na'Vi are probably so focused on the site retake. Either way, it's a nitpick. It's really a nitpick. Na'Vi destroyed them in that post plant.
I think one of the other really, really sad parts there is they after Regali's wallbang, they Molotov the site, and I think that gave them the illusion that that second bomb plant was just a tap. You know that they're not going to be planting default with how much they've been spammed through it. So you knew it was always going to be a wider plant. That's so spammable. That's so wreckable, and they don't do it because I think they believe the Molotov is doing it for them. When that happens and the plant goes down, I think they were caught off by that. And then when KST makes a move, obviously there's players looking at him. They're no longer having to fight these site fights. So it opened up so much to Na'Vi all of a sudden, just getting that bomb down.
7-round streak broken, but luckily enough, Fnatic can still buy. They've got the double AWP in play. Banjo, I mean, hell, he can do it no matter what he's got. He's even got spare M4 and Spawn that he'll go back for. So 25 kills, yeah, trust in the rifle right now. Na'Vi look like they want to B play. Whether they end here is a whole different question. And they've got 2 in middle to lurk. KST killing Fen2k. Does he check it? No, not again. Headtrick gets that frag. Doesn't need to commit. They've got the B entry. Headtrick can just cut off rotations or regroup and play the stairs post plant. Na'Vi just need a quick stick on default. It's not a default plant. This can be a problem. It might not matter at all, especially with a flank in from Pepsor, because Headtrick's gone and Latic's running through a Molotov. You got to deal with a flank, but Pepsor's in no rush.
Yeah, they're both poised. I mean, if this ends up coming down to Nipple having a clutch, he can't win it. Like, I mean, he can, but he's got to swing it very, very wide. And we've already seen this betray someone else today. Latic and Nipple trying to get that 16-14, trying to get the win at the end of it all. Tap on the bomb. It's baited shots out of both these players. You know where they are. Latic trying to come through.
No.
They're on the bomb now. You've got to get them off. They're sticking it, and Regali's going to take us to overtime. 15-15.
Just part default.
And just what we wanted, a little bit more Vertigo today. It keeps on going.
Woo, run it back, baby. It is annoying, though. Like, you know, you may be scared of flanks, but that is not around to plant safe. When you have Headtrick, who's not only like not continuing on his mid lurk, which is fine, but he's coming all the way back. That guy's meant to be, I know he does Pepsor, he's meant to be the guy winning the round on the late flank. Plant for him, for crying out loud.
Well, especially then
so many people in the last like 3 days, because we've seen 100 Vertigo games.
Yeah.
So many people have lost 1v1s to the for some reason, the step back plant. Sometimes you've got to go for it when you don't have stairs, but Navi had stairs, man. Either way, 15-0, forget about it, run it back.
Back to a ramp then. Fen 2K working the short side, but Pepsor set up for the peak, helped out by Regali. Oh no, can you feel it?
I feel it coming. Clean as can be for fnatic. 2-on-5. Would have to be a hell of a round. If there were anyone to do it. Whoa, that's a tag. Regali goes back, he exchanges blows. There you go. Whoa. I don't think fnatic are too worried, even though they are all stuck out on a limb.
That's a horrible, horrible creep to have to make. You know, out into the open, there's just so many angles that you're trying to bear in mind here. And even though you deal with one, there is that immediate re-swing, that immediate attempt at the trade. Unbroken, mate. Might be a sign of the times. Taps out the first. But he's wrapped through the bottom of ramp once more. I really kind of can't believe that KST keeps getting away with this. Yeah. I don't know. That, to me, is worrying. It suggests that NAVI Junior haven't been able to piece together that he is potentially a source of this opener.
Because it's crazy, because NAVI could do what they're doing.
And just leave a guy mid to catch that lurk.
And even if you want to just play that rat hole below A, or like a guy bottom ramp, you'd have so much more. Because then if you kill a flanker and you have time,
it opens up so much. Yeah, exactly, Hugo.
fnatic are so insured in their 3 and their 4-man stacks on bomb sites in this game because they just know that NAVI don't have the map. So, you know, sometimes it looks really good, but when it doesn't, it looks really bad. Oh dear. Oh no. Last few bullets. Keve blinded, just sprays out 2, and fnatic, to think that this was allowed off the back of a 7-round streak on their CT side, and now here in overtime with money off the brain, they can just let loose these flash peeks onto A, and that's how these 3 CTs warmed back into the game, right? It was these flash peeks, and they just keep getting away with it. Navi with a B pick, there's no one here for a change. Kevy's lining up something or other, but he won't go for it in time.
Guess who's flanking mid, though?
Is it KST?
He is in T-spawn right now.
I want to see the Navi plant. I want to see where the bomb's going down. It does look default, that's good. Flashes back in. And retake is on. It's not default, Harry.
It's too wide, and they can't play.
Now they can't play stairs.
They can't play post
and now,
so now you have to fight in the site. So yeah, you know, learning from your mistakes. Nah, bro. Oh,
might not matter.
It's ugly, but they managed the 2-on-2 because of Headtrick and Unbroken. Is that going to be enough? Regali. The shot connects, and there's KST's wrap round.
It's almost like they're not playing stairs. I wonder why. Like. There are some mistakes that I feel like people just don't even acknowledge. Like, just let's forget about it. It couldn't happen again.
Mate, it's so problematic because coming into this, Navi looked head and shoulders like the better team to kickstart this one. fnatic, they're the team that's adapted and overcame. You know, they have evolved as the game's gone on, whereas NAVI are still falling down to the exact same hurdles constantly. The flanks from KST always reckon them. The bomb plants, both on A, where they get wallbanged every single time and really shouldn't come as much of a surprise anymore, but also over towards B, where now for what, the third time in this, they've planted and not for stairs, not been able to hold it, had to fight in the site, and it makes it feel so easy for Fnatic Rising. KST's even getting bored of pushing middle. He's like, mate, I don't know. Like, do you think they're going to notice it eventually?
KST is playing nuts today, right? That is so nice to see for Fnatic, and they are looking for the 3-0 CT side. That will surely be enough, you'd think.
Keve's shooting ghosts, man.
I mean, he's had a lot of wallbangs, had a lot of A picks here in the CT half, so I trust him. NAVI trying to AWP ramp, Latic. Oh, it's KST to start. It was down on B. He's going to be able to pick up Unbroken, boost on middle. Regali's AWP, swapping sides, going CT after the elevator smoke. Look how focused Fnatic are on this mid-take. They're saying, you want it, you can have it, but we will stop you from going anywhere with it. Keve might even flash peek. Popped in. Get some info. Regali not spotted yet. Keve crosses side. They think it's a knife out, nades out in middle for KST. He drops the HE on himself. Kick goes flying and NAVI go running right back to A.
Yeah, but already Fnatic Rising have got 3 here. And I mean, why wouldn't they? They've heard the footsteps. They see the util. They know the game's afoot now. Regali's waiting to line up his wallbang again now. Dealing with him ahead of time, that is a huge win for NAVI Junior. He's been a consistent problem for you. Oh my god, Fnatic come running through. They charge you down. Pepsaw with the spray. And forget about it. It's a Fnatic 18th, just one away from stealing this victory from under Navi's nose.
They did that ages ago, somewhere in that 7-round streak. Like, yeah, there's like 15 seconds on the clock. If we just run, as long as we have one guy living in case things go wrong, and we run through and drop the bomb even once, that's going to be so much confusion, so much pandemonia that Navi won't win the round. And that was a perfect call. Fnatic have gotten so much more confident ever since their flashes started mauling Navi, and that's a clean overtime. 3-0, one more round, and 3 chances to do it. Bet T all.
Who's Betty Hall?
Nice.
Keve and Big Banjo, an instrument of death. And 2K, he loves playing around this ramp smoke. He really does.
Yeah,
Oftentimes, it's good to him.
Why not?
Is this going to be an example? He's just crossed to where they've cleared. I like that. He heard the shot, and he's like, well, oh, now they might expect it with the smoke falling in.
Kablooey. Latic with the 1,000 angle check. He is just the scope man of NAVI Junior. In, out, shake it all about. And Fen2k, oh, he's got to do the hokey pokey, but Pepsaw cleans him out. And now 5-on-4 for Fnatic, looking to close this map. A map that never should have been theirs, that was 13-6, maybe even more dominant at time for Navi. Here they come into B, and that foot sticking out, unbroken. Size 12s, mate, and he's going to regret it. 5-on-3 now. B is lost, and the bomb is running its rotate.
Hedrick was looking like he wanted to wrap. Now flanking with the AWP and a retake of the B site. It's something.
That's what you got.
Bomb now down. Pepsaw holding for it. Hang on, wait. Someone's holding the flank? Oh, and they planted safe on default for stairs? No. Surely not. Fnatic Rising. All right, they've lost Pepsaw. No. They've lost Banjo as well. This is falling apart. This was meant to be their round. What? Like, no scope needed. Down to the 1v1, but a flash goes in. He's blinded. Keve wants to end it here and now. But he just gets down the stairs, and oh, how the mighty have fallen. Latic lands the shot. That never should have been theirs.
3-on-5 on the retake with the double AWP, with a flank AWP. Harry, I thought that wasn't meant to work. You were lying.
It wasn't meant
to. News. Dude, Latic's sick though. Like, you know, I'm sold on this guy. We had that first game. I thought, no way he can keep that up, and I was right. He couldn't. His next game was pretty average, pretty bad actually. But his average level, his normal game, this guy is just phenomenal. Like, he is talented. So, yeah, super exciting player. NAVI keep this game going despite all logic, all sense, and we run it back. Double orbs, baby.
fnatic, they were riding the waves of momentum. Is that little stumble enough to trip them up right before the finish line?
Ah, they're hopscotch kings, mate. Got to not shoot off that flash. Oh, Latic, wallbang, smoke, headshot. Of course. Got you really playing with fire with Regali on the other side, but Latic now knows and he won't go back for more. Who wants double overtime for breakfast? Into a fourth vertigo on the day.
It is Christmas, after all, right?
Yeah. Oh, Pepsor. Have we got any nades? Yeah, in they come. Latic doesn't care. The molly's fallen short in front of Sandbags, so that's a real problem. Gets an extra kill that he should not have had. But, you know, you stamp enough coffee cups, you're going to get a free one. 2-on-4, 30 seconds, and re-smoked it short. Even with the exec, as much as fnatic did, NAVI are in front of it. Ooh.
They're going to take something really out of this world from Banjo and Kazooie. I mean, Regali here. 2-on-4, turn to the 2-on-3. With Nipple from short, traded.
Oh.
It's Headtrick with that immediate reply. He's having a wonderful time of it right now, isn't he? Really has emerged as this incredibly consistent player. You know, every single time I find myself going, shortly, Headtrick can't repeat these kind of numbers, but he always does. You know, a quiet game to him is like a 20-14 affair, and those are the kind of guys you want.
Dirty AWPing going on right now. And I love the double AWP. Absolutely. All for it, especially in overtime. Regali's leaned away. Could have bought it. Someone else could have bought it, but instead it's just going to be the AKs. Fast up through a ramp smoke. All right. This time the utility's going to bong them. It's all going to be there. NAVI lob it over the top. fnatic slow at the top. Then they flash. Oh dear, Fan2K out on an island. He still gets a double kill and maybe double overtime from a flawless half. NAVI, they just never know when to quit.
Yeah, man, no, this is pretty deep, isn't it? Like, there it is. There it is.
No.
Nice,
No,
nice. AWP holding the line. The resilience from NAVI Junior turning to brilliance on their CT side. Just KST and Regali. 2 kills away from a double overtime affair, and there it is. We run it back again.
Look, I just don't think we had enough vertigo today. We need more rounds. We need more maps. We need more overtimes. We need all of it, Harry. So, you know, our call has been answered. I think this one was requested by a fan at home. He sent in a tweet. It was at Pimp CSGO. He said, please, could we have more vertigo, please? I'd love another map. I'd love more.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, little Jacob, age 14 at home, we'll do that for you. We got you, man. Run it back, baby. First to 22 here.
If I've been a bad boy next Christmas, just give me the goal.
I'll eat it.
Yeah.
If I have to.
All right, here we go. Latic. Hoping he can find something.
I'm vetoing this map in every pug for the rest of my life. I liked it.
Yeah, I know.
I liked it. And it's, you know, it's not the map, it's me. It's not you. I can't deal with commitment. Not to this one.
Not to this level.
Not to this many maps. No. But here we go. If they've done the veto for last map and it's Vertigo, they're probably sitting there like right now like, oh god. I don't want to play this again. But I'll stop picking it. Alright, here we go. Boost up. Oh, Molly ticks. That's something perhaps. Oh, Hedrake's holding the boost. That's grimy. One step ahead, but they'll drop off. Regali rifling out middle. He's done with the T-Orb. Wants to manhandle them out mid with 30 seconds to go.
It's a really late B play. And, you know, there's very little time.
Oh, no.
Like, very little time.
Oh, no.
And you're
What's going on?
fumbling the boost.
Don't save.
Oh.
15 seconds. You can't win. You just surely
you
can't
need
win.
both kills instantly, and they'll get one.
No.
But there's no time.
Oh, so close.
He's missed it by half a second.
I think he's missed it, yeah. Oh,
what?
He got it. He got it.
No, that was missed. Even Navi thought that was done.
They were saving. They were done. They were moving out. Fnatic, all part of the master plan. I've never seen anything like it. Latic is shocked.
Like Fnatic from like 6 years ago, man. Pronax at the helm. Flash it, get the bomb down, please. And it's worked.
That's impressive. I mean, it shouldn't have worked.
I swear it said 3 seconds as that plant was. I know you have 3.5.
3.5.
I know you have 3.5.
It just.
But it
like,
really looked like it was
custom hards. Yeah, and also, you know, yeah, he got it, Harry. All that matters is the game wrench. He got it. I trust Counter-Strike. I trust the game. Latic doesn't trust that cover though.
Right, look at the timer. Watch the timer.
6, 5, 4, 3. I don't know how he got it. I really don't know how he got it. That's insane.
Because in my experience, it was on 3 as he's getting it down. In my experience, as it goes from 4 to 3, that's when you're like fine. That's when you're good. That one was just on 3 going to 2, man. That's crazy. That is crazy.
If you plant with E, it's faster than with MOUZ. Yeah, I knew E was 3.5, but I mean, who plants with MOUZ? Ugh. People do that? Ugh. But yeah, even then, that didn't look like 3.5. Fair enough. Gotta give it. Gotta give it to him. 1918. And at this point, we know flawless halves mean nothing. Then 2K. Oh, he's flashed. Pepsol clears it. Lovely check. Mollied out, though, but no one here to stop him. Latic gave up the angle just then as the flash came in, so Pepsol's able to get out dodge. Keeping things 4-on-4 right now. Fnatic with, this time, plenty on the clock, are up top A with the smokes. Ready to lob in and execute. Only one side, I think, going down. Or stuck on short, but Latic, he's not trapped. He is absolutely fine and dandy. His sight is covered by 2 more players. Regali seeing an elbow, but not given enough to take the kill. Oh, the timings on these turns.
Dude, everything about that was just so unfortunate. Like, I don't know, they come so close to seeing them so many times, but they still fall short. And so there's the reply for NAVI Junior.
Well, predictions out the window at this point. I don't know how Parry Match are feeling. Probably freaking out right now. Navi have moved away from the double orb, which is surprising considering how good it was on head trick, but you don't want to stay too predictable. And Fnatic have been just constantly changing their mind, buying it, playing full rifles, buying it, playing full rifles. Obviously depends on what you have plan for the round, and this one is a mid to B. Double layered. Oh, the timing. Nades out.
So
KST still here. They might not clear it fully. Oh, and they don't. Oh, both players with a back turn. This could be the round for KST. He shot too soon, and then he pulls a nade. It's all going wrong. Everyone's absolutely mad right now, and so is KST. Cleaned up by an AWP. They've left A, and fnatic are not even in the B-bomb site yet. Trying to crawl through some smokes. Nade is a dunk. A slammer. And Banjo, that's going to send him to jail in a second. 1v3. Maybe there's still hope. He's got time to play with. But no. 20-19. NAVI take the lead 2-1 in this overtime.
But what does that mean, Hugo?
That means they've got to get 2 more rounds. And if they don't, then we run it back.
Yeah, no, I guess that is what it means in the literal sense. But, I mean, emotionally, how are you feeling at the end of the day?
Nothing is sacred, nothing is safe, and anyone can win at any point, Harry. If you believe otherwise, I don't know what game you've been watching.
Well, so if we remember, Navi's T side pretty much boiled down to 5A. It might be kind of cool out of the gate, either to see them hold like a really slow default and try to catch aggression, hope that fnatic get impatient. And what they're doing isn't too far from that, with Unbroken holding for a B push.
Such a nice smoke. But NAVI have walked through it. It does take a second to bloom, so no respect. Flash peek though. Keve getting involved, and it's beautiful. He doubles up. This guy, I don't know how he transfers so often on this A site. That second player had even left the smoke. So fnatic looking to level the playing field. 5-on-2 right now. NAVI are hoping for a flank, but even though fnatic are on flanks, they're not activating. KST taking his sweet, sweet time. 32 kills right now. They have smokes for Exec, but they're going to try and contact in instead.
Oh, and it's that. I mean, now that you've been spotted, hey, at least you can throw the smokes, right?
Small victories. Oh.
Instead, though, they keep at it. They keep trying to get up short, and they don't like what they see. Even though Unbroken has tapped out one nicely, you won't believe who's at ramp. You won't believe who's pushed middle and coming on this wrap round.
Look how much room they're giving him.
It's because they know that the round is safe, thanks to KST. Like, yeah, have a bomb plant, like, mate. Take the whole damn site for all we care, bro. You're not winning the round, and so there's the swing. Full faith from fnatic.
Any more is the question. It's now either both, and we're done, or it's 1-1, and we go for a third. I mean, this is an endurance test for these players.
The thing I love is that, like, when you get to the end of like a long double or triple overtime, because both are possible, it's not uncommon to feel fatigued. If we ended up with a repeat matchup, I don't even know what we're going to get come the second Vertigo, given that this is essentially like playing it twice if you keep racking together these OTs anyway.
Your guess is as good as mine. Oh, that looked pretty close, but too slow. KST with a double setup, however, is there to take down head trick on the mid swing. Flash did not push him off. Regali still now on the angle, but even with the pre-aim, he's crouched below the shot. Oh, fatigue now, kicking in as he nades himself. Regali goes above default. Very hard angle to clear. To get a headshot on someone here, got to really flick, and Regali better than most at it. 5-on-2, fnatic. I don't want to say anything. Nothing is guaranteed, nothing is assured, but this round's looking pretty damn good. Trade onto Fen2k, good swing for KST, and only Latic in a clutch.
Should just get shot upside of the head, shouldn't he? And he will by Pepsaw. What a hero's journey Pepsaw's been on as well throughout this entire thing. He came into this the second half, all those rounds ago, with 4 kills to his name.
Only one more. one more overtime, and then this game will probably be done. And then one more Vertigo after that. But yeah, I mean, there have been some incredible recoveries, more so on the Fnatic side.
I mean, you know, they say life imitates art. Maybe the Maui leaping from a building isn't too far from if the Vertigo performances are keen to keep up.
Don't do it, Maui. We love you.
Here we go. Through the ramp smoke. I like this from NAVI Junior. Screw it, man. Screw trying to play into Fnatic's weird game plan with the flanks. Just go back to what was working. And it really is as simple as all 5 up through A. I hope they keep it a bit pacier. I think they've been letting Fnatic thin the herd too much in these A plays. If that was always going to be the game plan, then screw it, man. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Yeah, it's a bit basic. Yeah.
Oh, very close.
Pepe Zora.
Oh,
the tag.
Chowing down.
Here comes the push.
Right through the smoke. They're going for it. They turn for the flash, and they get mauled, but only one. Molly has slowed things down, and KST peeks ahead. Lucky he did. He was dead from the side. And Regali trying to stop. Yeah, he's got his lineup, but it's a wide plant. They've been wallbanged one too many times to be interested in that happening again. Nice plant from Na'Vi. Banjo on the flank this time around. Is it considered? Considering KST is dead, we'll have to see. He's taking his time and no one's even looking.
Yeah, I'm so worried that just because of who it is flanking that you are not ready for this, mate. You've seen KST do it again and again and again, but never Banjo, never this guy. Unbroken comes back in
TikTok.
And refuses to let that flank find what it needed to. Latix found another, and we run it back again. A third overtime. Pimp celebrating. He can't believe what he's seeing. Hands in the air. As Vertigo is the Christmas present, the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh, it's poison, all right. It is a real gift.
Who put baseball bats in this room?
Whose decision was that? Yeah.
Near Pimp of all people, man.
Guy's dangerous. I don't know. He's a bit of a machine. He don't need a bat. With fists like these, who needs bats, please?
What? Yeah, man, that's the famous saying.
Yeah. Look at these kills. Look at these numbers.
Look at these
They're pretty
guys.
high, dude. They're pretty crazy.
And also, the map's very grey.
Yes. Grey face, no space. And Molly's all up in the place. We've got something towards B, but are you really going to clear this? Banyo, but not the toilet. He's a bit better. Oh, cleared after one. Body goes flying, tumbling. 50 stories down. Meet Maui on the way. Molly, KST's got to run away. Can he get out in time? Oh, even Default's burning out, and KST just stays in the smoke, hides out. They wouldn't possibly check this. They wouldn't possibly consider it. Keve gets dunked.
Yeah, KST wasn't really given much of a choice, what with Regali Molotoving him into the corner. He's like, oh, thanks, bud. Well, I guess I'll just stay here.
Cheers.
Maybe he does get to reap the reward of it, though. Latix wallbanging it hasn't found the connection.
Oh, they leave, and the worst part about that is KST has the info. He's still here on the corner, so he knows they never made it up ramp. Head straight coming back to group. And they go away, but KST, there's no way he's not going to realize this or check it within a few seconds. And at that point, those rotates can start moving back to A. Oh, no. KST, is that enough info? At what point is enough? Because Fnatic are doubling up in middle to get more. That's going to give Na'Vi a plant. At this point, as long as Na'Vi don't dawdle, they've got 2 smokes and 2 flashbangs. The bomb should be theirs. Pepsor has nade Molly. He could dunk the plant. Not even talking about Regali's AWP yet, which is in the position to line up that wallbang. But as we've already seen, Na'Vi have moved away from it. 15 seconds. A different plant, hopefully, for Na'Vi coming in again. Yeah, that's better. Even a little bit wide. Oh, he does move to default. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, it's very dangerous. But he's not dead. Somehow lives to tell the tale. Unbroken gets out.
Keve!
What?
Wrestling with the A1S, but only good for 1. 2 on 3. Pepe Zora over towards the short side. Has gotten rid of Unbroken. Regali scope with the AWP. Spots out Latix, and they get him off the defuse. And NAVI Junior trying to take this one over the line. Trying to lock in the first and a third overtime. Regali dead at the hands of Fen2K's AK. And so there it is. 22 for NAVI Junior.
What's his first 2? Like 86
26 now, I think.
Yes, okay, roger that.
That sounds maybe wrong. No.
That sounds correct. Someone will.
No, 25.
25?
Right? Because they're both 21-21.
What is it? I don't know. I can't see because the number's not on my screen. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
25.
Yeah, 25. Numbers are hard, man, especially when there's a lot of them. The more numbers, the more counting. And, well, you can't count on anything in this game except madness. The full A's coming back. Na'Vi, they've pleased the teacher. Apple on the desk. But is there a worm in it? Nipple chows down onto Pepsor. Leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. Keve, these spams have been excellent.
On the upside, if this game continues on long enough, all the like 14-year-olds signed to NAVI Academy might actually be old enough to get subbed in midway through.
Play the next game, yeah, maybe. Oh, not just Christmas, but maybe some birthdays here as well. Keve, I like this. He's tucked in. Very optimistic spot, but he could stop a default plant with the smoke down. He's just hoping they stick it. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, quick, take it while you got it. Take it while you got it. Nothing is guaranteed in this round, in this game. Low players on Na'Vi. Nabe will stop a plant again. And Regali still has his orb to deny it a third time around. You've got to use the entire clock here if you're Na'Vi. These smokes are a problem. Nipple's trying to work his way around it. KST, don't swing now. You had every reason to hold on. Regali's giving it a go. Now he's throwing himself into the source. And oh boy, it's ravioli all over the server. Regali, another shot missed as Headtrick gets up close, but doesn't want to rush this kill. Couldn't stop the plant. He jumps over the top. He takes another shot. And Regali, in a 1v1 for the round, in triple overtime, is shut out by Headtrick. Na'Vi keep going. 2 up on this T side. Bonkers.
It's actually really kind of gnarly because now you actually start to have some form of limitations coming into this for Fnatic Rising. The AWP, say goodbye to it, mate. That's kind of the beauty of this 12.5k overtime money. Really, really good amount of cash to give, by the way. WePlay, shout out y'all one time.
Big money, yeah.
It's just great because it means that, you don't just get to buy whatever all the time and you're always fine, but you're also never like going into this third round with pistols, so you still have something to fight with here, but it does have some economic limitation.
It's a nice balance of not playing 5 AWPs 3 rounds in a row, and also never being on
or like bringing out some like auto sniper M4 combo because you can afford it.
Some people are cool with it, but I actually think it's such a dog take to actually think, yeah, mate, MP9s in overtime's a good idea. Like that's such a
that one's just as bad. I hate both.
Oh, come at me! It's a bad take. You don't want economy in overtime, not like that. And so 12.5 is the perfect balance.
Yeah. No, most definitely. Oh, and perfectly balanced flash out through middle blinds them both. And KST will reap the reward. Unbroken, but the unsilent. Up through ramp. Gonna have Latic and Fen2k moving around to join him.
Okay. Lovely angle. Banjo's good for it. 5-on-2. Fnatic, they're going to get the scraps at the end of the half, it seems. Molly's everywhere, but where Banjo sits, KST covers that cross. And Fen2k at a 1v5, nothing to say. 23-22, and it's first to 25. It's a lot of numbers I'm throwing at you. Maybe some of them will be remembered. Latic, 37 kills. And KST at 40, man. Ooh.
Still, considering, T-sides is where the bulk of the troubles have been caused, I guess a bunch of the problems have been encountered is a much better way of phrasing that. It's where teams have struggled the most. NAVI getting away with 2 T-side rounds is massive.
Sure.
Slow default to open up for Fnatic Rising. This is kind of how they started the last few OTs. When we get into their first T-side rounds, they go for a bit of a feeler to begin with. Pepsor gives up the opener. Devastating. To lose someone so early on and a little info play up through short. Now you're a man down. And having to try and grind your way back into this up against the threat of the last hour and a bit being all for nothing.
boost. They know about it. They keep checking it, but eventually falling off. Gali's AWP unable to find any picks up ramp. It's instead Banjo. Jumping on the edge of the smoke. He had a gap under it, I guess. Taking down Unbroken it. Tetris still solo A because you have all this info down thanks to Latic's AWP. So Gali walking out mid with 3. Banjo lurking this B-bomb site. Can be nice and loud. He has a bit of utility to throw in. Fen2k trying to clear middle and traded from Regali. 3-on-3 now. 2 players for Na'Vi stuck back at the B-bomb site. And even Latic has left A. He knows what's coming on. He can't stop them though with the elevator smoke. Regali's dinked and Banjo does get the entry. He even tries to clear Headtrick. Fair enough. Regali's turned around on a dime. 10 seconds and Headtrick's taking the fight. Probably wasn't ready for such an audacious 1v1. With so little time, but Na'Vi match point right now on Vertigo. It's not been the last. It's not been the first. It might not be the last. But here we go. We have to find out if they can long it out and shut down 2 chances. This game could have been anyone's. Whose will it be? Is the question.
It still could be anyone's, Hugo.
Yeah.
You trying to say that Na'Vi have got this?
Nope.
Exactly. Have the last few rounds, have the last few OTs not taught you anything?
Yes, they have. Not taught me anything.
Right, look. Fnatic Rising. All in at B from the get-go. Straight up into the site. Unbroken. Gonna get bailed out by Headtrick. Might need saving again. And Headtrick is the Guardian Angel. Finally. Dead after a double. And it's all come to a head now inside of this B site. That nade. It could be juicy.
It's not gonna kill.
It's a lot of damage regardless.
What a wild call from Fnatic to just charge that B-bomb site. Molly on default. You're gonna limit your space. Go back to Tetris with you. Fen2k going in first. Latic, late AWP. This is not looking good for Na'Vi though. Fnatic might have just held on to at least one more round. Damage done. Trade is perfect though, and Latic now in a 1v2 with just no time to play. He's already saving. He's given it up. 23 rounds to Fnatic Rising. One more for a quad overtime.
Yeah,
and to think we still have another game of Vertigo after this.
Well, so what we've actually done is we sat down and we said, well, it's clear that we're not getting enough Vertigo. How can we
maximize?
Exactly.
Dude, this is an Astralis talent's dream right now. They wish they were in the server, but they couldn't long it out. Dear, oh dear. I love the call though. That's like the first 5-man full buy rush into the B-bomb site we've seen within 10 seconds. Fnatic is still trying to keep Na'Vi on their toes. Tipping and tapping all the damn way. Why stop believing?
I want another OT. I mean, at this point, why not? But
Fen2k!
No kills! Keve has saved them! He's kept KST alive for a mere couple of seconds longer, as it turns out.
Delaying the inevitable. But still, that could have been a double for Fen. 2k in the name, but no 2k this game. 4-on-4 Latic. He's in the
Mate, they're just going to go for it again. Like, screw it. I mean, at this point, the Hail Marys you've sent in have worked. The Haymakers you've tried to land have damn near KO'd them every single time. And this round, at least get them out of the sight. Nipple will stop that plant, and now Latic has denied it as well. That bomb's down.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Set up to play post plant around the bomb. Banjo and Pepzor in a 2 versus 4 to decide if this is a quad OT or if Na'Vi steal the victory away. Down goes Pepezora, and now just Banjo dead at the hands of Latic and Na'Vi. They emerge bloody, battered and bruised, but victorious as they take down Fnatic Rising in a triple overtime affair. My, oh my. That is incredible.
That was, you know, earlier we had the first Vertigo of the day. I said that's the best Vertigo game we've seen.
Yeah.
No, that's the best Vertigo game we've seen. What a match. Latic and Headtrick, 41 kills each. Still pales in comparison to KST at 43. I mean, that was a mental game, Harry. We had pretty much everything you could have asked for.
No, that's crazy. And, like, I don't envy the folks breaking this down because, I mean, it's just been so long, right? But they'll be doing their best at that after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
(25-23), 3 overtimes, and of course, they happen on Vertigo. Navi, they were at 14 rounds, and they were so close, just closing this map, going to the next one, hopefully, not to a Vertigo, but no, they're like, hey, let's give Fnatic Rising another chance, another.
And another. That was a game that had it all. Because you're right, NAVI Junior were looking good to begin with, and they got to 13 first. But then when you look at it, right, I know it's a long time ago now, so it's hard for people maybe to remember here, but it was 15-14 for Fnatic, and they had a 5v3 with the bomb down, and somehow, some way, they found a way to throw away that round. That should have been Fnatic Rising winning right there, 16-14. And then, of course, we saw what happened in overtime, back and forth. Both teams had a couple of match points and just couldn't get it done up until the point NAVI Junior did it. I agree, we've seen enough Vertigo, and hopefully we don't have to see it again. But this game was actually a good quality game, and in terms of excitement, it actually delivered compared to some of the other Vertigos we've had in this tournament so far.
Yeah, this game actually showed us a lot of different looks, which isn't surprising given that it almost went 50 whole rounds. But at the same time, there were some really cool little plays coming out from some of the players. I actually think that even though Fnatic Rising lost this game, I thought they played better in a lot of different situations. I think that their flash assists were just absolutely brutalizing Navi in so many different situations. By the end of the game, I think they had about 18 flash assists, and that's really impressive for an Academy League team because they were coming up with stuff on the fly, they were doing it on executes, they knew how on their defense how to re-aggress using the flashes too. It was a pretty exciting game in that sense. It's just that NAVI Junior just seemed to be able to put it together more often than Fnatic did, and that's even with players like KST who were finding so much mileage on different flanks. But yeah, that round that Pimp was talking about, that 15-14 one that somehow Fnatic let slip away, that's going to beat them up the most in this game. Those are the kind of mistakes where those players that made them are just going to think about how did all of this go crumbling. This is the replay of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time we see Fnatic Rising on Vertigo. The first time was against Young Ninjas. It was 16-3 every time Young Ninjas would try to do something on the T side. They would just get a slap on the wrist. There was not much they could do. Here we can see that NAVI Junior are capable of doing more things on the T side. Because, I mean, here in the end, they end up winning. But even in overtime, every round it was like this. Okay, will the T's finally be able to plant a bomb and then actually win the round? And even when one of the sides would be able to get that one round on the T side, then the other side would also get that one round.
Yeah, I guess you're describing what happens when you go into 3 overtimes, right? It's just back and forth, close all the time. Fnatic Rising, as you said, Maui, they lead 15-14. They should have won by then. They're also up 18-15 in the first overtime.
Yeah.
So they're gonna feel that they threw away the game, despite them actually making the comeback in regular time. So it was a game that had it all. Looking at the scoreboard as well, you can see the kill counts, of course, are very, very high. I will say, a couple of the players that we were slightly disappointed in. Regali, I expected him to have more impact. Probably the best player on the server under normal circumstances, especially with the AWP. Couldn't really get it going, so that's also a bit of a bummer for Fnatic Rising and for Regali personally. But outside of that, it was a good game where everyone, despite, and it makes sense when you play 48 rounds of Counter-Strike, but everyone had a moment, everyone had a highlight, everyone did something to win a couple of rounds. Unfortunately for neither of the teams, it took them 48 rounds to get it settled.
Yeah, in Regali, he really had a hard time on the T side. I think in the beginning he had approximately 4 or maximum
I think it was
5
4 kills first half.
Yeah, first half. So it's not something you want to see from your star player. Maybe from Kev, it's something expected. Because he's not getting the kills, but he is leading the team. When it comes to your Oper, this is not the score you want to see.
Absolutely not. I mean, Regali is a guy that we obviously have really high expectations that he set himself in season number 1, but in season 2, season 3, it's been a story that's been a little bit disappointing. The fact that he's having a hard time balancing schoolwork or living, I think, in Denmark right now, going to university and trying to play. But one guy that I think has kind of the opposite trend for me has been KST. In season 1, I saw a lot of flaws in his game. I mean, the famous clip that we've been kind of referring to for KST was that after Fnatic Rising won an Inferno game, we had the comms on for that round, and he said, "Thank God it's not that stupid map or like stupid Vertigo map," and you could tell it was him. And then yet he is performing the best now for Fnatic Rising. I think he's a player that has really looked inwards to try to find the flaws in his own game, to try to appreciate Vertigo, and it looks like he's found a little bit of a wheelhouse for himself in those mid pushes, those flanks. Like Harry and Hugo just kept talking about how so frequently every retake for Fnatic Rising had the kind of influence of him on the flank. The fact that he's shooting them from 2 different angles at once, it made so many of those situations so hard for NAVI Junior and allowed Fnatic Rising to just keep the pressure on. It's kind of a shame they didn't win because he did such a great job himself, KST.
Yeah, I agree. I think he did a good job, and he has been progressing a lot as a player as well. Not only on Vertigo, but in general as well. There's just a lot of players you can highlight. On the other hand, we have to conclude it right and say NAVI Junior, they won the game, and that's a very, very important win for them. They're now to 3 wins in the standings right now, so they more or less secured themselves not finishing last in Group A, which, again, all things considered, they came into this tournament with a completely new lineup, only Hetrick staying from the old roster. So I think they've been impressive, what we've seen so far, and I'm curious to see the second map between these two teams now, because if NAVI can win off this 2-0, then we seriously have to consider NAVI Junior being a team that could qualify for the LAN finals as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, will they be able to surprise us if it will actually be Vertigo? Because it's not just like a situation where we play 16-3 when you didn't get to show maybe some of your strats because your side already ended so quick. We actually had 3 overtimes. There's no way they can actually adapt so quick.
I think with this kind of game that's coming up next, it's going to be a lot about fatigue and just can people just stay composed. And after a big victory like that, I think that the main thing for NAVI Junior here is that they have to all just say to themselves that despite the fact that we finished that one game, the job's still not done. And Fnatic Rising, Keve in particular, is probably thinking there were a lot of errors we made on our T side because we let that huge comeback from NAVI Junior come about, and that's because we couldn't really secure some things. With the time to breathe, sometimes in the chaos of a game, even when it's going overtime, it's hard for people like Keve, coaches to really, look outward a little bit, to zoom out a little and be like, okay, wait a second. The problem was XYZ, and now instead we should do ABC moving into the next game. I think that one play that they didn't use maybe as often as they could have were just kind of those B plays, like the mid to Bs, those kind of things. It really did feel like an A ramp grind for more of this game than it probably just became a little bit lazy with the calling, just because you just kind of want to go with what's comfortable. You want to always give yourself a chance, but that also leads to a lack of creativity. And I think that Keve right now might actually go through his notes a little bit, and you think there's probably no more strats they can do after all of that. There probably were a couple that he just kind of forgot about, because honestly, when you're caught up in the moment like that, it's hard to remember the entire playbook.
I'm just worried. It's just this map was so extremely exhausting. So maybe let's make a short recap of what happened to Fnatic in Season 1 and Season 2.
The story of Fnatic Rising has started just before the start of the first season of the WePlay Academy League. Most likely this influenced the gathering of the most international roster of the league. What could be your expectations of a stack of players that were assembled the day before the start of the official matches? Not quite optimistic? That's why the first success for the team brought a lot of hope. Close starting matches were followed by a series of stunning victories. Fnatic Rising is the only team during the first season which lost only in intense games with a close scoreline. They put up a fight in every game and grasped every opportunity to fight back at their opponent. They lacked a mere 3 points just to qualify for the LAN from the third place, leading them to the matchup against NAVI Junior in the Gauntlet Finals. NAVI had put up a decent fight, but ended up losing the edge in the series. The real sensation underdogs of the first season beat the favorites and now had their eyes on the LAN. Unfortunately, this marked the end of the Cinderella story for the team. Young Ninjas quickly brought Fnatic Rising down to earth by beating them 2-0 and pushing them to the lower bracket. In the lower bracket, Fnatic Rising had shown some of the group stage flashbacks and managed to beat the other rookies of the league, Big Omen Academy. But in the next matchup versus MOUZ NXT, despite a close scoreline, the fresh roster had been missing something. But the third place isn't that bad as the first tournament result for them. In the off-season, Process had left the team to join Big Omen Academy, and 17-year-old Banjo from Finland replaced him. Fnatic Rising had to start from the lower bracket in the group stage after suffering a loss to VP.Prodigy. This meant the next game was a must-win for them. But they easily handled FURIA Academy to have revenge on VPP, making it to the play-in stage. The play-in stage, however, started with a loss as well. It looked like it was VP.Prodigy's time to throw a punch back, but Fnatic Rising managed to win even more comfortably than the previous time. It all came down to the last deciding match against Big Omen Academy to determine who will win and take a trip to the LAN. In the most intense series of the second season, Big had turned out to be a bit stronger than their opponent, resulting in a 5th place for Fnatic Rising. But this time around, the team was facing much bigger expectations before the second season. Will a new season make things easier for this team, or will it result in another punch in the face when it comes to LAN? Soon enough, Fnatic Rising will have the answer to this question.
Mr. James Banks mentioned in the beginning of the video that Fnatic Rising gathered their team like one day before the whole season started, but I don't remember him saying how exactly that happened, because what Fnatic did, they made an application, they posted it on Twitter and said like, hey guys, if you want to play for our academy team, you just need to apply. We will look at your CV and maybe sign you up. And that's exactly what the teams did.
I'm curious what some of these guys wrote on their CVs. They just write their personality traits. They gave a Myers-Briggs personality test. They list their IQ, you know, college graduate, etc. Maybe previous jobs. I mean, honestly, I'm a little...
Elo stat pace and face it, probably.
Yeah, honestly, that's probably more likely what it is. What my R-dubs is every week on ESEA pugs, yeah. I think that it's actually pretty cool, the story of how Fnatic were able to put it together, and the fact that they accomplished top 3 in the first season. I think that's a really interesting story, because whoever's sifting through those CVs, they should probably be a hiring manager for like a top consulting firm or something. They did a really good job with their analysis there. And, you know, this season, the only thing that they changed was pretty much Banjo, right? They lost Process and they got Banjo, and that's honestly the consistency. It didn't work for them in that last game, but we've seen moments where you could, like, the amount of flashes they have. I think there's a synergy with this team that's come about despite the fact that all these players are from different regions and probably different backgrounds.
Yeah, I agree. It's a fun team to watch, and a team that is definitely more team play minded, I would say. We see a lot of the teams, you know, rely a lot on their individuals, rely a lot of the star players, so to speak, for their lineups in order to get it done. But I think when you look at Fnatic Rising, you can see the cohesion, you can see the synergy, as you so well put it. There's a lot to be taken and a lot to be learned from that. But then again, if you don't have the firepower to pull it off and get the Ws, then you're also in a bit of a problem. So Fnatic Rising is a question mark to me still in terms of can they make the LAN or not. They're a solid team. They won't finish last. No worries about it. I also do think it's a team that when we get into the best of 3s in the gauntlet, they will most likely perform better. I think the preparation and the map pool is strong. So right now, for me, it's just a question of will they finish 2nd, 3rd, or 4th in this group stage.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that the people that actually put this roster together are extremely smart, because that was Keve, who is their IGL, and it was Golden, who is the ex-IGL of the main roster of Fnatic, and he was also actually their coach in Season 1. But now we already see the first bans when it comes to the video. We see the Fnatic got rid of Nuke, got rid of Mirage, and there's not going to be a Dust 2.
Listen, if NAVI have done the preparation, they would... Okay, Never mind. I was about to say there was a chance Inferno could have been.
It's happening.
Fnatic Rising have played a lot of Inferno for a long time, and they don't win a lot of the Inferno games. And we saw NAVI Junior. We don't even want to see it.
Wait, we don't even see it? No. Come on. Wait, why do we not see it? Come on. You gotta show it. You gotta show it. You gotta show it.
Maybe they want this to be a surprise. Like
I wanted to build up
the suspense is still there.
They could have picked Inferno.
It could be Ancient. No, it's probably good. It's gonna be Vertigo, guys. Surely.
But what if?
There we go. All right. 4 in a row. Quad damage. Yes, I mean, okay. There's a lot to think about for this game. The odds, wow, the odds actually still putting Fnatic as the favorites, 1.6. That's really interesting because Navi just came out on top. I guess they believe in the power of a rematch, you know?
Yeah, there's always more to learn when you lose than when you win, but that's a rough one, also for the players. And one thing is playing the same map twice in a row, another thing is playing the same map twice when you just had a triple overtime.
They just played it twice. They're going to play it 3. This is essentially 3 games worth of rounds that we're going to be seeing today from the both of them. You know what? I just want it to go even longer. I know that Harry and Hugo would love if this went to 5 OTs. I think they want to set WePlay history for the most rounds on Vertigo in a day. I think they've already probably broken whatever the previous record was. So this is history in the making, guys. This is WePlay history you guys are witnessing right now.
I mean, there's no way there was more. Because, I mean, usually, like, we have, like, maybe, like, max 2 games because, it's, like, a best of 3 or something. But right now, there's, like, I mean, Vertigo is not that bad, Like, if the teams keep on playing it, I mean, I already hear Hugo laughing down the background, like, to the things that I'm saying. So maybe let's then just check out what our casters think and what do they feel.
Best map in the game, let's go.
Let's go to the best map of the game.
I love it. I love it.
Let's go.
Well, with the best map, you got to have the best casters. So to replace
Connor
that,
and Lourdes weren't available for this one, actually.
I was going to say, we don't have the best map, and we don't have the best casters,
okay, nice.
but we're here anyway. We've got a bit of Vertigo, Harry, Hugo, Counter-Strike, and a lot of it.
Yes, and well, I mean, how to set the stage appropriately for Vertigo. I mean, at this point, I feel like you guys could just submit the preamble for us.
You know what I think? What I think would really intro this like perfectly. Okay. I think if like MOUZ put a parachute on his back and he ran and he ran and he jumped off the building. And then the parachute bloomed, and on the parachute it said Vertigo.
That's a sick idea.
Why don't we put that together?
That's
why don't we
idea.
Why don't we build that? I think that could be something maybe for next.
I want to say, like this has been a very, very long day. I think this has been our longest day yet, with lots of Vertigos being played. I do want to give a shout out just one time to everyone in the production room, everyone upstairs, because it's Christmas here in Ukraine, and these folks have spent it all just hanging out watching some Vertigo action. So that's very admirable. I've got to say, Merry Christmas to everyone who is fortunate enough to be celebrating it today.
Yeah, double Christmas for us and double trouble, quadruple trouble for Vertigo. Let's get into it. Navi, Fnatic Rising, last game of the day, and we are jumping right in without hesitation. It's what you've all been waiting for. Whoa, no way. Wait, is that MOUZ Snake? Wait, don't do it. Welcome to the Vertigo Academy League, ladies and gents.
Now, the million-dollar question, Hugo.
Okay.
What did Navi have up their sleeve on the T side?
Well, should have been watching last map, and that probably would have told you.
Are we going to see more just 5-man A takes that have to work?
Well, we saw this the other day when Navi played. Remind me from Astralis Talent, they split that series. And it was, you don't need to remind me, because Astralis Talent won the second time around. Headtrick had like a sick game, 30-14, like over 2.0 KD, and then Astralis Talent came back in and they beat him. So Headtrick was, struggling there. I'm worried if either of these teams, but Navi again, are going to run out of steam. Can they keep it up across even more maps? Because we had some 40-kill players in that previous game. So let's see. I'm all for it. It's like we never left, Harry. We're back, 4th time in a row. Fnatic Rising, NAVI Junior.
Yeah.
Let's get into it.
Vertigo, the brand new Hotel California.
Yes.
You can check in anytime you like,
but you can't check out.
You can never leave. That much is certain. Here we go. Mid-creep. And I'm not talking about Regali, I mean NAVI Junior. Here they are coming his way. Tap, but only good for one. Little smoke to try and make this mid to B happen.
And they pop. And in they drop, KST with a bomb at his feet. At least the bomb made it to be on the mid to B, Harry. Usually it doesn't get that far. Usually it gets stuck in the middle. But KST will not make it any easier once they enter. And this guy has fully reformed into a Verti Global, a Verti Gamer, as he comes in with a 3K. He was atop of the server last map, even though they lost. And that's not just numbers, he had extremely high impact. Parry match odds, really good for Fnatic, 1.4 to 2.8. They see something we don't.
So the WePlay Twitter account has put out they're rebranding to the WePlay Vertigo only. And I love everything about it. I love everything about it.
It's accurate, it's a safe bet, and it's only a working theory.
I find it just so interesting that like this is the map that a lot of these academy teams have gravitated towards.
Cool,
like that in and of itself is kind of interesting, you know.
At least imagine if this was Dust 4 times a day, right? Like on Mirage. Well, I was gonna say Mirage 4 times a day. But that was yesterday. So. But that was all right. That was fine. I didn't really mind.
No, I don't mind the Mirage.
We had some good games. And I think we've had some good games today. You know, we're joking a lot about it, mainly because it's actually crazy. But like the games have delivered, I think.
No, 100%, right? Like. I mean, so it has given me some pause because I used to be a big Vertigo appreciator. I used to be a big Vertigo fanboy.
What changed?
I've just kind of realized that a lot of the matches boil down and they feel pretty similar. You know.
I can see it.
But that's a topic I think for later. Nipple running the OBS cams clearly forgot to enable it. So there's a little mop-up over in middle. Nice and clean for Fnatic Rising. You know, how do you even feel when you get to the end of a triple overtime Vertigo game if you're like Fnatic having lost, and then Na'Vi win it anyway and then you go play it again? I don't know what the mood's like. Let's check it out.
It's not David.
Sound. 2 stepped.
I'm jumping in for a second.
One is coming AV.
I'm coming B with 2 flashes, Matthias.
Can you do test smoke here?
Yeah. I will go. Are they fighting heavy ramp, guys?
No,
just
shooting.
I'm juggling Matthias.
Putting pressure.
Yeah.
Nothing, eh? I'm holding it in the cracks.
We get info around like 110. Can you moldy under you, Matthias, when I flash?
I'm on.
Okay. Get ready.
No, I'm on it.
Flashing. Boom.
I'll clear 50k.
Didn't say.
Can you come mid?
Okay.
I will flash for you. Maybe they will come mid.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone. I'm gonna rotate. Yeah, do it. I got molly as well.
Mid, drop mid, Jordan.
I'm all out. Flashing mid.
They cannot go window.
I don't think they're out. I don't think they're out. Watch out, A. I'm going A.
Can you get close on mid, someone? Yeah. Come, Kevin. I will clear it. Nothing mid, guys. We're gonna push mid.
It should be A then. Ramp.
Don't block me, Kevin.
One Ivy.
I can flash
You should rotate, I think. Rotate,
okay.
rotate, Kevin.
30 seconds. Okay, yeah, can you fight flash for me, Ramp? Wait.
Yeah.
Flash now?
Flashing. Boom.
Flashing behind Pepe. They're not going.
Get up.
They're not going.
That's short.
No, there's many Ivy, I think. You have flash?
I have Joker.
Right, go back.
Yeah.
One plane.
Planting.
You have timing.
Let's send back.
Ivy coming back.
Hide, guys.
Ivy running
We're
back.
hiding. We're hiding.
One more
One
ramp.
dead.
I have one.
One more.
6.
I'm jumping. 2 dead.
Nice.
Nice job, boys. Wait, don't defuse yet.
Thank you.
Nice to see them, you know, verbalize that they're giving KST room. He's calling for space. He's calling for no one to die, and yeah, Fnatic will give him that at least. Nice little retake there. I mean, they even got confused at one point. Someone swung ramp, and he saw no one. He's like, guys, they're not even here. Everyone coming out from the short side instead. Fnatic, they let him in, but they don't let him get much further.
I'm not sure I love that, you know, Flank's still able to come in from KST. it's so weird because, you know, I really want to hope that Navi makes some adjustments to this T side. Even though they're able to close out that last one, even though they are able to get it over the line, right?
They've done it a lot quicker.
They could have done it quicker, and I feel like if you haven't been able to solve or at least put together what's happening in some of these rounds by now, after 3 overtimes, it's like, you know, when was it ever going to happen? That's a nice opener for
Running and shooting. Yeah, it's worth remembering, right? That game was like 13, I don't know the exact number, 13-6 at least for Na'Vi and Reg, after what was a strong CT side, 10-5. And then they, you know, were ready to close, it felt like, but it took so long. Fnatic now, they're starting strong on that CT half. They're coming in with the goods. Double opener in this round, and they get out without a scratch. Na'Vi going to have to move up ramp into the unknown, and Fnatic is still ready to pop in. They'll eventually concede. Laying up util. Sandbags player still here, and Na'Vi have 1 Molotov if they want to attack it. They don't have a lot of time to waste. And in fact, that molly on Sandbags might not ever matter with his flash going through. Oh, it just got cancelled. Quick, lob it.
There we go. Flash out for Regali. And safe passage out.
Run!
Oh, he just about gets back. It's always tense at the Sandbags. But now with 4 here, it's a full stack for Fnatic Rising. Oh, up through ramp, Regali's going to snuff them out. And really, for NAVI Junior, the rest of the round should just be a formality. Nice, it's clean, it's 4 alive for Fnatic Rising.
You already wonder, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if Na'Vi have that fatigue, right, like if they're slowed down after the first map, if what happened versus Astralis is happening again. Running, shooting, and winning for Keve. Some nice shots from him in the round.
Well, so we're up to 101 rounds of Vertigo in 3 maps today.
Now.
So, yeah, now up to 105. Nice round number.
Thanks. My numbers are pretty round. What about it, though? You think it's a world record?
For what?
Oh, whatever you want it to be. Most Vertigo casted in a 24-hour period? Probably up there.
Yeah, I reckon it probably is up there, actually. That's a very good point.
Do we send our
application in?
Yeah, to Guinness, or do Heineken do it now?
It's always weird, that, isn't it? Guinness do the world records.
Is it
Michelin, the
Guinness?
tyre company, do the restaurant award.
There's no way it's actually the tyre company.
It is, yeah.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
I always thought that was a joke.
No.
Fair enough. Wait, they just make tyres. How do we know they're good at food? They know their food.
There is an actual reason, but I can't remember what it is, and I don't have the patience to look it up for you. You're more than capable. Here you go. There's a little bomb plant coming in over here towards B.
Yep. Oh, no, there's not.
And there's a nade to stop it. And, well, even though Nipple's taking players out, you won't believe what's ready to go in. Even more utility to delay to stop this bomb plant. And considering this was a low investment for NAVI Junior, they've done well to get it this close.
He's going to stick it eventually. Ooh, little fake. Just trying to get all the nades out because they just keep coming, man. They're coming through. 20 seconds, he's hunting. It's very dangerous. Hoping Fnatic just drop off. But even if he kills one, you'd feel like the other wouldn't need to trade with him so close. So back he goes for the plant. And that gives them the room. As soon as they hear this, they just run. They just sprint. And they can keep him trapped here. He can't leave default. He's got to fight his way out. And that's a very hard spot to fight from. Even after all those mollies came in, he still planted as far away as he could. Also for the stairs flank, you never know. A good bomb plant denial either way for Fnatic is something that has been really good in this series already in the previous map for these boys because, you know, not just Regali having lineups to wallbang A, but so many nade stacks, so many mollies being saved for exactly that, for good reason. 5-0 for Fnatic. This is where Na'Vi need to get in, get involved. Players like Latic and Headtrick for quiet so far, 1 on 5 each. Oh, that's it. Fnatic starts strong. Regali's AWP is snuffed out.
Yeah, big opener to have got. Something I think it's important to note, in that bashing of the young ninjas, where Fnatic Rising were the ones to deal it to them, it was their strong CT side to open up with that paved the way to that 16-3 game that we had just the other day. Pepsor has cleared out ramp, and well, at this point you're pretty safe in the assumption that these nades aren't a fake. It is the B play. Lot of damage, and the molly will eventually burn out unbroken. Keve just taking his eyes off middle. The timing, you couldn't write this, you couldn't make it up.
Reload.
Hedrick's right here, shot up the side of the head, but a quick turn from KST. All alone now, back at the B site, and a missed shot from the AWP of Fnatic. It takes Fen2K to come in and save the day. NAVI Junior only scraping by with one surviving, but they'll take their first round there in number 6.
Yeah, rounds around, they're on the board. Better late than never. And off the back of that opening kill as well. I love these like late mid lurks from Hedrick. He does that a lot, where he's just cutting down, elevator rotates to con. Sometimes doubling up in middle so your teammate dies, and that's the last thing. You know, when you don't get traded after you kill someone, you always think something's clear, and their head trick just pops out late. Wraps you into a full sense of security. 5-1. Na'Vi lean B early. Regali does have his AWP back at least. Banjo had a great game as well, worth noting. KST's kept it up, 13-4 in just 6 rounds, so really good start to this map.
Dude, it's just the weirdest storyline for him individually in this map, right? For anyone who didn't know, in Season 1, it would not be unheard of to have KST with 1 frag at the end of a first half. Like, like legit. He even used to say, like, yeah, mate.
Only on this map.
No, only on Vertigo.
Yeah.
Great on every other. But he's had to get used to it, and now he's thriving.
Keve tries to save Regali, but Na'Vi are not committed yet. They want to lay their smokes. 4 on 5 in favor of the CIS squad, and they've got a lot of util down. Regali's so blind, they're going to run through. Everyone's turned. Regali, no, missed shot. Does get it a second time, but not ready for the third. Fen2K trades, that's so awkward. Regali just gets overwhelmed, and both his teammates are looking at the site. Spam won't finish the job, and Banjo might want to look to save if they let him. That's a big if. Although, they're going to go right past.
Already getting some variance at NAVI Junior's T side, though, right? Like, I know this round is just one of their A takes that they were very good at in that earlier game, but you know, we've seen them look to other avenues. We've seen them attempt mid control. We've seen them attempt B. Fen2K knows a lot about that position as well. Aggro down at ramp. He had a wonderful round here, opening up with that wonderful triple and then finishing off Regali to make it 4. Beautiful, beautiful scenes from Fen2K. Let's go listen into the comms, though. See how Na'Vi are sounding as we embark on this one.
Я сразу откину. Я подам начну. Давай. Я не услышал, сори. Я середину выкатываю. Я дошел. Давай. Лодер тайминг может быть аккуратно. Пацан дам. Флэш мид. Мид вышел. Мид пушит. Еще дали, мид пушит. Мид запушили. Я подыграю. По фастасана. Да. Ну, давай. Просто побыстрее. 3 типа пушло. Аккуратно, с 3 типа пушло. Го, надо играть. Лево буду давать. Я даю ему. Я дал лево. 2 смока. Дал дам право. Флэш. Молик даю. Близко. Я фул. Запушили экран. 8.
And well, there is the USP's
One way to do it.
flawlessly beating the Na'Vi full buy.
Like we all expected. I think everyone's a little bit flustered, a little bit roasted after these last 50 rounds.
I mean, Banjo doesn't take that hero M4 towards the B bomb site. He's not that one note. He's completed the transition from A minor to A major. But there you go, man.
That was pretty good, man. And
go.
even the Paramatch odds agree with you. After an eco win like that, I think my odds would steeply decline for Na'Vi as well. Still early in the game, though, and if we know anything about Vertigo, these games can hang on for a moment or two. Latic. Not going to be able to get anything here without Regali on this side. He's only just getting to A now, so doubt he's going to late peek the ramp. Oh, Pepsor. Very dangerous. Got to care these gaps. Fen's holding it. Surely someone sees something, and there it is. Pepsor on the fade. Latic will trade, and there's still Regali AWPing in the right place. He's going to re-aggress on short side. Oh my goodness, he's going all the way. That's so close. Should have been a kill, but at least he lived to tell the tale. Keve keeps up his wall bangs. And the rest of Na'Vi group on A.
Oh no, right in to the prying eyes of Regali. Headtrick and Unbroken aren't going to get this repeat. They're hoping that Molly forces Regali into the fight, and it has. Now the trade should be guaranteed. It should be, and there's Unbroken. At least dealing with that AWP on short. Now the rest of the boys left to get past, and they can't manage it on the side of NAVI Junior.
Taps look pretty on for Unbroken. Unfortunate that none of them go through. But that's already a pretty rough round for Na'Vi in the get-go. Garlic can take a B peek. He's got a spawn for that. The money of Na'Vi has been bottled. 72, and they've got nothing to show for it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
ASD, baby, get out of there. He does manage to get away, but Regali's not so lucky. They smoke off, and now they look to get that AWP.
Fine.
Ooh, Keve holds the fort, holds the line. There's more where that came from. Onto the USP. Sidearm lets him down. And it's only Banjo left.
How have they done this? I don't even know. Just run wild in middle. Banjo's got to do it alone now. They set up deep ramp with the orb. This is perfect for Na'Vi. Banjo, the only thing going for him is a smoke kit. Could get right on that bomb if he pleases, but he's even scared of spawn. Will the orb let him cross the site? Oh, well, he's back up into it. Scared of CT, and, well, back turn to the real problem. Head trick. Managing to find a third round for Na'Vi off the back of pistols. Real shame. Orb just gets deleted. Regali hangs around fully blind. I think that's a problem. Either shoot and leave or... oh, just not that. Waits far too long. A couple of lovely digs as well. Fnatic, they've got to be careful now. Their money's on the line.
They completely leave mid, not expecting Na'Vi to go back to it. Pepsor, love what we're getting out of him here with the MP9. A 2-for-1's worth it. If Keve can stay alive. And he can't get past Head Trick. KST is getting chased down, but he just gets away. He just gets away. Sweating bullets on the fall back into the site. He's called for a rotation, called for assistance.
Oh, he's trapped.
Banjo on a big flank, a fast flank at that as well. Maybe a little faster than Na'Vi are ready for. No one's considering it right now. No one's even remotely bearing this flank in mind. Their attention's on getting this bomb planted. All of this is giving a window for Banjo, and he's going up short. I like this decision, not committing to a ramp flank. Head trick will turn to check it, but can't deal with him. Unbroken. Oh, Latic through yellow. has deleted the flank. That is such a huge sigh of relief now for NAVI Junior. That much more room to work with. Laixor and Unbroken's AK trying to get this one over the line. One shot, all that's needed to seal the deal, seal the fate, and the Glock's gonna get it done. Really nice round from Latic.
Oh, it hurts there. You feel like in some of these rounds, if Fnatic just got on the bomb, they maybe even be able to win it, right? I think in that position, that's an example of a round where a stick is probably your best play. Instead of the AWP sandbags, it can just isolate fights so well. The rifle is stuck on ramp. He's got a full swing to kill the defuser. And AWP killing a defuser in a smoke very hard. Good shot for Latic from his perspective. Saw the flash come over. The Glock to close. So yeah, Latic's back. Better than ever, and well, we talked about Fnatic's money. They've won an eco before. They're going to have to do it again. Broke fully. Yeah. Good luck on those flanks. Might be all you have. Although, Pepsor, chill, mate. Chill. I'm seeing some dinks.
They can't do it with the pistols
Not
again. Not again. Surely not. Nah, with Pepsor dead.
Impossible.
I'm not even worried anymore. It's fine. Everything about this round now, Hugo, going to be par for the course.
Is that a golf term?
Yeah. You ever play golf?
Nope. Don't think I've ever hit a golf ball in my life.
Wow. You haven't lived.
All right, Dad. All right, Dad.
No, man, ain't nothing wrong with a bit of golf.
I prefer water golf myself.
Water golf? Yeah, it's up there.
Wolves. They're pretty cool. But for now, RV. Pack on this T side, just running over the A side like they did.
Driven a golf buggy?
Ooh, I feel like I may have.
If you have, but you haven't ever played golf.
Well, not on a golf course, but golf buggies aren't exclusive to golf
No,
course.
I know they're not, but I just mean, it's very...
It's like, plane's got to take off.
Is that how you get around the property? Yeah.
No, I don't think I have driven. I've been in one, but I've not driven one myself.
I haven't done it with my parents.
No, the caddy...
I'll take the golf buggy round.
The caddy man does that. I wouldn't possibly drive myself.
All right.
Oh, dear.
All right.
He carries my clubs as well. Not golf clubs, just,
Just for
general beatings.
Yeah, for in case any seals show up on the property. Right, look.
Yeah, we've got the harpoons for the whales.
Man just tired of playing second fiddle to Na'Vi, and he tries to take aggro, but Unbroken is one step ahead.
6 shots, man. That's one way to entry. They check everything. Well, only the angles that are being played. Pretty sus, if you ask me. 5-on-2, and with the molly in elevator, that's signaled the end of the round for Fnatic Rising. Get out of there. Save your stuff.
I'm so happy that NAVI Junior are showing us a very T side. Like, don't get me wrong, the bulk of it's still been A plays. I think you would be a madman for it to be anything else. But there's variance to this, and it's keeping Fnatic guessing every step of the way.
Benzuke ran that, and I thought, well, he's dead. But Pepsor never heard him tick the molly. Kaveh, 1v3, and just trying to live, man. Just let him live. Oh, don't cross. Sucking in. All close. All okay. Unless he gets wallbanged. I've seen someone die through that. It can happen. 6-7 though. And yeah, Na'Vi have really closed this half up. Again, dominant at the start for Fnatic means nothing now. Poor Pepsor.
I mean, Fnatic Rising were able to win this round once before.
Yeah, nice try.
This time.
That's Fen2K's play.
Oh,
he saw... No, he didn't.
Mama, he's still alive. Pepsor. Oh, gonna take out two.
Enough. Yeah.
And 2K doing whatever he can to keep this in Na'Vi's favor. And thanks to him, they're at least a man up against these pistols now. A big collective, a bit of relief felt by NAVI Junior.
Yeah, Fair enough to Pepsor for doubling up there. KST may as well run through, but there is cover, so it wouldn't go well for him. Oh, Nate's getting pulled. Scary. KST actually... Oh, good timing. Oh, Fen2k doesn't know. Oh, that's a sick shot. But no gun to grab with Unbroken trading and moving in to deny the defuse. Banjo, does he want to tap it? He will. And there's the AWP. Closing the round. 7-all. Na'Vi, really nice T-side to close the gap here. And now one more left on the half to win it out. Fnatic gonna have everything they need and more. They could double AWP. They could triple AWP. Well, they'll probably just keep it casual. Not a team you see on the double AWP very often, if ever, really. What do we got here? Oh, KST the nade, man. Fen2k with a headshot, Harry.
It's respectable. It really is, especially because he's on entries a hell of a lot as well, right over here towards A, and even on CT side, always getting aggro.
Ooh.
Chance to win out the half, but maybe snuffed away after the opener goes in favor of Fnatic Rising. We'll have to wait and see, looking like you want to follow through on one of these mid to Bs on the side of NAVI Junior. Banjo and Regali this time here to reinforce him. Not going to be easy to get past this now triple hold. And the numbers are starting to dwindle, starting to reflect that. Headtrix mid flank could do it all. Back at the site, Regali, they don't know about him. He's hidden in this smoke. They're trying to do everything they can to locate this AWP. But Regali's hit the timings both times now to dodge these players. Latic making noise, and Regali's there to lock in an 8-7 half for Fnatic Rising. Split right down the middle, heading into this second half of play.
Really nice for Fnatic. Like, you know, it would have been easy to be flustered and to be kind of falling apart after that first map in the series, but they have held it together super well. Same map as well. Pretty painful game, but they lead out by 1. And KST, again, the guy who did it all really in that previous map in terms of kills, 43 last time, is still leading the charts, leading the server. And here's the difference. He's alongside Regali, who, yeah, okay, sure, Fnatic started T-side last time, but if you remember when they were really far out of the game, 10-5 half, like Regali had like 4, 5, 6 kills, something like that, really having a poor game. He definitely stepped it up, even though I think he near bottom fragged by the end of the series. If you think about some of his impact from like wallbang kills alone and denying bomb plants, like it wasn't just all the numbers, he was having impact. But he started this game strong, probably mostly to do with the fact that he's on the CT side. But that's gone a long way, and it can, you know, power you up into the second half as well. This is one of the awkward rounds of Regali, but otherwise they turned out pretty good. So yeah, let's see that AWP battle continue. Let's see what Fnatic have cooking on their T half, and if Na'Vi can long this one out.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think Na'Vi were the real winners in this first half, if I'm being honest. Like, they were what, 7-1 down at one point in time, and then they turn it around to 7-8 the half on what was, for these teams, the hardest side, and also the one that Na'Vi looked like they didn't have a lot of ideas on. Well, they've actually done a really good job of cementing themselves a lot to work with in this second half. So, yeah, I mean, you can see the parry match odds putting this one in favor of Fnatic Rising at 1.62 to 2.2, but I'm not so sure. Let's listen in. Let's do a vibe check. Fnatic, let's hear you.
They're picking A. 2. From the crane. We're done. I'm going towards B already.
I'm gonna get close, Kevin.
They're still peeking. I think there are more than one on A.
Push B. Nice.
What the fuck? One more.
Let's go fast. I'm gonna run.
Looks. B guided.
Window. Yeah, I can't flash B.
One more B. One more B.
One more. Mid, no Kev. I'm in city smoke. Window.
In the left. They're picking, go back.
Yeah.
Electric
Go back. Window.
It's window.
Yeah, take a chill now. They know about fence.
Nice.
Matthias, what the fuck?
Banjo was not happy at getting picked B there. Walks in front of Regali and takes his shot. Worthwhile to close out that round towards B. KST, I don't know how he lives through the peppering in that smoke. And okay, may have been a good half for Na'Vi, but Fnatic with a pistol round. And oh, that looks like dirty food. I wouldn't eat it if I were you.
Also, I don't think you could fit many of those fries in the cart. There's like
fries.
3 in there. I reckon there's
cut.
room for 3 more. That's like extra thick.
You don't like thick fries? Thick fries save lives.
There we go,
as they
dude.
say.
I don't know, if they were too thick, the middle wouldn't be cooked. And so therein lieth the problem.
Just cook it more, lol. Just turn up the heat.
You ever cooked with oil?
I don't know. I'm not a chef. Yeah, yeah.
You've deep fried?
Not Mars bars, but deep fried fries. Okay, Regatta, careful, because he's been headshot over this before. fnatic's not an AWP, but he can make it look like one. It's like a 2016 or 2013 AWP with the movement speed. Gone too soon. There's the pop, now he knows. Oh yeah, get out of there. Oh, the going's still good. The good are going up to the top of ramp. fnatic looking to execute.
That's a meaty nade onto head trick, man. It's a shame you don't have another one of those. You do have a Molotov on KST, but you might be tempted to use that elsewhere to try and, you know, maybe force a short fight, clear the sandbags, you name it. There's other options, and there it is, going out towards short. Now, if this still leads to a kill, that's all well and good. Fen2K on short.
Oh, there's a kill, all right.
Is able to get the better of KST. This force spike looking good for NAVI Junior. And head trick might be low. Doesn't mean he can't put on a show. Dealt with after one, but that's where Nipples Deagle comes into the fray. And it will be NAVI Junior winning that one to time, no less. I didn't even notice the timer. I got so caught up in the madness.
Yeah, I actually had no idea. I was shocked as well. I was like, wait, I swear there's someone alive. Nope. That's awkward, right? Running out of time. I mean, when you don't clear short, when you only have one guy coming up, that's a real problem. You know you can't stick the bomb. And look at the kill with the bomb dropped. It just goes flying back. NAVI have got to be pretty elated with a force by win like that. Let's find out. Why ask?
Надо сейчас взять и пиздец. Никто нет. Тебе, да. Алдым, я даже на флешку не иду. Отбей. Ничего не слышал туда. Ты с кем дым? Я за первым. Я топал, что шел по 2. Я, короче, просто под Б пойду. На плюса. Да. Право не вижу. Я вообще не вижу рамп. Я за единицей. Можешь остаться пока? Я сейчас хейм не скину. Еще один калаш. Ебать. Я закрыл Гардиан. Есть флеш мид. Окно. Я хорошо. Б выходит. Право электрик. За эликом. Я пробую убить. Окей. Один бит. Хэшка даю колд. О, хэшка колд. Ника и... Фэш дал вверх. Так, давай. Бум. Он элик давил.
Oh, Banjo's feeling it. That's a nice feeling. And that's a force by win for fnatic right back your way. In your face, NAVI. Only one hero AK in that round on Banjo, and they just roll over. Quick mid to B works wonders.
Yeah, I mean, really nice work there, man. Like, when you've got the hero away kill like that, you're feeling the pressure. You know you've got to be the one to step up, and he delivers in spades. These odds, you know, now at 1.4 to 2.8 in favor of fnatic rising. You can see where Parry Match is coming from here, right? They're starting to try and get control of this second half. And well, a big building block to any good T side is getting in control of the money. It is one of the best, you know, advantages you have, and that could happen here and now if fnatic break apart this force. But I'm never willing to write off these NAVI Deagles. A boost up for Nipple. They're not considering it at all. Someone is dying to this boost if they commit to A.
Oh, if they give you it.
Come on, Nip. Oh, no, they dismantle it. They see the smoke's going in. Eventually, you've got to hold on to the site. Like, gets away with the opener, but while this has happened, Banjo has cleared out B. Now, his position is huge. This isn't a B's clear call from ramp. You know, this is, I am in CT, I've pushed all the way up, bring that bomb around, because we're onto a winner. And really, there shouldn't be any hope for NAVI here. They're just going to save, give this little, you know, this force buy attempt another go in the next round.
Yeah, one rifle, that's it. That's what you get out with for NAVI. So it's not the end of the world, right? Your buy round wouldn't be next, as you say. It's just running that round back, essentially, with a little bit more. But still, it's one step closer for fnatic. While NAVI, you know, I almost have bottled a lead. I guess they won it, but dragged out a heavy lead. fnatic probably looking to make the most of theirs. Probably don't want it to stretch on any longer than it has to. And there's no cold starts, right? I feel like last map I already talked about Regali, but we definitely have Pepsor and Keve being very quiet, you know, at the beginning of that game. Somewhat, you know, being on the T side as well.
I mean, bro, it kind of begs this question, like, if Pepsor didn't have a 4-kill first half, something that we really don't know this guy for, it's not every day he goes, oh, look at that!
Spin me right round, baby, right round, like a cement mixer.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. I feel pretty dizzy right now, but maybe it's the quad vertigos.
I like that they put one of those in to raise the spirits, though, right? Because, oh, that's re-energized me. I'm ready now.
Wait, you weren't ready. We're cooking with man meat. Building blocks out of bones. Oh, there's the rifle. Or there was the rifle. Pushed up on B and taken out by Banjo. Unbroken still here, though. Oh, nice shot. Not cleared, and bomb.
Give me another.
Ooh,
give me another deagle.
Jumping.
Oh, give me another deagle. Come on, Headtrick. Come on, baby. He's in that smoke. He's waiting. But that MP9 backs out. That's the only thing that was going to challenge you here. I mean, hell, may as well see what you can do. Got nothing to lose here if you're these two Deeg players. Flashed into CT. Challenging the Deagle is Keve.
Mad.
Gonna try and survive with the 1 AK intact. Yeah, it's the little victories you gotta hold on to if you're NAVI.
Oh, dude, this guy's jumping MP9 is gnarly.
Thank goodness. 3
jumping MP9 kills in that round.
That's brutal. That's brutal, mate. You know, they're buying anyway, so, you know, you can always say, like, yeah, not the end of the world, but I know you would have loved the AK. It just gives you a lot more to work with in this follow-up round as well. You could have had kit, util, everything you need. You can see that, you know, there are still some sacrifices to be made here in terms of the buy. Nipple trading the full belt utility for less firepower on that FAMAS. And also, not a kit in sight. Which is dangerous, considering how often Vertigo comes down to retakes.
Well, gonna have to see how they play around that, given the info. Might see players eating through smokes. That's often been the case when you've not had the util or the kits for retakes. Latix Orb has just been snuffed through the smoke. Pepsor, I don't think he even saw him from that angle. But even if he did, pretty gnarly shot. Close short, you've got to be ready for this. Fencer-K's been doing it for 2 maps straight, and Pepsor, he has got his wits about him right now. He is warm on this map. Nipple. Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, these 1v1s are just dry fights being won out by fnatic. Couldn't get better. Doesn't matter where you go, as long as you go as a unit, and now B is free.
I mean, of all the players to be left saving, Nipple is not the one you wanted. He was the FAMAS player. Not that he's going to get away with that even, as they go hunting, and this is a very convincing-looking T-side out of fnatic. You know, whenever games get to overtime, we'll always tell you, yeah, you know, this is where playbooks kind of go out the window, this is where things maybe get a bit sloppy. I feel like this game's maybe fitting into that remit, right? There has been a lot of dry fighting, there has been some very interesting moments in this one sprinkled in. Really, for me, Pepsor, Regali, 2 of the players that were so quiet, you've mentioned this already, you know, they are looking so warm now. Joining that cast of, you know, Banjo, KST, these guys who kept showing a really promising face even early on in that last map. And it's, you know, it's the secret recipe, the herbs and spices that make it for fnatic.
Yeah, they're 5-1 in this half right now. It's not looking good for Na'Vi at the moment. They're going to try and peek together on the ramp side, but still smoked off his Fen2k. Ooh, little angle. Careful. Seen them spamming yellow. They know what players like Fen2k get up to in some of these rounds, tucked in on the ramp. They're in no hurry. Meanwhile, the B is very quiet. Even KST is rechecking top T-spawn, making sure no mid shenanigans have gone down. Talking of going down, Fen2k is pushing all the way, and he's gone in front of the smoke. Peps was dead. There it is, goes flying 5 feet forward. And now Fnatic, they're going to hit B quick, but they also have to be cognizant of the backline. They don't have time to wait forever for a flanker. Unbroken blind with a shot. They're getting closer though. Only the D-God, he can't hit another. Keve, KST, Regali, everyone getting entries. And Head Trick will drop the bomb. That could cause problems in this 2-on-2.
Like P250 in a dream. Bomb cut loose, but they would be able to get it planted here. Ooh. Smoke down. They know he's got to swing right side dent. They've heard the smoke tag him now. That is so unfortunate.
It lands perfectly now.
Oh, 14-8. This Fnatic Rising T side looking really good. I want to point out a detail that you might have missed in that round there.
Hit it.
Right after they show their face at ramp, you notice that they threw Keve a little bit of utility. You might be wondering, well, what was that for? He gets given a Molotov here at bridge. He goes up the ladder, and he actually throws a rebound Molotov that lands at short to try and flush that player playing around the yellow tarp out into a ramp swing.
Cool.
Also, they were falling back while that happens, right? So I think it was to give the illusion that we're still at ramp. You know, it's hard to molly that position without the ramp control. Just a really nice detail that didn't impact the round per se, but it was really nice to see. Let's listen into Fnatic though, see what the vibes are like.
I don't know, complexity? Okay, I think so. I'm going towards least.
Let's pressure B then, Mathias. I will Molotov, I can boost you.
They haven't taken deep yet.
Yeah.
Jiggle mid, Yulin. I can do PP flash for
I can
you.
boost you.
Wait. Wait, I'm jiggling.
Yeah, of course.
One is deep. Yeah, they're taking DP. 2A, go
Yeah,
go.
one more B.
Mauling window, flashing.
One is stable.
I'm gonna go with you.
So B.
He killed me blind mid, peeking.
I'm holding mid, guys.
Yeah.
He picked mid as well.
And at B.
Pineapple.
Så B. Jag kan försöka döda den och sen.
Det är 2 outside. Nice.
That's the upper
Kan det komma?
En till.
Nice. Jag har play på honom. Sandbags och corner båda.
I mean, a valiant attempt at a 2v4 there for Fnatic Rising, but NAVI with the numbers, with the manpower, and with the flanks on. I mean, at this point in the game, if you're NAVI, you can start throwing stuff at the wall, man. You can start getting aggressive. You can start flanking and making these pushes down ladder, down ramp, because you've got the room, and you've also got nothing to lose. Fnatic are looking really good right now, but as we saw last map, anything can change in an instant. And so with one round in the pocket of NAVI after a streak of 5 from Fnatic, can they keep their money in good stand?
This is cool. Real pace chains out of Fnatic Rising. It's so fast, in your face Counter-Strike, right? Straight over Khan, dropping in, Head Trick, and Nipple. They're gonna get a leash back on Fnatic. Only Keve left.
Okay.
Whoa, it was a 1v4, now the 1v2, but this is where Latic got that dead to rights, doesn't he? 10-14. NAVI keep it chugging along for the time being. Money is not an issue for Fnatic Rising, though, with this T-side streak they've been on. The investment's coming through regardless of that round going their way. With this much room, with this much space, and this much money, they can keep throwing the occasional wild round your way. Keve at least made it expensive. The CT money not getting better anytime soon.
Got to play the long game, but if there's something Navi good at, Navi already showed us today, they can do it. They can hang with the big boys. They can last as long as they want. No AWPs. Fnatic crawl up ramp. Not giving it away, but Navi have that early warning system, sandbags, and even a head spotted by Fen2k. He's ready to go back in. Oh, it's dangerous with the A1S, but the flash, it might help. No one's really blind, but he gets away with a kill, and the molly burns out Keve after he gets dinked. So 4-on-2, Navi are holding on to this round. Seeing shades of last game already showed through. Ricali and Banjo in a 2-on-4. These are the guys to look for right now, but not Ricali gone. Banjo in a 1-on-4 and scared of everything. Flank in front of you, behind you, left and right. Good night. It's Navi with 14, and now we're talking clean rounds, Harry. Now we're talking money makers. That's big if Navi want to be pulling out that AWP in a round or two.
I would be against just a partial investment here for Fnatic Rising. I think otherwise you're in danger of trying to do too much too soon when you aren't really, ready for it. I think, hell, man, throw a little like Tech 9D ground, another little fast mid to be in there. Let's do it. That's what I would love anyway.
Looks like the mid to be. One player a day selling this, but bomb outside lower and two guys crawling out mid late. Pepsel trying to keep eyes on him. He's at least got two guys locked into the A site right now. Head trick though, he's been so good on his B rotates, and he's only mid, to help Nipple. He doesn't need to stay. Unbroken's just waiting for that contact. Oh, he's been playing here a lot. Those are good nades. They stomp him out.
Yeah, they've actually thrown these dunk nades there a few times now. I always call them JKS nades, because famously, he used to play that position, mate, and he used to get naded there all the time. But that's giving you an early opening, and mate, you couldn't have asked for better. Really, you couldn't, because it's forced a preemptive rotate out of NAVI Junior. Suddenly, the odds of you finding at least something with these pistols goes through the roof.
Yeah, this change of setup is amazing. Like Fnatic were probably going to go mid to B if they didn't get that kill, but now they have. They know they've drawn players out of A. Bit of wallbang.
They had a molly tag as well. I don't know if you caught that.
I mean, they know they're here, but they don't know how many. That's the question. There's been a rotate. Latic's in position. Flash is good, though. You might get a plant. All you got to do is clear out one man. Fen2k and Latic helps out. Now players swinging the smoke. No respect right now from Navi. They charge him down. Bomb denied. Doesn't really matter in terms of money. Fnatic have a chockload of it. But this game is getting tight.
Yeah, I mean, the flip side is like Fnatic could have bought here. Really, I think the amount of damage they're able to get away with, the fact they're so close to a bomb plant, they're not going to be like molding just yet. You put less in, you expect less out of it. Now you get the AKs, now you get all the bells and whistles to accompany it.
How many bells and how many whistles is enough, Harry, to make the noise?
They say playing Vertigo's like riding a bike. You do it a bunch when you're younger and then you get sick of it. That's that's what's looking to happen here. Up
really
through
good.
ramp.
That's a really
Pepsor's tagged by the AWP. That nade might finish the job. Pepsor. There's a second nade.
Harry, I'm outstanding at that. That's a really good joke. Well done. It's your best line today.
Cheers, brother.
They're going to regroup B, but out of desperation and nothing else. Unbroken at the back of the site, nothing new. Just chilling. What about you?
My face when it's the fourth Vertigo of the day.
All right, we got mollies. Do they burn him out, or are they focused on Tetris first? Boost is nice.
I mean, dude, with the amount of mollies you have, there's...
Better.
You could just throw it Tetris at default, and that's
unbroken,
devastating.
It's unbroken. You got to molly him.
No, yeah, they mollied him out. They mollied him into the open, but he's fighting while blinded. Everyone's blind. Everyone's blind. Oh my, it's so chaotic. Headstrick. Dead. Keve finds him, 3-on-3. Fnatic Rising trying to claim 15th, trying to get there, but Molly's going to delay the plant, going to waste time that Fnatic just don't have. Someone's feeling the pressure to try and make a move, and that man's KST hiding in the smoke. That seals his death certificate, and now fen2k tries to get them off the bomb. It takes Nipple to do it. But that's 13 for NAVI Junior. Can they go 2-0 today?
You got to admire the resilience of this roster. They just do not quit, do they? They do not go down. As much as Fnatic did, and they were the one on the back foot last map around, but, you know, despite... I think it was Fnatic in first overtime, Harry, who went 3-0 up, right? They were ready to shut it out, and NAVI still longed that to another, and that, well, you know, that went on and on and on. 6 rounds out of NAVI. This is, what, 6 in a row now?
They will have played like 75 rounds of Vertigo in one day. That's
watch them go
insane.
watch them go queue a pug right after and play some more, you know, get the practice in. Go get some elo for it. You're so warm on these angles right now. No one's stopping you. I hope we don't run into them. Stalemate now. Everyone knows the pressure's on. We've not seen a T-side AWP in some time. Over the smoke, it's lovely. They just get out before fen2k can trade. He's started to relax a bit, not making these audacious ramp pushes in a while.
I mean, that's kind of the nature of the beast, right? When you're up against a 14-round scoreline, you don't want to keep taking, you know, aggro moves that could see you be the first to fall, the first in a big domino effect that leads to your downfall. Oh, Molly on him, but he's allowed to hang out at the sandbag still.
He could walk away, but you just don't know when you're going to get peeked.
Oh my
so
God,
he's going to walk
back
in. fen2k Classic, he couldn't pick a target though. Regardless, he's got the kill. Hedrick is back here, but they know Nade is good. No more, no Molly. They've got to fight him. They've got to beat him head-to-head. 20 seconds. Great shot for Hedrick. Can he live any longer? Even every second he buys is massive time, and that's a flick from Latic that might seal the deal. KST goes back for the bomb. Got to kill Latic, and that's easier said than done. 14 all. 7 rounds in a row.
Like, more like Static, mate. A railgun. Imagine this guy experiencing Static as well with his hair.
With his hair. Go crazy, man. Rubber balloon on that bad boy. Dude.
Mate, that is a really... Like, NAVI Junior, they've got to feel proud of this. You know, to be this resilient, mate, I don't know. There's a reason why not many teams can accomplish the feat of squads like Virtus.pro, where they're known for their comebacks, and that's because it's so taxing. And to have done it twice, potentially, on the same map, in incredibly long games, I'm nothing short of impressed with this NAVI squad for remaining this resilient.
Fnatic are playing for overtime. What a horrible call to have to make right now after the day they've had. But they've at least got a map in their pocket. Oh, no, they don't. I'm crazy.
I was going to say.
Yeah, what am I saying? Either way. They should have had this map in their pocket. They should have closed it, but so should have NAVI and Reg last game. Either way, here we are. This is the situation we've been put in. NAVI 15 first after a huge comeback in this second map, looking to win both Vertigo games against Fnatic. This is a team that bested NIP, or sorry, Young Ninjas, 16-3 on this map moments ago. Astralis did beat NAVI on this map though, so who knows? Anything is possible. Ladies and gents, this is the WePlay Vertigo League, and this may be your final round of the day. I mean, who am I kidding? Not myself. Strap in.
Immediate short smoke going to plume over at this A bomb site. Bit of B work from Banjo, but the rest of the gang are set out towards mid and A, just holding this default. It's a 3-1-1. Pepsor tries to get out short, and that's clean from fen2k. No stopping that.
Nothing worse than dying first in round 30. Got to have faith in the team to turn it around though. More pepper shots coming through. They run the smoke. Uh-oh, bomb first. You're committed, and now you're getting rolled. Regali with a kill, but it might not be enough. It's Banjo in a 1v4 to save the map and series. Otherwise, Navi 2-0 today. Both Vertigo games, and they've got it. Lock and key. Round 30, and off the back of what was an 8-round streak for NAVI Junior, they close it out. This time, a little bit quicker.
Yeah, no, that is just so remarkable, isn't it? Like, it is wild. The fact that they've done it twice now, like, it shows that it's no fluke, man. These guys can play the long game. They're very, very comfortable doing it. And now I kind of feel sorry for any team that has to run into them, man.
Just ban it, boys. Just ban it at this point. There's so many teams that just need to get this map out of there.
Oh, mate, no. For Fnatic, kind of devastating. You know, it does beg the question, maybe if Regali, Pepsor, maybe if they'd had hotter starts to the day, could have been a different story. We could have been looking at this like 1-1 split.
You can't really microanalyze that first map, especially with how many overtimes you get into. At that point, it's just wild madness. And talking of it, we've got our desk to break down exactly that. So stick with us for our final segment of the day.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
This time, NAVI Junior managed to win a little bit quicker. They didn't need 3 overtimes. The score was still 16-14, but I kind of felt that at least this time, the T sides for both teams were a little bit stronger.
You could say so, yeah. I mean, they had a lot of opportunities as well in the first game to kind of figure out how the CT side were playing, so there was some learning to be made. Again, when you go from one map to another, of course, when it's the same map, which is the point of the conversation, there's a lot to take over, but it is still a new game with a new dynamic and a new momentum going, so that was also something that affected the game. Very impressed by NAVI Junior, I'm not gonna lie. For them to win this series or this game 2-0, I didn't anticipate nor expect at all. The comeback they made, not only in this game we just saw, but also in the first one where they were down 18-15 and they had a couple of match points against them. Very young guys, very inexperienced, but they seem to have a lot of resilience and they don't really give up at all.
Yeah, I'm also too very impressed with NAVI Junior. I thought, going into that second half there, I thought, okay, it took them 7 rounds to accomplish their first round victory. That point, I thought, okay, Fnatic's just going to tie it up 1-1 for the day, split it at that, and we're just going to go home. But no, the huge comeback from NAVI Junior in that CT side was something that really shocked me, and I want to give credit to probably Laddick. I mean, that guy has been very streaky. I'll say that he's a very streaky opper, and when he succeeds, it's very flashy, it's impressive, but usually the thing with operas that are really overly flashy is that they're probably putting themselves in kind of tough situations. If you have to keep hitting sick flick shot after sick no scope, that's probably because you're out of position, right? I mean, so I think that Laddick probably has a ways to go in terms of finding consistency with, his position or maybe the fights that he takes, so he doesn't have to keep finding these highlight reel plays over and over again. I think that's something that probably, he'll look back at this, he'll look back at his demos, as long as he doesn't just only watch back his highlights and see some of those rounds where he just dies and gets nothing. I think he has a pretty high ceiling because he does hit a lot of very tough shots.
He is pretty successful at getting those complicated shots. I'm just again, I might sound like a broken record, but I just feel a little bit relieved by the fact that, for example, NAVI, they managed to take 7 rounds in the second map in the first half, just because, especially when it comes to overtime, we just saw they were struggling so much. So and we've been talking about this, about the T sides on every map, about all of the teams that they struggle. When it comes to playing on the city side, everyone knows their position, they understand what they need to do. But when it comes to actually playing as a team, being coordinated, they struggle.
Yeah, that's been the case, I think, for most teams in the WePlay Academy League so far. That we said it a couple of times, and again, without sounding like a broken record, it is the case of right now. the league being dominated by the CT sides. That's just the way it is. The teams feel more comfortable when they're playing on the defensive side. We have seen a couple of good T sides, I will say, from some of the teams. MOUZ and NXT can definitely pull off some good polished T sides where you try to maneuver the rotations, you try to make it uncomfortable for the CT sides. But I also suspect that the deeper we get into this tournament, when we hit Gauntlet, you know, the later stages, when we hit the playoff as well, then we get the top of the teams going up against each other, and that's when we get to see some of those games where it will be a little bit more, I guess, not dominated, but it will be more reliant on your T sides as well, instead of just having a good CT sides, which a lot of the teams I feel are getting by with right now.
I would say that the spacing for a lot of these academy teams is not what you would really want to see at, say, I mean, tier 1, tier 2 type of CS. There's frequently players that are kind of lagging behind, or sometimes someone's going in a little too deep, too early. I will say in this game, I think that wasn't as much the case. I mean, Heku, you already said that NAVI Junior had a better T side, and I think that is because some of their plays just seemed a little bit more cohesive, and they were moving together as a unit, which is it seems like it's so basic, but honestly, with utility flying around, with players seemingly needing to take duels, that, you know, like, it's sometimes the objective should just be to move together. You see Laddick in this kind of situation, like this highlight, for example. This is just really bad spacing. Like, but you see this a lot in the Academy League, that some player just decides to swing, and you just don't know really why it happens. Like, I'm not trying to really just pick on people or anything like that, because everybody does this. Everybody sometimes thinks they have a timing or there's a window of opportunity where they can see something, but in all honesty, that's just free. It's just better to swing with your teammate, and that's why, you know, I'd say actually one team that comes to mind immediately that I think is doing a lot better at trading is VP.Prodigy. Like, they have gotten so much better at their spacing, but they're not here, of course. And we could talk about them another day, and I'm sure we will.
Yeah, and even though fnatic Rising lost, I just want to point out that the KST, he played really good in both maps, and I feel really happy to see that Rigali actually managed to perform on the second map. We saw, like, in the first one, he really struggled to get those kills on the T side. It was 4 kills in the first half. Right now, in total, yes, they lost, but at least you know that you can rely at least on him, maybe in the following maps, in the following games that you'll have later.
Sure, it is good to see Rigali with a bit of a bounce back, going from being the bottom fragger to the top fragger in this game. It does worry me a little bit, though, that fnatic Rising, despite him playing well now, weren't able to win anyway. I think that's a big problem. I don't know where to put this result, honestly. I don't know whether or not I'm sitting back with a feeling where I'm really surprised by NAVI Junior, thinking, okay, that's a legit team, that's a team who could potentially qualify for the LAN final, or if I'm disappointed in fnatic Rising, who kept the entire lineup. You know, in Season 2, they only choked a couple of games against Big from making it to the finals for the second season in a row, and I thought coming into this Season 3 that they would be playing well and they would be doing a much better job than what we've seen so far. So I'm kind of split in between being, you know, happy on behalf of NAVI Junior, but also a little bit disappointed when it comes to fnatic Rising. I expected more from them, and I think right now they must be sitting back with a feeling of we're not really living up to the potential we have.
I would just like to see them switch up their priorities for their map pool. I mean, the fact that they lost both of these games to a NAVI Junior that really hasn't even played together as 5 before this season, you know, I was praising fnatic Rising for keeping this same 5-man lineup. They're the only team that did it from Season 2 to 3, and yet they can't really figure out their map pool to not recognize that Inferno might be a better option. I saw that they were recently playing, and I think ESEA advanced in Europe, and they lost kind of a slew of Inferno games, but they were close against teams that are probably better than Academy League teams, so maybe they lost some confidence on that map. But the things that I remember from watching them before is that they would take map control very efficiently. They had a wealth of plays once they had that sort of space, and Keve in particular was able to find impact in banana takes. And so when it's a ramp, like, speaking about Vertigo, like, we've talked about it a lot, but one of the things that's a little bit kind of frustrating with it, which makes it fun in Pugs, is that it's a very brawly map around those ramp regions. Like, you're taking a lot of fights consistently, and you kind of have to be ready for people to swing on you at any given time. And so for Inferno, like, the thing that was working towards fnatic's strengths is that they were able to segment the map very well. You can't really do that all the time on Vertigo, because it's a huge ramp and you just have to get up it. You just have to walk up, and you don't know when people are going to swing into you, nade stack you. There's a million different options for CTs, and fnatic today, they couldn't always take that space as safely as I know they would have on Inferno.
This is the moment I realized why you actually have a podcast, because I'm just listening and I will just keep on listening, you know. But there's actually Hattrick who is waiting to give us an interview, and we really want to congratulate him with winning 2 Vertigos. It was probably pretty intense for him, especially considering all of the overtimes. Hattrick, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling crazy right now because, like Vertigo, I mean, this map is just, I'm tired to play it, to be honest, because before official we played practice on this map, so we played more 30 rounds, then we played 50 rounds on first map, and then 70 rounds on second. It's just crazy. Like 100 rounds in one day, it's so hard to play here, and to do something new that other team will not expect, it's so hard.
That is crazy. I mean, when it comes to season 1, you were kind of the substitute player for Vertigo. So, like, I mean, you had so much time to show that you are definitely good at this map. Hattrick, you are the most experienced player on your roster. You're the only one who kept his spot, but you're not the IGL. If I recall correctly, it's Fentuk. Are you actually helping him out in any way, or is it like all up to him and you're just doing your thing?
I mean, he's just doing a start call at the beginning of the round, and in the middle, in middle timings, we just communicating. We are trying to do we are playing default first, and then we are speaking each other what we can do and how we can move on positions. So yeah, we just like doing some mid calls maybe. Yeah, so I'm trying to sometimes do good mid calls because when situation is hard. Our team can like panic, and it's hard to do right decision right now sometimes because like everyone shouting in TeamSpeak, screaming, and it's sometimes hard. But at these moments, me and I know it, I need to do like a right call and just like say just go and refrag and not like this.
Awesome.
Hattrick, you have 4 new players on your roster. Obviously, you had some stars on your team last time around. Maybe for some of the viewers that haven't really caught up with like the NAVI youth team, as they have many of them have been promoted now to your squad on the NAVI Junior side. Who's like a player that you think? I mean, you're definitely the player to watch out. So anybody at home, watch out for Hattrick. Like he's nuts. But who else on your team would you say is just really like shocking you with their level of play, or just someone people should look out for?
I mean, like everyone trying to do their best. Latik hitting some good shots with lob sometimes. Like he's doing some good no scopes maybe. Also, Nipu, he has crazy aim. He's shooting very good. And I think like everyone of our team, when they are feeling this wave, when they are on fire, they can do some crazy kills. And of course, Unbroken, last time against Astralis Talent, he won some important rounds, some clashes. So without him, we wouldn't win this game yet. So I think everyone, but Latik, he just sniper, so he can hit some good shots.
Yeah, we've liked Latik as well.
Hattrick, coming into this season, right? You were a big question mark. None of us really know what to expect from you guys, as you had a lot of roster changes. You're the guy playing on the team. You must know better than we do. Do you think you have a chance of making it to the playoff and do as well as you did last season? Perhaps even going to the final?
Of course, we have a chance because like a lot of teams did shuffles on their teams. So I think we have definitely a chance. We have. I mean, next game we'll play against Ninjas, and it will be hard, but I think we still have good chances to win at least one map or even two. Like we need to do some good preparations. We won against them with old roster on LAN, so I think. But they have experienced players like ZTR, PZY, and LNZ. They played on main team already, so their experience it would be. I think it will be like a hard game, but we'll do what we can.
Yeah, it'll be a good game.
I mean, you can just go and play Vertigo against them.
Please don't.
Wait! You just won against Fnatic Rising twice on Vertigo, and Fnatic Rising won against Young Ninjas with a score of 16-13. So if we're following this logic, you'll just destroy. Exactly. Yeah. See, like he gets me. I just want to know Hattrick. So like right now, we can see that some teams are actually moving their rosters to boot camps. Like Big Omen Academy are finally playing in a boot camp. The same goes for VP.Prodigy. We saw your team play in a bootcamp in the previous season. Should we expect something like this during this season?
I think if we will qualify on LAN, we will have bootcamp, but now we're playing from home because we have some new players without experience. It's not some 4 players without experience, yeah. So I think it's more comfortable for them to play in home, and they don't have like maybe handshaking or not that like on LAN, I think.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. First, like you get used to playing together, and then like you can go like to like make extra changes, go like and play boot camp, and maybe then the next one like come back again for LAN and play on the big stage, right?
Because like with old roster, we know everyone like for a long time. We just speak together, we play together a lot. We played with FURIA and MOUZ in NAVI Youth team, yeah. So we just we know each other long time. So it was easy like to meet in real life. And now for new players, I think we need some time to like to know each other more better, more closer. But I think if you qualify, we will have bootcamp. We'll try to practice a lot.
Awesome, Patrick. Then again, congratulations, and I'm sure you're looking forward to go for a break and just like maybe turn off your screen like and not see anything related to Vertigo for at least like a few days.
At least not Vertigo.
At least not Vertigo. I mean, you'll have a day break. I mean, you know how to avoid Vertigo. You just need to ban it, right? Like so, like we'll see how it goes. But
yeah, let NAP ban Vertigo.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Maybe they'll be like, okay, those guys know how to play Vertigo. We can just hope for that. But thank you very much, Patrick. Just go and relax and have a great evening.
See ya.
See ya. He's such a nice guy, and he's and. I was talking about like Maui. He was like, "Oh, Maui is talking so much. He can have his own podcast that he actually has." And Patrick, he had 0 problems giving an interview in English, and he's like only 17, which means like maybe like in a few years he'll be just like, just like playing in a tier 1, I know, international or like an A team. Like he should have no problems.
If he continues the progress he's making right now, then there's a case to be made for him to have a career within CSGO. I think in Season 1, we only saw him briefly. In Season 2, we saw him more regularly, and he was good in Season 2. He was really good in Season 2. I think Season 3, he's coming into this team, and as he said, like it's a new team. All the new pieces are being brought together. So for him to perform consistently well, which he's done so far, is very impressive. Can he continue that progress, for another year, maybe 2 years, work on his English and work on himself, as a personality as well? Then who knows? I think Modesty serves as a great inspiration for everyone within the region right now. That in the age of 16. He's now making it to G2, which is supposed to be one of the best teams in the world at least. So there's a lot to look up for, and for Patrick as well. I'm sure if he keeps his head down and keep grinding, there's a career for him to out there.
Yeah, I put Hetrick, I think, in my top 5 for players that I think should make it to the tier 1 at some point. And I agree with Pimp, probably a year. Like maybe he's definitely a rifler that's stronger than the opposition in this league. Like he's definitely in my top 6, top 5 players, I would say. So the fact that he can speak English on top of it, it kind of shows that it's ushering in this new generation of FPLC, FPL players that are kind of forced to intermingle in English in the common language. So that's a really good sign, because it means that his options can go wider than just the CIS space.
Yeah, well, NAVI Junior got 2 more wins, but let's check out the whole schedule of Group A, or how we prefer to call it, Group Vertigo, because right now in the top, NAVI Junior with 4 wins and 2 losses. Astralis Talent is in the bottom. Those are the guys that are abusing this map, and so far it is not working out for them.
This is a very interesting progress we're seeing in this group right now. Coming into it, of course, we expected Young Ninjas to be up there, but the fact that NAVI Junior now have 4 wins already in 6 games is, to me, a bit of a surprise, and also very impressive from NAVI Junior. They've been doing a good job so far. They have 1 game left, of course, against Young Ninjas. That's going to be tough for them, but with the 4 wins, no matter what, they're going to finish, I'd say, within top 3, as we see right now. A lot has to go wrong if they weren't to. Astralis Talent, again, maybe they got into a bit of a rough group. They now look out to have to win a couple of matches, and what we've seen so far, that's not likely to happen. So it feels like this group is already shaping up, but there's a competition. There's a fight for the top spot in that group. I thought it was going to be easy for Young Ninjas, but looking by it, 3 players are still in play. Big, Navi and Young Ninjas can still all make it.
That is really shocking. This group is getting a lot closer than I would have expected it to. I mean, I think the other group, though, is a little bit more obvious, a little more clear-cut. Young Ninjas, I will say that really quickly. I thought they were probably going to just run away with it. I thought Linus was going to be a lot better than Debo, and he kind of hasn't been as much of a star as I would have expected. I don't know if that's because of maybe you lose a little bit of confidence when you get demoted to the academy roster, but whatever it is, he needs to pick himself up because he was able to be impactful at a major recently. You know, he didn't have the best overall stats, but he had some incredible rounds, especially in that Copenhagen Flames series. So I really think that Young Ninjas, I would still say that they're going to come out on top of this group, but you know, it is really shocking, and it's a cool development to see how good NAVI Junior is so quickly.
Yeah, but we are done with Group A, aka Group Vertigo for today, but we will have the so-called Mirage boys tomorrow, because we actually will start with FURIA Academy against Eternal Fire, and I can expect for this series to be actually really close. It might not be on a super high level, but it should be pretty competitive. They should be on approximately maybe the same level. But Pimp looks like he wants to argue.
No, not at all. Not gonna lie, I think that is the game I've looked forward to the most in this entire league. I want to see what they can do against each other. Eternal Fire is a team we don't know much about. The first time we saw them, it was okay. It was all right. It wasn't that impressive. FURIA Academy, we know their known quantity. They like to lose their games. So I'm curious to see if Eternal Fire can ride on that momentum and do the hard stuff to FURIA, or if we get to see FURIA finally get that W and maybe, you know, get some more confidence into themselves, and who knows what can happen then. So that game, to me, that's probably the one that I've looked forward to the most. As you said, maybe not the highest of the highest level, but I think it's going to be a super close one. Yeah,
I think that it could be really close. I would probably right now peg Eternal Fire just a little bit better, but it's so close right now for me. Like I'm really not sure, so I'm excited to see how that's going to shape up tomorrow. The second game, though, MOUZ NXT Spirit. Spirit has been impressive because, I mean, they've kind of been worse and better. I just also, it's hard for me to get a really strong beat on them because against VP.Prodigy, they had some problems, but against some of the other teams, you know, they look pretty sharp, and there's definitely some talent on that team in Chiron, for example, but then they don't always seem to have the most cohesion as well. I think that's something that probably is just a characteristic of lower tier teams in general, of academy level teams, but there's definitely talent on that roster. So again, I think MOUZ NXT should handle that, but definitely the first series is one that I'm really curious what the result's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, Pim said, like, he was hoping that we will not have any Vertigos. Are you hoping to not have any Mirages tomorrow?
I can do with one Mirage, that's fine.
Only one?
I can do with one Vertigo as well, that's fine, as long as we don't have the same maps, you know, all over. I would love to see Nuke, I would love to see Ancient, I would love to see Dust 2 for that matter as well.
Please.
I would love to see something we haven't seen yet. I want
what
to
are
see
those?
Yeah, that's the thing, I want to see these academy teams get tested. And right now we're probably going to end up with, I don't know, 3 or 4 Mirages tomorrow.
Yeah, I would just love to see the teams that I know have a deeper map pool flex it a little bit more and don't just go with, because it's clear that everybody is really comfortable playing Vertigo, Mirage, I mean, respective of the group that they're in. Just, you know, like MOUZ NXT, you could play so many maps. Play something different. Like you're gonna probably win, but make it fun. You know, try something new. Practice a little bit, right? Because they're gonna come out on top anyways, right?
Yes, well, we'll see what happens. We are actually done for today, so we really hope there'll be no Vertigos tomorrow, but who knows, only the future will show. Have a nice evening and see you back again tomorrow at 5 o'clock Central European Time. Stay hydrated, eat your veggies, and play CS.
Grab some popcorn.